You are watching the vodka stream.
Do caca poo poo.
I'm so sorry.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? It is Friday. Finally, right? As I always say every Friday. Where am I at here? Come on. There we go. There we go. How's it going? All right. How we doing? All right. Let's see. Get started here. Thank you guys for joining as per usual. That's right. Got the bourbon tonight. Got the bullet bourbon. Felt like bourbon tonight. And so interesting enough, hold on. Scott?
Hello.
What's going on, buddy?
I'm about to watch Everything Everywhere All at Once in IMAX.
Oh, is that what's happening? Okay, so you're
yes.
streaming live from an IMAX theater, Mr. Scott McClellan. How's it going? That's funny.
And I'm the only one here. So
I was about to say, I'm like, you probably are the only one there too, right? That's
yeah,
hilarious.
I was actually I was reading the Kindle app on my phone, and then I saw you sent the link. I was like, okay, I can do this.
Do it right now. What time does it start?
10:15.
Okay, so in about 10 minutes. Cool. So how was your week?
A week.
Yeah. I feel you on that one, man. But hey, I got my Release of Schumacher cut shirt. So
I saw. Yeah, I saw that while I was eating a little pre-movie gumbo. I was like, ooh.
Gumbo. Nice. Good choice. I haven't had gumbo in forever. No, but I'm surprised. Did you get one of these shirts?
I didn't. It didn't hit at a good financial time.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to budget yourself, especially you. Some of the shit they you're getting. It's like, yeah, I know sometimes. I mean, that's what happens too with me. I mean, there's so many. We've talked about it many times. There's so many shirts that come out, and it's like we want to snatch them all, but sometimes you just got to go, all right, I'm going to let this one pass. But I figured since it was like, Schumacher cut, something different, I was like, all right, I'll get it. And, it's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah. So you're going to be talking about CinemaCon tonight?
Yeah, definitely am. I mean, why not? That's pretty much what everybody was talking about all this week.
I know. And it was like, part of me was like, cool. But then it was also like, I don't want to read that because what if I get to see the trailer? Like, don't tell me this.
True. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to trailer descriptions, I mean, it's hard to avoid that. And of course, I did something, I talked about them and everything. But when it came to things that were talked about, I mean, I think not even talking about the Cape shit was the fact that they screened Top Gun Maverick, and apparently it's getting praised.
Oh no, I've seen the tweets. I am so excited. I am there. Like, I am ready to buy my tickets. Like, as soon as they go on sale on Tuesday, I'll be in this theater watching that movie. Like,
but everybody's raving about it, and I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, it's just watching the footage. Of course, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. But it's just funny because we were supposed to see this movie over 2 years ago. What's happening? It's like. Ridiculous.
Like, when do we get to the point, and here's my question, when do we get to the point where we stop seeing movies that we should have seen 2 years ago? Like, when do we start seeing movies that, like, this is when they were supposed to be coming out?
I think this is the last one that we're fine. I think Top Gun is the last one that got delayed. I think Morbius was also stricken with delays like crazy. We saw that, and to be honest, it was just kind of like, okay, next. And then I think this is like the final one that's finally that we're finally going to see that was supposed to come out before the pandemic started. So, yay!
I know, right? And as we were talking about, like, this month has been so crazy, and I thought I was going to take this weekend off, but then when I saw that I was going to be able to see Everything Everywhere All at Once in IMAX, I was like, no, I got to do this. I have to do this.
That movie, yeah.
No, and it finally has made over $30 million going into this weekend, so it's now made its budget back. So
made its budget back, so that's good because we need more of this. And I keep on telling everybody, please go see it. Please go support this movie. And I mean, because obviously we're getting the Multiverse of Madness next week. But I mean, I tell you what, you want to talk about a title, Multiverse of Madness? This Everything Everywhere All at Once is the Multiverse of Madness.
yes, yes, it is. Oh, and the sound. Have you listened to the soundtrack yet?
I haven't fully now.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah. Should check it out. No, but I mean, that's what I keep telling everybody. I mean, it's just, this month has been great because it's been nothing but like original stuff all over the place. I saw The Northman last night, finally.
Yes, I saw it. I watched your first reaction video.
Dude, like I said, I wanted to flat. I mean, geez, talk about just walking out of that thing like, I want to just like battle with something right now. Just talk about a heavy dose of testosterone.
I know. It also kind of felt like a Viking Hamlet.
Dude, it really was. I mean, and then, there's like I mean, obviously we know that it's a very known story or a revenge story and, you got to rescue mom and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, it's Robert Eggers, man. And you got his visual takes and just how he tells a story. And then all of a sudden he'll throw a curveball. Where you go, oh, well, that's fucked up. You just kind of go, okay, we're going this direction now. Cool. And yeah, just talk about a movie that just it's not, there's a reason why it was one of my most anticipated films of the year.
And it did not disappoint.
Did not disappoint. And I mean, I tell you, Mr. Skarsgård, I mean, I haven't seen too many things with him in it, but
go back to the True Blood days. I watched that show.
Yeah, there's True Blood. I mean, wasn't heavy in watching that show, but I remember when I was living with my brother and that he really watched that show. So sometimes I would sit and watch it. But that's where everybody kind of got, introduced. Yeah, it's pretty much where everybody got introduced. I mean, obviously you've seen him in Tarzan.
I still need to watch that. I've owned the Blu-ray of that for years. I still haven't watched it. But
it's all right. I don't know. It just didn't. It's Tarzan. It's the same. It's that story. It's a little different. Obviously, they try to go a different route by saying like, okay, this is more like a sequel to the story that and I thought that was cool. But at the same time, I don't know. It just didn't. It's enjoyable, but it just didn't. I think they were hoping that this is going to be like a whole new franchise, but just didn't quite reach the people, I guess. So I don't know.
Yeah, I still need to watch him. He's in Paramount Plus. Did a remake of The Stand. And he plays,
that's right.
He plays Randall Flagg.
That's right.
Watch that.
That's on Paramount. God damn. So many freaking streaming. I'm like, do I have that one? Do I know somebody that has that one?
Well, you know someone who has that one. I mean, you're talking to them. So I'm just,
true. Yeah. See, I know. Like start sharing.
Well, yeah, because I need to catch up. I think I'm like one behind on Halo at this point.
Yeah.
And then The Offer. That limited series about the making of The Godfather just dropped their first 3 episodes this week.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I definitely got to get on that thing, because like I said, I just obviously I watch Severance on Apple TV. I know there's other things on Apple TV. My mom keeps you got to watch this, watch that. So I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Slow Horses had their finale today.
Okay. Slow Horse. That's right. That's the one with Gary Oldman, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You told me about that one, so I'll watch that. But yeah, there's just so many things. And then you see all the CW stuff getting canceled today.
Well, and I'm not surprised by that.
No.
With the other shows when they immediately renewed Superman and Lois, Stargirl, and The Flash, it was like, and then you kept on waiting.
For the others.
For the others, I was like, okay, I kind of see how this is going. And like I said, I haven't watched any. Except I've seen the first season of Stargirl, and I want to watch season 2. And I watch Superman and Lois weekly. But everything else, everything else I dropped since Crisis. Yeah. So, and it just what I was telling Ray actually earlier was, at least for me now, I'm going to catch up because I'm a flipping completionist.
Yeah.
But at least I know there's an end point, which kind of helps when you have to do like a long binge. It's like,
you know what? That's true.
It's over.
Yeah.
So I know it's going to stop at some point.
I think, I'm kind of like that too. Like when I hear about something or a show and it's happening, and then when for some reason, if it's already like a couple seasons in, I'm like, all right, let me just wait till it ends and then I'll binge the whole thing, because I know it's going to start and a finish. I know, so I'm kind of like that too, where if it's already well into whatever show it is, I'll wait till it's like completely done, and I'll do that. But I got to catch up on Superman and Lois. I was like fully engaged in the first season, but I got to catch up on
season 2. Has taken some interesting twists and turns.
I've seen the Bizarro stuff.
Oh yeah. The thing that's been killing it this season, and it's just the CW thing, is all these flipping breaks.
Why did they do that?
Well, but the CW has always done it.
Yeah.
But it seems to be even worse than usual, especially with Superman and Lois, when Superman and Lois is already only a 13-episode season anyway. It made a little... movie starting.
All right. Take it easy, Scott. Enjoy yourself. That's kind of like a toilet flush. All right. Well, there you go. Mr. Scott McClellan, live from an IMAX theater. So there you go. So thank you, Scott, for joining in right there real quick. All right, we'll get some other people in here too. See when they pop in. But let's see who's out there. What's going on? Let's say hi to the folks here. See you guys all chatting already. Yo, what's going on, Mr. Freeman? How you doing? We got Eric Patterson right here. We got Roz Rules. Oh yes, yeah. I actually wanted to talk about that with Scott too. Pour one out for the icon himself, man. Mr. Neil Adams passed away today at the age of 80, which, lived a pretty full life. I mean, he did, it wasn't like, it was something, I think it was something with sepsis or something like that. I remember reading about it, but man, talk about a legend right there who, a lot of people were sharing the fact that, and it's true, the man really brought Batman back from the, obviously in the 60s and the golden age. Well, the golden age kind of went into the 70s too, but when it came to the campy stuff, trying to bring him back and just and bring Batman back to where he is. And then of course it went even darker in the 80s with Frank Miller, but just talk about doing that and then creating characters within the Batman mythos too. And just being a champion for creators' rights and everything like that. The man was truly a saint. So pour one out for Mr. Neil Adams. May he rest in peace. And I'm sure we'll talk about him again tonight. But cheers. Let's see who else we got here. We got Jason. What's up, Abel? We got Zed here. We got Video Gameaholic. Hi, Mom. Mama Film Junkies here. Ahoy, 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 ahoy. Mr. Jason McKenzie, how you doing? We got Steph here. Mrs. Nighthawk, how you doing? All right, who else do we got? We got Selena right there. Cool, a lot of people. We got Miss Gator Girl right there. We got William. Come to Vegas. Got a Top Gun screening happening too. I know one of these days I'm going to make my way out there. What's going on there, Mr. Andre? Good to see you. So one of these days I'll make it out there. For one of your screenings, William. I'll visit the Sci-Fi Center again, see what's going on there. But All right. Rest in peace, Mr. Neil Adams. All right. Got somebody else in the has joined the stream. All right. Got Mr. Chainsaw Reacts coming in right here. What's going on, Jordan? How you doing?
What's up, man? What's up?
Not much. Just chilling. Thanks for joining. I know it was like a little late notice. Like, hey, man, if you want to show up.
Yeah, I'm just going to get this whole thing situated here. There you go. Water.
There you go. Stay hydrated.
My little Cthulhu.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's cool. So, it could be a blessed stream again.
It's been a crazy week in terms of
a little
news,
bit.
Man.
There's been some things that have come about. Some things, and then even today, I know you're big on talking about the CW shows and everything like that. So
I did a show. I have a show on my channel now, and we literally had the whole thing was planned for the show this week. For Friday was CinemaCon. Okay.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I see a tweet. I'm like, is this a fake tweet? So I had to look it up. Batwoman's canceled. All right. Kind of saw it coming. John Watts drops Fantastic Four directing. Okay. And then about 30 minutes before our show, Legends of Tomorrow. I'm like, well, that's less surprising, but I'm like, okay. So we had to like jam all that in, plus everything else. It's like, my God, because I really thought CinemaCon, this is it, but no.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think anybody was shocked about Batwoman. I mean, I think I watched clips, but I never really got into it. Legends I got into, and then I kind of fell off, just like with everything else in the Arrowverse. Like, just even talking about with Scott before you jumped on, it's just, now that Superman and Lois, I definitely need to get into, because I really enjoyed that first season, and I just haven't jumped on the second season. So maybe when the second season like finishes, but then at the same time, they always do those breaks in the middle, It's
because literally Superman and Lois is on like a 3-week break. And then it came back this week. They have an episode next week. Then they're on break again.
What the fuck?
I don't know. And they only have 15 episodes to air this season. Only 15. And they're like, guys, we got to do it again. Like, no, you don't. But I don't know, dude. It doesn't make sense, the scheduling of this whole thing. And I was kind of theorizing on my show tonight with my co-host Andy, and we were like discussing, and I was like, this might have something to do with Warner Brothers Discovery. Because the news of Flash and Superman and Lois returning for next year came before the merger officially happened. And I'm like, these shows are kind of on the border. Like, is it gonna pass, or is it gonna stay behind? And I kept saying, they have all these other shows they're wanting to do on the network. They're not going to continue some of these shows. It's just not feasible. And HBO Max is now a viable thing. It's not like a new streaming service. It's been in the market for years. They're going to start making more DC content for HBO Max. They're going to not put it on other platforms anymore. Plus, they're trying to sell the CW. They're going to and we're supposed to get a Green Lantern show for HBO Max. We're supposed to be getting a spin-off Kite Man show from Harley Quinn. They're going to start making more. They're going to start making more DC content for HBO Max. They're not going to stick with just CW. That's just how it is.
I kind of wondered about Gotham Knights, because that's supposed to be a CW show, and now I'm kind of wondering, is that going to be a CW show, or are they just going to be like?
I feel like it will, but the way they were establishing it is that it's not in the same Earth as Superman and Lois or Flash, like Earth Prime now after Crisis. It's not connected to Batwoman, so it's not on the same Gotham. So it's its own thing. It's a DC show in the multiverse, but in terms of connectivity to everything else, no. And I think the Arrowverse, as we know it in terms of Arrow, Flash, Superman and Lois, Supergirl, all these shows that spun off of Arrow, it's dying. It's slowly coming to an end. It had
a good run. I mean,
they had a good run. I mean, the Golden Era, back when they had their crossovers, were like the biggest thing each year in terms of people. Like, if you don't watch all the shows, you got to watch the crossover, because they're gonna do some crazy shit. But I'm looking forward to the next thing for, like, in terms of HBO Max. Like, what is, like, when we finally get the Green Lantern show, what's going to be, how big is it really going to be?
Yeah.
The Penguin show, how big is that going to be? And I feel like it's the new era of DC. Plus, I think David Zaslav's like, we're going to focus on a streaming platform, so we're not going to send our stuff over.
He wants to, yeah, he definitely wants to. And I think, with the Batman being successful, and there's so much to build in that world. It's just funny because you think Titans, that's kind of, it's in Batman's world. It's in the Batverse, and then we got this Gotham Knights. That's also a Batverse. It's like they just keep on like having and we only have one kind of Superman universe. That's Superman and Lois. We're still waiting on if they're going to continue anything on going with Man of Steel, but. And they just keep on banking on Batman, and I'm just kind of going, man, as much as I love that, because, obviously it's Batman, I'm just like, come on, you guys got to start. I think with what Zaslav wants to do is like, we're going to have the movies, the big movies, but we've got to utilize streaming, of course, to expand the worlds. And that's really all you can do, especially with the way everything's is nowadays. With, I mean, look at what Marvel's doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Is the fact it's like, oh yeah, we got the big movies, but yeah, we'll take like a little bit of break, and then we'll have these characters over here in streaming series, and it's all working for them. I mean, it really is.
Feige was he came out on CinemaCon. He's like, yeah, we're planning out the next 10 years right now.
I know.
So,
they're gonna like go to like a camp or something like that, or
they've done it before where they planned out. I think like they did like one, I think back in 2014 or something, and they planned out up to Endgame. Obviously, it wasn't Endgame at the time, but they planned out the rest of the phases of Thanos, and then so like he had planned out 5 years, and that was phase 4 at 2019 Comic-Con, and now it's the next 10 years. So it's like all the shows, all the movies, and now apparently they're doing an animation division because they have X-Men 97 and they got other things in the works because they have that Spider-Man freshman year. They have a lot of stuff. So like it's a lot of planning. And it's probably why he has so many people under him, because he can't handle all of it.
Oh no, there's no way. I mean, I'm sure they have a big giant whiteboard somewhere that's just like,
and that's what David wants. David Zaslav, he wants that for DC. Not like necessarily they're all connected under the same continuity, but he wants to have it to where it all feels seamless. Like there's no hiccups. It's all going to be either on the HBO Max or it's going to be on theatrical, and that was the big push from what I'm understanding for Warner Brothers Discovery at CinemaCon. Was their big push was theatrical experience, because they're trying to go, where we apologize for that day and date HBO thing. Sorry. So they had to go and like kiss asses and go, sorry, apologize. That was an old regime. We got a new regime now. We're good. We got a new sheriff in town.
Man, I tell you what, it's just like, I mean, it seemed like a good idea at the time. It seemed like the solution at the time with Kylar, and I still kind of back it up. I was like, well, it just seemed like that was the solution at the time. But then I started hearing from, about other things too. And it was just like, okay, I don't know. It's just such a weird thing, because now that we're coming out of it, and now it's just like, okay, now Kylar's not there. And now they're just kind of going, okay, we got to, hey, guess what? We got a bunch of movies coming out, and then they'll be on HBO Max 45 days. We got a 45-day window now. And I think that the Batman was pretty much the first one that had that 45-day window. And apparently it's done it did gangbusters in the box office, doing gangbusters on HBO Max. And they have a lot of extras too, which is great. It's like literally putting on a DVD, because like right underneath it just has extras, behind the scenes, deleted scene, behind the scenes, has all this stuff. It's like, please, like, do more of that. Yeah,
it's a smart move too, because everyone's like, we already have a 3-hour cut. It's like, and then we get all these bonus features after the fact. But you don't have to wait too long, because usually you have to wait like months for any bonus content. So that was really smart on their part. And then Disney Plus does the same thing. Even though those movies, most of them been out for years, a lot of the special features are on there as well. Like you can literally, and I like the fact too, it's like when you think back on like commentary over films, you have to like go to the special features on the Blu-ray. On Disney Plus, if it's available, like you can watch the Avengers Endgame commentary, and the movie will just play with the commentary. Like it's just so seamless. I'm like, it's the technology. It's insane. David Zaslav, I mean, he's going to go all in. Like he made the Discovery streaming service, even though I had barely used it. Me and my wife started using it a few months ago, and it's seamless.
It's good, huh?
So much content. There's lots of I wouldn't watch, but there's a lot of stuff. But he's made it work because there's so much variety of content on that one streaming service, and then the idea of combining both at some point, it's going to have so much. And then, and I think too, it's like that article that came out, and I think you definitely covered it with the whole thing about the shakeup of DC. Yeah, wanting to do that. We're already starting to see it. Shows are getting chopped. Like, nope, this ain't gonna work. Nope. And people are like, they could save it, right? Like, no, it's not gonna be saved.
It's not gonna go to Netflix. Netflix ain't gonna save Batwoman. No. I'm sorry.
And and if they wanted to save Batwoman or Legends of Tomorrow, the two shows that got canceled today, they could just pick it up right away. But they've known for weeks that the CW wasn't going to pick it up. It was just done.
Legends, how many seasons? 5, 6? They had a good run.
It had 7, and it had a cliffhanger. It had a cliffhanger with Booster Gold. With Booster Gold. Donald Faison.
Right. I remember hearing about that. Yeah. What's his name? From
Donald Faison.
Yeah. Oh man.
It was weird seeing him on that show. I mean, it
Totally forgot.
it kind of fit because of Scrubs,
Yeah.
but in terms of like him playing Booster Gold, I'm like, it's kind of weird because he was supposed to play the professor in Powerpuff Girls, and
Oh, that's right. That got shit, man.
it hasn't been officially announced, but we know what
Yeah.
happened to that.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as they
Oh.
went, we lost Chloe Bennett as Blossom. We're gonna find a new Blossom, and that was how long ago? Over 6 months ago. No news. Wait, no.
Well, I mean, we kept hearing about like how crappy the pilot episode was,
yeah.
and then apparently,
And then
remember some
the script leaked.
pages- Yeah, people were like, "What the hell is this?" I was never into Powerpuff Girls,
Mhm.
and I was not going to watch this show anyways. But I mean, I read some of that shit, and I went, "Wow."
I
They're
wouldn't
gonna
be
go
surprised
Yeah.
if they try to do it HBO Max. Not with the same cast or creative, but
Oh,
I'm
no.
saying they might try to do something, or they might just go new animated series. Like they already did a newer one, they could do another one for HBO Max.
Another one, and another one, and
another. That's what it feels like, you know. And I'm still waiting for that Young Justice season 5 renewal. I'm still waiting for that.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that. I still got to catch up on that. Too.
Okay, how far are you behind?
I'm behind. Well, like because it originally ended after season 3, right? Or
2.
when did it end? 2. That's right.
Yep.
See?
Dark Side and Vandal Savage.
I think I think I've only gotten through 1 or 2 seasons, so I got to catch up on that too. So I'm behind on my DC shows.
They're covering something right now that is just I thought they would never do.
No shit.
And now that they're doing it, it changes the game, changes everything. It involves a little individual that you have to deal
well, don't say anything because I think I'll start watching it. I know you want to.
Well, I want to tell you so bad because you're gonna go.
What?
I'm doing this right now.
Yeah, no, I'll put it on. I'll fire it up this weekend because when it showed up on HBO Max, I would have it on, you know, and just be catching and getting familiar with it again. But then when all the new seasons came out, I just didn't, you know, again, just need to catch up. Same with Superman and Lois and all the Bizarro stuff I've been seeing too with that. And I'm like, it's getting interesting.
I love the fact that they tricked us so bad. And I'm telling people like, guys, it's not Doomsday. Like it's first appearance Doomsday. You see the costume, guys. It's not Doomsday. Think back on season 1. What did they do? Tricked us. They're gonna do it again, and they did. Yeah. It was freaking Doomsday. No, it was Bizarro, and then he actually wasn't the villain.
Yeah. See? Yeah, I mean, it seems like when it comes to Superman and Lois, they're really focusing. They're like, we got to keep this one because everything else is kind of like had their time, except for, of course, Batwoman didn't really get the legs that it needed. I think it started off maybe it was like, okay, yeah, that's cool. It's, you know, but not a lot of people were talking about it. And then all of a sudden when what's her name left and then they had a recast, that really hurt it too. And it just never was gonna take off. It just never was.
Yeah, because my co-host Andy made a point when we were talking about it during the segment. It was like, first of all, season 1 with Kate Ruby was its own thing. And then they continued the storylines into season 2, but realistically, it's like a reboot, kind of a reboot, because we have a brand new character, Ron Wilder, showing up. So instead of recasting and continuing, it would have been just season 2. We just pretend it's the same Kate. But since we have a new character, and then when you get into season 3, it's technically Ryan's season 2. And so it's kind of jarring because they're like, because they didn't finish their storylines. They had 3 more episodes of things to film and put out, but they didn't. They had to shut down. So there's like, we're just going to continue like how? Because all these things that are tying into Kate, and you're like, we got a new character. Kate's gone. Huh? It doesn't make any sense because it's like there's one major thing revolving around a fake Bruce Wayne. And it's like, how do you make that feasible with a brand new character who has no ties? Unless you're going to say, oh, she is tied to Bruce Wayne. Like, but it doesn't.
It's not the same as
no, because if it's Kate, it's her cousin, and it's
they're related.
And then they did the fan casting. They got Wallace Day to play Kate later in season 2, and then they wrote her off the show. Like,
I remember seeing that, and I'm like, okay, so, and I never bothered to really but I remember seeing that she was coming and gonna play Kate. They were gonna bring her back, but then I didn't hear anything about that again. I was like, okay,
she apparently appeared sporadically, and then she's gone. So
I don't know. what a mess. But hopefully, I mean, you got that, but then of course, when it comes to the movies, it's kind of messy too, especially when I mean, it just seems like you can't really catch a break because, obviously with all the Ezra stuff, and then now you got Amber Heard is just like big time in the news. Oh, I mean, it's
I just found the footage descriptions at CinemaCon this week is just so funny because it's like they showed a lot of Mira. I'm like, really? And then what about the Flash trailer? They didn't really show a lot of them. They showed a lot of Keaton. I'm like, but that's the big push. But also, it's like you don't really want to show a lot of them because it's awkward because everyone's sitting there during the Warner Brothers Discovery presentation watching the Flash clips or the footage and going, yeah, we all know. Yeah. We all know.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think is going to happen? Nothing?
Well, I think when it comes to Ezra,
loaded question. I know. It's a lot.
It's a lot, but I think soon, and I'm I'm pretty much know that this is what's going to happen is there's going to be on Ezra's side of the whole thing, his people, PR, they're going to come out and pretty much there's going to be a statement. There's going to be all kinds of stuff coming out from there, from what I'm gathering, and just behind the scenes, what I've been hearing, and then things that have been sent to me. And, it's nothing I'm going to reiterate right now or anything like that. When the time comes, I'll talk about it then. But I think it's just, the side of Ezra is going to come out with some statements and sides of the story. And so it's going to be one of those things again. This is what kind of sucks about this whole thing, because even like with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, it's just, even though that lawyer is a fucking idiot that Amber Heard has, and he keeps on saying hearsay, even to his own fucking question, it's like, it is all hearsay. I mean, a lot of things are just hearsay, but at the same time, it's like, you have to hear both sides. You can't just go, oh, well, we heard from this one side, so automatically we think the other side's a piece of shit. No, you got to hear both sides. So Ezra's side's going to be coming out, and Warner Brothers really just needs, I mean, who knows what they're doing right now, but they just really need to be like, hey, man, we get that you are under a lot of pressure, which he is. He's under a lot of pressure because, Ezra is an indie actor. Not a lot of people knew about him before The Flash. I knew about him because he was on like a couple episodes of like season 3 of Californication, which I loved him, but he was like, he was a kid then. So he was an indie actor, and then all of a sudden he just starts, now he's in 2 big franchises for Warner Brothers. One of them is fizzling out like big time. Fantastic Beasts. Let's face it. That last one didn't, it didn't do terrible. And I don't feel like it bombed. It just didn't do Harry Potter numbers. I mean, that's what they wanted. They wanted to see like it,
and it's never going to be that.
It's never going to be that. It's not even Harry. I mean, when that idea came about, I was like, how is that going to work without Harry Potter? And it worked. Seemed like the first one almost made $1 billion, and then it just, the second one lower, and then this one lower. And it's like, okay, nobody's really interested in this anymore unless you have Harry Potter or some kind of, and I'm pretty sure that they're turning their wheels on that. But I think even Daniel Radcliffe has said, I'm done with that. That's not, I'm not going to do that again.
But I'm wondering too, it's like, give it a couple years. Give it a couple years. He'll be like,
and then they just back up that dump truck full of fucking money. Beep, beep, beep.
Because they saw how big that reunion special was on HBO Max. That thing is massive. Yeah. So like they know if they do a not Cursed Child, but a new story, it's gonna not saying it's gonna break $1 billion, but it's probably gonna break $1 billion. Everyone's gonna go see that movie.
Oh yeah. So when it comes to that, I think well, I mean, obviously Ezra needs help. There's things that he's dealing with that for surely that Ezra needs help. And hopefully Warner Brothers can supply that help, or family members can really get the help, because I mean, they pushed the movie. I mean, it's not coming out for another year, which of course that's going to be a pain in the ass for spoilers. I mean, unless you just disconnect from fucking social media till next year, you're gonna hear stuff, but and which sucks, but it's just the way things are. But I think I'm just hoping that they could salvage. I mean, I think when the marketing kicks in, they're definitely going to be pushing. They're definitely going to be pushing the Michael Keaton aspect of it.
Oh yeah,
big time. That's I mean, even the trailer. I mean, the trailer was heavy with Michael Keaton, and then the fact that he says his iconic "Want to get nuts? Let's get nuts," which I think is cheesy, but I could see. I mean, I could see the.
I want to know, why
context.
he randomly says that. Like, what's the context of that?
I think, you know what? I'm hoping it was like a trailer thing. It's like, just put that in the trailer.
Okay.
You know, you show it at CinemaCon. Everybody goes, "Oh my God." And then it gets everybody buzzing. And then I'm like, but don't put it in the movie. It's just because like, it just doesn't seem like there any kind of non-cheesy context could that line actually be, you know, in the movie, because it's just like, really, you're just gonna regurgitate a line that you said that you said in front of the Joker in Vicky Vale's apartment when you broke a vase with a fire poker. Like, no, buddy. I mean, that's just
it feels like a throwaway thing at the moment, but everyone like just grabbed onto it. Like, that's the line. I'm like, okay. It's a weird line to grab on and go, that's the line I remember.
Yeah, because I think, I mean, if you think about it, what was more, you know, I mean, obviously, if you said I'm Batman, that's just the normal thing. But there isn't. They probably just were like, what's a line that people would like go, oh, and do the whole Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, Once Upon a Time point thing. What would people do? And I think that's they kind of came up with it'll be this line right here where he says, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." But I mean, as much as I love that. I use it as a drop. I use it at the beginning of my shows, and I love that. But it's just, I'm going, yeah, but I don't know if I want to see that in this.
I wonder if he says it like serious. I want to get nuts.
Or does he have like a creepy smile on his face? I don't know. Yeah, I know. I didn't get. I mean, I didn't get that.
He turns around in his chair. He's wearing Joker makeup. Like, oh, wait a minute, what happened?
That would be a twist. Yeah,
that would be the twist.
Yeah. Let's get nuts. And I see some people saying like saying this too about the Flash is like, replace Ezra with Grant Gustin, and I'm like, no.
I made a video about that because the tweets came up again, like just going crazy after Ezra was arrested again.
Yeah.
And I said, look, if Warner Brothers fires Ezra from the Flash and replaces Ezra, it's not going to be Grant, because Grant is ready to move on. Grant made a point when he signed his season 9 contract before they even announced season 9 that he only wants to do 15 episodes, regardless of how many episodes they do for season 9. If it's 18, he's not going to be there for 3. They're doing 20 this year. If they do 20 next year, he's not going to be there for 5. He's only doing, he's a dad now. He's putting his priorities.
Oh, that's right, he is. Huh?
Yeah, so he's wanting to, you know, limit his time. And also too, it's like they have a lot of other characters they can focus. I mean, they have his kids from the future who keep showing up, so they can just use them more, which is fine, because there's rumors they're getting a spinoff show, which I would love because I like them. But the thing is, like, Grant is ready to move on, and he's ready because he literally signed on to a new agency to start doing more movies. He did a Netflix movie recently, but he signed a new agency to start working on more movies. So he's preparing himself to move on,
transition. Yeah.
And that doesn't mean Flash. He's not going to do it. And that would it would just be too confusing to go, okay, so Barry is now transitioning from a show to now this movie with a whole different cast. And he's just the new he's just the new Flash. People are just saying it because it's the easy answer, because he already plays the character.
Yeah.
That's it.
You know, and that's what I hate about it too. It's like, think about the actual person, you know, and think about the actual people that are involved. It's like, you know, it's not an easy solution. And it's not like people are just going to go, oh, okay, we're just going to accept that the guy who was playing the Flash in the TV show is now in the movie. No, it's not how it works.
Yeah. And you can't say, oh, it's a different Barry, but it's the same actor. Like, no, because everyone's going to say, is this connected to the Flash show? And they're going to go, it's too confusing. Plus, imagine the trailer they dropped for DC Fandom last year.
Yeah.
Just replace all that footage and just drop Grant as his Flash in there. It would be so jarring, because okay, so there's 2 versions of Grant. We've already had that on the show Flash. He played
exactly. It's already been done.
He was Savitar. So you have 2 Flashes. You have Supergirl there, and then he's talking to Michael Keaton's Batman. I mean, that would be really interesting, but still, he's already met Ezra's Flash.
Yeah.
So
I already established that.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. No. So it's if they do go that far and reshoot the movie, which they wouldn't do. It should be ridiculous. But if David Zaslav like just pulls the trigger and just says we're going to reshoot and figure this out, they're not going to get Grant. But people just campaigning for it because it's the
it's easy. I know there's like DC fans want to see. It's like, is it really DC fans?
No, is
it a DCU fans? No, it's I don't
been
think
a minority group of people over the years that have asked for it.
Yeah,
but now it's the popular thing because everyone's saying it because Ezra's a bad person. So I get it. Ezra's done some really shitty things, and Ezra, something needs to happen to Ezra, and Ezra needs help. But saying let's just do the popular thing and just throw in the guy who's played. Do you watch his show now? I bet you don't. I bet you don't. People are like, yeah, let's get. He's been doing it for 8 years. You may not like all the stories, but he's doing stories. He's got his own show. He's being the Flash. He rode the Lightning this week, and they played Ride the Lightning Metallica on.
No shit,
dude. I flipped my fucking shit. He said he gets the gold boots from Armageddon, so he's like talking, and he's like some tech Margot Jar or whatever, and then Chester's like, I think that could happen, and then he starts running up the freaking building. I'm like, no shit. Like, don't tell me what you're thinking of doing. He's like, oh yeah, and he throws like some sort of like ball or disc or something of lightning, and it stays in place. And he steps on the lightning and is running on the lightning towards the villain. And they're playing Ride Lightning, and then a little bit later he goes, "We got to fight fire with fire." I'm like, oh, dude. I don't know how much they paid for that Metallica song, but I was like losing my mind.
They paid a good amount of money for that.
Yeah, they abridged the hell out of it. They actually played a bit of the solo.
Oh wow,
that was so good. He's flying through the air. It's like, oh, he's flying through the fucking air. He's going for him. It was awesome.
God, that is. I mean, it does sound. Okay, Jose, it sounds corny and lame, sure, but you're talking about two Metallica fans right here, so
literally he rode the lightning.
Yeah, the song called "Ride the Lightning," and then I remember when the Wonder Woman 84 trailer came out, and then the last shot where she's literally like swinging from lightning bolts. I was like, somebody please put Ride the Lightning over this, and somebody dubbed it over it, and I was like, yeah.
I remember we talked about this.
Yeah, I think we did too.
Red Lightning, but also too, it's like around the same time that she was riding the lightning.
Yeah,
Donna on Titans dying from lightning.
Right,
from the stupidest thing, a tower, and then she
what?
Like, okay.
I know, and then and then of course they had that whole storyline of the afterlife and bringing her.
Yeah, and of course they had to go this whole route of like, are they going to bring back Hawk? No, he's ready to move on. Plus, he went on to a better show apparently.
Reacher is a fucking fantastic show. I need to watch. So happy when that got renewed. I was like, thank you, because it's perfect. I mean, it fit his personality first off, because he could play that sarcastic type, but then also serious, and he's a big fucking dude. It's a big step up from Tom Cruise, which I know a lot of Jack Reacher fans were not too happy with the movies because like, hey, wait, Tom Cruise is like 5'2". What are you doing here? Even one of my buddies who reads those books, he was like, yeah, it's kind of weird that Tom Cruise is that. It's like, yeah, but it's Tom Cruise. But now they actually got somebody who's like, oh yeah, he fits the character. And I really enjoyed I haven't read the books or anything like that, but I really enjoyed the shit out of Reacher.
Yeah, I need to watch. There's a ton of shows I need to.
Catch up on.
I'm just so behind on so much. It's ridiculous because
right now ones that are like, obviously we're dealing in the nerd shit, so you want to catch up and talk about those. It's hard.
I'm watching now for the first time the 2004 animated show, The Batman.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I've watched it in the past.
It's really bizarre.
Oh yeah, it's
like
different
designs. Joker. The last week's episode I watched, Joker. He got a fake Joker, and he has a machine that can card people. They turn into giant cards, and he needs his full deck of 52. And then Bruce has to pretend to be Joker in his Joker cell because he got stuck in there, and he has to pretend to be Joker in the dark. And like Bruce channels his inner Joker. I'm like, this is a weird show, but I'm loving it. This is so weird.
I know. And then we got the new the Cape Crusader that's going to be coming out next year. That's going to be interesting.
And they haven't announced cast yet for that, right? I don't think
so. Because it's still, it's not coming out till I think it's next year or end of next year, or maybe two. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit,
Are we doing a DC fandom this year? Did they got a DC fandom? Do
I'm
we know?
sure they have to. They
They
have
better
to.
drop a trailer for that thing. They
Oh, yeah,
better.
they
I'm
should.
tired of waiting.
Drop a trailer, drop the cast,
Mhm.
drop some art, more arts of what the characters are going to look like. I mean, every time they talk about it, even at the last DC fandom, the fact that they said like, oh, this is more Batman the animated series than Batman the animated series, and I was like, sold right there. That's all you needed to say.
How could you
Because
top yourself?
yeah, I
That's
know.
the
Well,
thing.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, and me and Scott, we do Batman the Fanimated stream every week going over the episodes, and just when we talk about these episodes, I mean, one of the things that we always bring up is the fact that they were restricted because of TV and what you can actually show on TV and everything, and the codes and everything like that, all the rules that they had to abide by, and how they try to push the rules as much as possible. And Scott will always bring up when they push the rules, or they might have got away with something right here. I think when it comes to this series, they're going to be able to do whatever the fuck they want, and that's what I'm thinking. Is like, okay, that's what they mean by what more Batman the Animated Series than Batman the Animated Series, because they wanted to make it more probably like Mask of the Phantasm, because Mask of the Phantasm was a little more adult because there was blood, there was sex, kind of, but or at least like, hey, something's going on. There's a lot more. It was lot more adult, I guess you could say. So I think they're gonna really push it when it comes to this new series, and I'm like, fuck yeah.
Well, the
please.
question is this: are they going mostly new cast, or are they going to?
think so. I don't think it's gonna be. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be any. I mean, as far as I know, I mean, I think
the rumor before this thing was announced was that they were doing a sequel to the Batman the Animated Series.
yeah.
And that it was going to be the return of all the actors who are still alive, and they were going to be, I'm like,
That was the rumor, but I think this
mean-
is going to be a completely different thing.
and if it is, completely fine. But if that trailer starts playing and Kevin Conroy's voice comes up,
Oh,
I'm
jeez.
going to lose my shit. But if it's a new
Okay.
Batman, that's completely fine, because I'm actually liking the voice for the 2004 animated show. Like, it's
Oh, yeah.
different. It's its own unique thing, and I'm fine with it being a new take. But you want to
I
get
know.
Kevin Conroy? I'm ready. But
Kevin
yeah,
Conroy, yeah, but I think at the same time though, it's like he's getting up there, and sometimes the voice is sounding a little too growly, so they might want to just like, and
he needs to be growly. Maybe he needs
Yeah.
to. Yeah,
I know it's
to the
nice.
point now where he's actually old enough to be old Bruce Wayne from Batman Beyond.
I know, right?
And that was the rumor for Crisis when he actually showed up in live action. Like, oh, and I love that he did the Batman voice. He just did the Batman voice. He didn't like talk as Kevin. He was just, all right, I'll just be Bruce. They probably told him just be Bruce. Like, all right.
No, it's great. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, when that happened, it was like, wow, really? He's actually, I mean, and just the fact that he was like that, he was that old grizzled Batman that just was like, fuck all this stuff and everything, and I thought it was like perfect. Just, I mean, that was such a big thing. I mean, having that, and then of course having also the Ezra and Grant meetup thing. I mean, it was just there's a lot of good things. I mean, at least they were really nailing the. I mean, that's the thing when it comes to the Arrowverse, is the fact that now that it's winding down, but it had a really good run, and it had a lot of, there might have been things in there that you could point and be like, what the fuck were they thinking there? Sure. There's a lot of that, but there was also a lot of, wow. And that's not what they were doing over at Marvel. I mean, Marvel was having little difficulties trying to like do some stuff when it came to TV. Now they're really doing it well. I mean, of course they had, the Netflix stuff, but that was all interesting, and Iron Fist.
Moving those shows to Disney Plus is interesting. They own the content, but I thought it'd go to Hulu, but I guess not. I mean,
I guess they have the parental controls or something like that, which makes sense. But then, of course, we're wondering, like, okay, when we get Daredevil back, how gritty is that going to be? Or are you going to tame it down? I think they're going to tame it down, probably, but who knows?
He's rumored to be an Echo in the Echo series, which an Echo show. Okay, I mean, if it's a way to get Kingpin and Daredevil in it, because apparently they're both in the show.
I mean, she's a fascinating character. I mean, but they're just. I think it's just one of those things where it's like, hey, and I even think they even said that there probably won't be a Hawkeye season 2. I guess maybe it didn't do.
If they do a continuation, it's probably just gonna be a Kate Bishop show. It's not gonna be a Clint continuation as well.
No.
I mean, I don't think that's the end of Clint Barton after the end of the Hawkeye. I just feel like that was their way of giving him like a last hoorah in terms of his own title thing, and then he may pop up down the road in another Avengers or some other show or movie. But it's more about introducing Kate, because I feel like Kate's going to play a major role moving forward, which I mean makes sense, because I mean the character's been asked for years, so you finally get her, and then you have a new Black Widow, Yelena. So I mean, you gotta build that up, you know.
It's probably what they're going to do. No, it makes sense. I mean, I think that was strictly what that show was supposed to do, is introduce Kate Bishop. And then, you know, of course, it's Haley Steinfeld, who's young and everybody's just like in love with her. Even me, of course. But, you know, it's just like one of those things where it's like, yeah, she's popular. You might as well and then, of course, you have what's her name, who's playing Yelena. It's like, yeah, there's got to be more there. The fact is like, and I think that's where Marvel's like doing the smart thing. I mean, what are they doing when it comes to their main people? I mean, that's what they're really trying to do with like the main four, are like, well, just the main Avengers, you know. They're Scarlett Johansson's done. So now you got Yelena. Cool. That works. Same thing with like Renner. It's like, all right, you've kind of had your time. Now we got, you know, Haley Steinfeld, we got Kate Bishop. And then when it comes to, I mean, I know they're trying to do the Ironheart thing when it comes to Iron Man. That's going to be a challenge, because it's very, very difficult to replace that. But they need their Iron something. They have their new Captain America, which they thought they did a good job of like, all right, give it to Sam. And that was great. Cool. Sweet. And you also have Bucky there too, just in case. But at the same time, it's like, and then now they're trying to do the She-Hulk and the Ironheart. That's where I'm kind of wondering, how are they going to pull that off?
Ironheart's probably more difficult. I feel like She-Hulk breaks the fourth wall. She's definitely a unique character. I feel like she's not going to be the replacement of Hulk necessarily. I feel like it's more like Hulk is not going to be around too much. But it's not about like where he's just gone. I just feel like they're going to try to focus more on other characters. Plus, I think She-Hulk is more of a comedic character in a sense, in terms of her breaking the fourth wall and just like, I mean, apparently there's in the footage, I mean, she talks to Kevin Feige at one point, like she's directly referencing Kevin Feige. So, but then also too, it's like your whole thing about Ironheart. People were wanting Morgan, his daughter, but like she's too young, and it's not going to happen. And apparently, she was in No Way Home, and they cut her scene.
Yeah,
so that's kind of a bummer. If they wanted to continue Morgan's storyline, that's completely fine. Because I think eventually, at some point, when the actress is older, I'm not saying they're going to put her in an iron suit, but I feel like she might play a role, because her father being the guy who sacrificed his life to take out Thanos and everything. I mean, that has to be important to these heroes. I mean, and who knows? She might end up being as smart as her dad.
And they were almost kind of setting it up too, and like, I mean, in Endgame, where she literally was like wearing the helmet, like, you know, the helmet of, you know, of what's so it was kind of like setting it up right here. What's going on? And then I thought even what's his name, like when they showed the kid from Iron Man 3 at the funeral, I thought, well, why not that kid take over this whole thing? I thought maybe that would be a good idea if they did something like with him, but I know they want to, be true to, you know, some of the source material with the Ironheart thing. They want to go that route, but it's just going to be difficult, because they've pretty much nailed the transition with some of these other characters, but that one's going to be probably the most difficult, because, and then of course everybody's wondering what's happening in Multiverse of Madness, where it's like, are we going to get this superior Iron Man? Is it going to be Tom Cruise? And I'm like,
I don't think we will. I don't think so. I mean, if he's in it, they've really hit it. But and there's some people going out saying they cut him out. Okay, so they got one of the biggest movie stars of all time.
They would not cut him out
to get a part of a schedule that's free, where he's not actually doing something. Because if he's not shooting a movie, he is practicing sort of crazy stunt he can actually pull off.
He's hanging from planes. Yeah.
And so you're going to get him on set. You're going to fit him for a suit, or get all the stuff prepared.
Mocap stuff or whatever.
Mocap it up, and you're going to cut him? No, they would not do that. So if he's not in it, it's fine. You know, I mean, there's already a lot of craziness in this movie with the Illuminati, and the fact that, you know, they're going to be traveling through multiple, you know, like throughout the multiverse, multiple different Earths. I mean, who knows what they're doing in this movie? Apparently, in the TV spot, there's a living tribunal shot. I'm like, if that's true, what? This movie's going to it. Then you think back, it's Sam Raimi. Okay, it makes sense. The dude's gonna go balls out. He doesn't care, because he referenced Doctor Strange and Spider-Man 2.
Yeah,
he's loved this character so long, so he finally got a chance to do the craziest movie ever in Marvel's history, and in terms of like insanity. So yeah, he's gonna go crazy as hell, and he's not gonna hold back. Apparently, the movie's brutal in terms of deaths and stuff. So.
Oof.
I don't know.
But I was pretty surprised by the runtime being just over 2 hours. Though.
Yeah.
It's like, this movie with all this craziness, you're gonna just condense it down to about 2 hours, huh? Because
the first 20 minutes was showed at CinemaCon, and apparently they don't waste time.
Yeah,
they're going quick.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. If and I've always said, like, when people always dwell on runtimes, which when you see a runtime and kind of go, okay, well, let's hope that. Okay, does it move? Sure. But then when it comes noticeable that there was more in scenes, that's where I kind of go, shit. And when I watched Mortal Kombat, I went, all right, this is going way too quick. You're just explaining this way too quick. Exposition. It's just nonstop. And then when it came to Morbius, the same thing. It's like, holy shit, how did it? He was on the roof and you just chased him down, and then all of a sudden we're in the jail. What the hell? Like, how quick was that? That took like 6 seconds. What's going on here? And you just can tell. That's the only thing I'm worried about. But I'm hoping that it's like, no. I'm sure they cut some things, because even Bruce Campbell said that like last week or something, that they're constantly changing things, because obviously there's a bigger picture that they have to worry about. Yeah. So it's like, okay, we got to get rid of this because that's no longer going anywhere, and now we have to introduce this. And so it's going to be interesting. I'm curious to see. I'm not going to rule it out as, this movie got chopped with shit or something.
You bring up Mortal Kombat. Oh,
I know.
I just remember, because I remember there's one thing about Cabal was going to go talk to I forget who. But
I said, like Cabal's character though in that movie.
Yeah, he was like, it's like, I know who that is. It's like, okay. And then the very next scene, he talks to him. I'm like,
yeah.
Usually, when you reveal, I know said other person on the other side, you build up to it. You don't just go next scene. Like, literally, it's like, I know who that guy is. I'll go talk to him. And then it cuts to the next scene. 10 seconds later, is that you? It's me. Like,
yeah, though, I mean, there was like a whole like jump to like they go to Outworld and like Melina's like walking up to Shang Tsung, and it looks like they had a full-on battle. They have like grime and dirt on them and stuff like that. I'm like, wait, what is happening here? Like, did we miss something? Because they look like they just went through like some shit right now, but we didn't see it. It just cut to this scene, and we're talking about stuff that's going to be happening and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. It's just, that's got to be brutal for a filmmaker when you have to like remove big, huge chunks, and you're just like you're in the edit bay, probably in the wee hours, just trying to make it work without like, just really, we need to have a 90-minute runtime. So I mean, that's what I
said, that they cut stuff.
Yeah, they definitely did. But it's like, it's just, to me, it's like, all right, HBO Max, you have HBO Max, make Mortal Kombat a series. I mean, there's so much there. Yeah. There's so many characters. There's so much lore there. There's so much history there. Just make it a series. I mean, they try to do that. I mean, it was a YouTube series, and it was different. It was interesting. But I mean, at the same time, I liked what they were trying to do. They were really going, okay, we can have full-on episodes that have backstory for these characters. And they really could. I mean, to be honest, I wish that they would actually just start over. Don't have a Cole character. That was just ridiculous. You should have just made him Johnny Cage, because essentially he was Johnny Cage.
Yeah.
And then just kind of just go back and just build up to the tournament, have backstories for all these characters, and then finally reach the tournament. That could be like the cliffhanger to like the first season, and then the second season can be the turn. Oh man. Mortal Kombat 2 starts filming in January. I didn't hear about that. I don't know. That's true. Somebody said in the chat. I don't know, but it's just like, it's rough. But it's like, you have, when it comes into the streaming era, that's perfect for streaming. Mortal Kombat is perfect for streaming. So who knows what they're going to do with all that, but disappointing.
It is. Yeah. I was like, God, some of the fights were good.
Yeah.
But at point, like, wow, they're really sacrificing the story here. Yeah. Like, and I get it. Mortal Kombat traditionally didn't have a story. They started adding campaign and everything but it's like, this is a very different medium. This is not a video game. We can't play these fight sequences. You have to tell us a narrative. And like the fight between Scorpion and Sub-Zero, Okay, you built up some narrative there, gotcha. But
and then it just kind of got lost, and then it
that
came
one
back.
point where they're all like, "Okay, send me here, send me here, send me here," and then when they jump to different areas towards the end of the fight, they're just jumping to fight locations from the games. I'm like, guys, find a narrative reason for this person to be here. But no, like they're just sending them through portals to combat areas from the video games. Like, oh, I recognize that map. Like, guys, this is cheesy as hell. Like you're just throwing this in, and it felt like a thing to where they threw this into the script because like, guys, we gotta get them excited. Because they showed some of that in the marketing in terms of like some of the shots of like some of the areas. Like, they'll recognize that place. They'll recognize that map from that Mortal Kombat game. It's like, but that's cheesy. Like we should be excited because of the like what you're showing in the footage, not so much like, oh, they're just throwing it in just to have it. There's no story purpose for them to be sent over there for 5 seconds, but we did it because you guys are gonna love it. Like, no, it's cheesy. It's crap.
I know it's pretty frustrating, but we got Mr. Ray showing up right now. What's going on, Ray? How's it going, buddy? Where's your drop? There it is.
Ray. So you guys are talking about the new one, the one that came out on HBO Max last year.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in the perspective of someone who never bothered to play the games, that watched the movie and like has no connection whatsoever to the source material, I didn't hate it, but
I didn't hate it either.
But it was one of those where it was like, it's a video game movie. Yeah. You know, but before Sonic, before what Sonic has done, it's like that was the thing you just say is like, it's a video game movie. So the stuff that you were just talking about where it's like, oh, well, here's the moment from this game, or here's the moment like I've seen that before in like other video game movies, like in Doom, it's like, oh yeah, give him the first person view so you can see the chainsaw,
part of the whole movie right there.
Right? And I remember there's a I don't think it's in the Timothy Olyphant one, but in the Rupert Friend Hitman movie, the Agent 47 movie, there's literally a camera angle that is like third person shooter, like right above him where he's walking down a hallway. And I'm like, okay, that's whatever. It's just,
it's always cool when they do something like that, but at the same time, it's like, you can have those little Easter eggs, but like, you still got to establish something cohesive. And, I think like the 1995 Mortal Kombat had a better story, to be honest. Like I thought, that movie still, even though it's 90s and it's got its cringe, but I love that movie. I love that fucking Mortal Kombat movie.
I think the issue is that I had too much faith that it would actually not do what it did in terms of like, oh, we're just throwing it in, just throw it in. Like, guys, we've got past that at this point. Try to make it good. Come on.
Yeah, and it's like, you have so many Mortal Kombat games. They're up to like 11 now, right, or something like that. And it's like, okay, you have older Mortal Kombat players, you got newer ones, and you got people who've been there and played them all. So it's like you got all this lore, you got all this right here. It's like, well, start off with what people are mainly know Mortal Kombat for, because there's shit in here, and even a couple characters. I'm like, who's that? And when they were trying to explain how they get their abilities, and apparently that was something that came into the later games, I thought like, really? And then it was like, and then everybody got there so quick. Kano got it because he got mad at somebody at the dinner table. Like, what the fuck? What? It's just like, start off, with the basic story structure of this tournament and those characters, and build from there. I mean, you didn't have to get to the finish line of like, here's a character from the 7th game, and here's the reason why they get powers that showed up in the 8th game. It's like you rushed too quick when it came to that stuff. Like, build up to it. I mean, I know the fatalities are the best part, but I mean, I even thought that the 1995 movie, when it showed fatalities, they did it in a way where it's like, oh yeah, it's cool. And I get it. It's like, when you have a movie like this that banks on fatalities, that was the big thing about Mortal Kombat. And you can't just start killing all the main people. You can't just do that. But, you could do, I mean, that's where I think like you have characters that weren't in the game, and you see how they, the fatalities happen to them, or maybe the characters get close to getting killed or something like that. I don't know. There's just, I know that's the most difficult part, but I don't know. There's just so much lore there that they could do. And I think series would be perfect for it, to be honest.
The thing that I don't understand is everything that you're talking about is utterly obvious to even the general audience, because even if you're somebody like me who doesn't know the lore, has no idea, like all the stuff, like you're going through the movie, you guys are going through the movie, and you're like, this is wrong, that's right, you know, in the figurative sense, this is wrong, that's wrong, they didn't do this, how'd this get that? And you're looking at it from, you have a point of reference from the game, right? I don't have a point of reference from the game, and I can still go, that's too fast, that's clunky, that's this or whatever. It's like, okay, like there's just basic, like, and what you're talking about, like all the lore that they have to build off of. It's like the easiest way to fix this is to just tell an actual story.
Yeah.
You know, like write an actual story. And if you're supposed to be marketing these things for the general, if I'm your target audience, because that's the point of, like, with any of these adaptations, the target audience are the people who are not fans, the people who have no clue what that location is or who this character is, and they're learning it for the first time. Well, you have to give them a story that they're going to latch onto. And if it's good enough for the general audience, then it should be good enough not to please all fans, but to please, at least to tell fans, all right, we put some thought, we put some effort into, like, actually
don't make Liu Kang a side character. I mean, I thought that was a little weird how Liu Kang was like, he seemed like, I mean, I liked the actor, I liked what he did in the movie, but he was a fucking side character. And I'm going, Liu Kang, a side character, and you have this character who's not in the game, Cole, he's not in the games. It's like, what's going on here? It just didn't.
That was a way to kind of show the differences from the 90s film, but it's like, you don't need this guy that no one knows to be our way in, because they did a little bit of lore in terms of, like, they're in Raiden's temple areas, like, and they see a mural. Hey, what's that? That was from the first Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Okay. like what does that do? Like, that doesn't do anything. Like, they explain a little bit, like, well, the first person one. It was like, but if you're not, because see, as I was watching, I'm like, oh yeah, I recognize that, like, as you were pointing out, Ray. But it's like they didn't think about the general audience that much. They just went, okay, Cole will be their way in. Cole will just, like, hear a bunch of exposition, and that's all you'll know.
Right.
But instead, they could have spent more time, had more screen time to establish, and not necessarily do the Mortal Kombat tournament this movie, but maybe just spend a little time developing character. Maybe just a little bit, because all they did was, like, okay, here's character. You recognize that character? Okay. Fatality. It's like,
yeah.
At least they tried to do something with Scorpion and Sub-Zero, but, like, that was it. That was their amount of effort for story.
You know what it might be? Like, you know, you go back 30, 40 years and, like, look at comic book movies 30, 40 years ago and how they were, like, regarded by the studios. And it was very much the same way that video game movies have been regarded, like, since, where it's just like, whatever, throwing a bunch of this, throwing a bunch of that. We don't care. It's a talking duck. Who cares about a talking duck? It's, you know, it's the female Superman, whatever, you know, with the Supergirl, with Helen Slater, whatever. Just throw Faye Dunaway in there. We don't give a shit. It is what it is, you know. And they just didn't care. They just didn't throw a whole lot of, like, weight. Like, it was silly to them. And it wasn't until, like, later, you know, I mean, obviously Superman 78, but then all, like Batman 89, like, you started slowly over time seeing a couple of filmmakers like Richard Donner or Tim Burton that are like, what if we actually took this a little seriously? What if we actually cared just a little bit about this? And then and what it took really was not only the first part is them taking it a little seriously. The second part is the massive success, right? Like, it had to blow up at the box office so that the executives could be like, well, shit, maybe we should take these a little more seriously. But even then, it took longer because they're like, well, maybe we'll take Batman and Superman a little more seriously. It still took them, like, another decade or two to take anybody else seriously. And it wasn't even until, like, you know, you get to the point with Marvel movies where they're like, okay, we don't have all of our big characters. We got to try and do something with all these smaller characters. Let's take them seriously. And you see the result of that, you know, as seriously as anybody would subjectively say that they're being taken. So maybe video games just haven't, it's taking them longer to care. Are they, and maybe Sonic will be the trigger for that.
I was about to say, maybe the Sonic films are the turning point. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. because like, I mean, when it came to the first one, I enjoyed it, but at the same time, I'm like, is there something here? Because it's like, okay, live action Sonic, he's in this world. Yeah, some callbacks, but it didn't grab me, and I played the Sonic games, the first 3 at least, a lot. Every time I went to my cousin's house who had a Sega Genesis, Dad was just back and forth playing Sonic. And, but then when it came to the second one, I was like, okay, you guys fucking nailed it here, because they had to establish this backstory and the reason why he shows up. And then of course you had the human element. They had to really just, flesh that out. They had to do that with the first one. When it came to the second one, it was like, okay, now we got all that shit done. Now we're going to make it as video game as possible. And that final fucking act, when all 3 of them are battling, and it just was like, okay, yeah, you guys have something here, keep going. And people are enjoying the shit out of this. I enjoyed this more than the first one. So do that. I mean, it's not easy for all video game adaptations naturally, but yeah, they really have nailed it when it comes to Sonic. And I'm kind of curious what they do with other ones in that world, because I think they want to, of course, build like some kind of universe with other characters.
I mean, they're doing a 3rd movie and then Knuckles series.
Is that what they're doing? They're going to do a Knuckles series? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, on Paramount. Yeah. They're going full steam ahead on that. And this,
you got Idris Elba. You got Idris Elba doing the voice. Yeah. You got to fucking capitalize.
They announced this like weeks ago, and it's before Sonic 2 came out, so they were fully prepared. They want to do a 3rd movie.
Oh yeah, you know what? I think I did hear about that. Yeah.
Well, and I think you're right. It's not all created equal for like every video game adaptation. No. But I think the frustrating thing is, like, at least for me, Sonic is a platformer. It's a side-scrolling platformer.
Yeah.
The story is pretty basic in the games, right? You're able to figure that out. But when it comes to like Assassin's Creed or Prince of Persia, like games that have an actual story in them, you're lost. You have no idea.
When it came to Assassin's Creed, they were so close. When we saw those trailers, we're like, oh, look at that. I mean, if anybody who's played the games, I mean, I wasn't like huge on the games, but anybody who played the games were like, look at that parkour shit happening. That's what it's all about, baby. And then you watch the fucking movie and you're like,
yeah,
you almost had it. You're like, you were so close.
Too good to be true.
Well,
yeah,
and
we're good. Yeah,
I wasn't fooled. Dude, I was totally in like fool me once, shame on you, fool me, you can't get fooled again mode at that point. Like I was there, like, and I did say that wrong intentionally, but like because I am a huge fan of that franchise, especially like the second game, because Assassin's Creed 2 is like arguably the greatest example of fixing everything we didn't like from the first game for the second game and going forward in terms of like the mechanic and all the open world stuff, like, and the story. Like, I love the story. The story behind Assassin's Creed is fantastic. And so like I'm sitting there and I'm like, as soon as I saw the trailer, I was like, I don't care that you've cast Michael Fassbender. I know you fucked this up. I know that you none of you played the game. I know that you this is going to be as loosely adapted as possible. You're not getting me on this. It's not. And sure enough, I was like, hey, it's all there though. That's the thing that's annoying, is like, and with those kinds that, like, if they God help them if they ever adapt Mass Effect, really
aren't they trying to?
Probably, but
they're trying to adapt everything.
That story is already like it should be a how-to, like it should be just, it's all there. It is. I feel like the Riddler. It was all there.
Yeah, you're not as smart as I thought you were.
Are they doing a God of War movie or God of
War? Hey, Steven.
Hey,
throw a knife at Steven.
When your glasses are off, you don't want to do the bandana again tonight, huh? A little colder down there.
I got so uncomfortable after that intense ribbing that I actually wore it like all week.
No, I saw the picture that you took with your kids. It was a good picture.
Yeah.
I
went out in public and I didn't get shot. I don't know what Garth was talking about.
It's because you're not on the West Coast. You're not in California. You're in Iowa.
It's almost like the colors that you choose to wear is dependent on your regional context.
True that.
You should be aware of your.
Yeah. So like, so who do the who? I guess I should know this, being Big Ten, but like, who's the Hawkeyes' rival?
Oh man. I care so much less about the Hawkeyes than everybody else around me. I should know this though.
I don't know. I honestly do not know.
I do. It's.
I'm not into that.
I mean, we don't care for Iowa, but we don't hate them. We don't hate Iowa. Like, so it's like, but we don't play them every year. So it's like, okay, I don't know, but like, if you wore a black and gold bandana, you'd be fine, right? You'd be okay. But
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but whoever the rival, I don't know, Wisconsin.
It's
Minnesota,
hilarious because I went to a college without a college football team, and so I never really followed, and I didn't have and like I'm from like the Chicago suburbs, and so I was always like an NFL fan following the Bears, and just didn't really have a college allegiance or interest, and wasn't really interested in developing one for the sake of having it because I don't. The fewer sports I have to follow and stats I have to remember. I don't know. I'm bad with boundaries. So like, I'm like, oh, I'm a fan of them. Then I have to know their whole history, memorize every stat. I don't have time for that. So I just do none.
No, I get it.
But so when I first moved here, it was crazy because it would be like every, on a Saturdays or whatever. I'd be like, go to the grocery store or something. I'm like, why is everyone in Iowa wearing fucking Steelers jerseys? I mean, it didn't take that long, but I mean, there was definitely a day where I was like, that's like the 5th Steelers day. I dropped my son off at school, and a kid wore a yellow and gold jersey in, and I was like, kids are wearing this. Isn't just like adults that happen to be like, this isn't like, oh, this must be transplants. This is, and then I was like, oh yeah, of course. That's there is another. There are other football players that it's not all about the NFL. I'm like.
No, that's funny though. Like if you don't follow college and you're just in the NFL, like this, because it's the exact same color scheme. If you're just flipping channels and you're not paying attention, you're like, why is Pittsburgh playing on a Saturday? Yeah, that's not Heinz Field.
Well, it's weird because usually I know enough to pick it up like on TV because you get like the field's a little different. You have different announcers. There's just like there's enough giveaways that it's not like. I don't know, even the way I'm describing it is dumb because it's like as if it's difficult to discern the difference, but like it's more apparent at a glance than it is to at a glance out of the corner of your eye. You see a black and gold jersey. It's contextually, if you're not from around, you're going to assume it's the one that you're more familiar with,
right?
But
no, and there aren't that like in college, like Iowa's one. Like and I'd have to think, but there's enough. I was one of those. I think they're kind of unique in that they have a color scheme that is almost identical to a pro team. Because I don't know that and I know there are others that are close, but Michigan's definitely is not. Nobody wears maize like maize and blue like that.
There are a few. Yeah. Sometimes it depends on like the home or away scheme.
Yeah.
Or some of them have like especially when you get into like the C or the G letter logos or
but even with the Bears, like there's nobody in college that looks like the Bears.
Really. No, not the orange and gold, but you'll have like
isn't there a college team that has like the same font as the Green Bay G?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember.
Who is
it? I don't remember who it is.
I don't think it's the same color, but I think
it's not the same color, but it's the same font.
Yeah,
like it looks like the G that they would have on there.
And it's funny because like I'm in Iowa now, where like the closest NFL market is might be Minneapolis.
But
in northern Iowa, it is, but. Where I am near in Cedar Rapids, it's a little bit. You've got some Kansas City, you've got some Minneapolis, you've got some, and then there's Chicago is one of the biggest markets in the league just because so many people come in and out of the city, or at least it was historically. I wouldn't be shocked if that's that all-time low now.
Georgia, you're right. Yes, thank you. You're right. Georgia, the G. You're absolutely right.
Kyle, put that in there.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Selena.
We've got like a little bit of Denver then, because that's where we've got Nebraska where there's nothing, and then and then that's like the next NFL market. And so as a result, all of that energy that would be there from like any other location I've ever lived where there's like people are interested in the NFL, that all goes into like hyped AF about the Hawkeyes. And
they never win anything.
Not recently.
They never win. I mean, they get to the
They're
title
good
game.
enough for people to like be really excited about and proud of, but like not dominant enough to like be brag worthy.
Yeah. No, but that is funny. Like just the whole Steelers thing. Okay, so then I guess being a Bears fan, okay, you can't wear Honolulu blue and silver bandanas. You can't wear, because that's our cult. That's the Lions.
Well, I mean, the sad truth is, and actually this is something I don't know if you would commiserate with this specifically, but the notion of this is this type of thing that is exactly the kind of thing that you hate, is that it's Chicago is surprisingly agnostic when it comes to like I would jokingly say like, oh no, you're most likely to get shot for wearing like green and gold in Chicago versus anything else. But the reality is there is a shockingly large because Green Bay is so close, or Wisconsin is so close, and in the second you're north of Chicago, it's 100% Packers fans. Like you step foot over the city limit,
like a line,
and it's like we are now in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
and
there's a cheesehead right there. Cheesehead.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, what is Northern Illinois? No such thing. It's Chicago, Wisconsin, Springfield. Like, and so yeah. So as a result, like as a Bears fan, especially with them like not winning, you've got like Packers fans, like a large number of Packers fans, totally comfortable just being Packers fans in the heart of Chicago, like on game day and stuff. And it's like. Yeah. Just kind of, what are you gonna say? Like,
right? I'm looking here. Like Jose's, like the Lions or the CW, the NFL. No, in order for that to be the case, Jose,
trigger Ray and
we would have to have. No, that's what he's trying to do. But the thing is, it doesn't work because the Lions would have to have some success. For that to happen. Because the thing is, as much as you may dislike the CW, you can't say that their shows haven't lasted.
Yeah. Well, we were just talking about that. We were talking about how they've had a good run when it comes to the Arrowverse.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. And Lions fans know nothing about good runs, at all. So,
and I also wanted to get your opinion about that too. Like with these shows, getting canceled. Hey, there's Amanda. She made it. Hey.
She needs a link.
Oh, I sent you it. I thought.
Whore.
I've seen this. I've seen this episode before.
I'm sorry. Sex worker.
Oh crap! You know what? I didn't send you a link. I'm sorry. No, my bad. I thought I did.
We can't all be perfect, Dave.
I know. I'm terrible at this. Here, I just sent you a link right now. If you have your own camera set up.
No, it's too late.
Ray is biting his tongue so hard right now. He's just like, "Bitch, perfect. Bitch, please."
What? I no idea what you're talking about. Oh, seriously, I don't know what you're talking about.
I apologize. I apologize, though. I thought I went down the road. I was like, boop, boop, boop.
The Lions are the CW of the NFL.
Oh.
Oh my God.
No, and there's
what are like perfectly engineered.
Accurate.
No, it's not, because the CW is more successful than the Lions.
Well, that's
so that's
accurate.
No.
I mean,
Lions are worse. Sorry.
When
wait, does that make the Patriots Marvel?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like the actually no.
Actually, not like lovable at all, but somehow the most popular.
I think a good case could be made that the Cowboys are the MCU of the NFL.
without
because they've got a massive fan base who's totally blind to whether or not they're actually good. They monetize everything amazingly. Like they're never going to be in trouble financially. Yet when it actually comes to awards and dominance in the craft, they are not always there. But sometimes have flashes of brilliance.
So does that make the Eagles like Jessica Jones?
No, that's the Sony universe of Marvel characters.
Sony Spider-Man.
It's the yeah, sure, the Sam Raimi movies were great, but Morbius is just their last reference point.
No, because I don't because I don't really like the Eagles, but I kind of like the Sony universe of Marvel characters.
Well, I mean, I'm the Eagles are a team that like every once in a while it's like, ooh, this is exciting.
And also,
but also when they're not, they're like,
you know what though?
Yeah.
No, I got a better one. The Giants are Sony because all their titles happened years ago. It's been a while, right? You know, and the Raimi movie was a while ago.
And their biggest wins are just sticking it to the eye of the MCU, not actually explicitly winning anything themselves. It's just, oh well, we still own Tom Holland, so you know we got Eli Manning, and I guess so. Screw you, Patriots, but I guess that's really all we got in our bag.
No, right, because the last two Super Bowls they won were against the Patriots.
Yeah, they stole it from the
Right.
Oh, but no, but they're not the MCU. We're saying the Cowboys are, but that's another. Isn't that a rivalry?
Well,
no, that's the Eagles. Eagles Cowboys is a rivalry.
Well,
Yes,
that's all the same
that's
division.
why when you were
Giants,
talking Cowboys.
Yeah, Giants, Cowboys, Eagles, and Commanders are all in.
Who the fuck are the
NFC
Commanders?
East.
I'm gonna be, who the fuck?
That's
They
Washington.
should have just kept with the football team. I would have.
You know
I
what?
would have been okay with
I
that.
would have been
No,
fine
no,
with
no.
football
Really,
team.
where?
That's the
Washington
football team formerly known as the. I don't know we're allowed to even say anymore.
Yeah.
The Skins of Red.
I mean,
Yeah.
they slip up on sports radio.
The
I was about to
Washington
say that.
So we
Amanda.
traded it for like a vaguely racist, but at least like indigenous reference to just like a straight up European reference. Commanders. Yeah, that works.
Well, if you
This was the
their
better
owner,
choice?
well, their owner is not a good human being, like whatsoever.
That's what I hear.
If for
Wait,
a number
no,
for a number of
no.
reasons.
We're not going to denigrate people for killing all of the birds with swine flu. We're not going to do that.
No,
I'm just kidding.
He's probably done worse. The Washington.
Also,
owner.
legitimately, my friend who works at an animal shelter has said, do not feed birds, do not approach birds, any birds.
Yeah,
Pet
birds are
wild
awful.
birds, none of them right now. Just avoid them, let them die, don't feed them, don't
Yeah,
do it.
they're kind of they could be assholes. I mean,
Uh,
if birds were even like 3 times bigger than they are now, we'd be fucked.
Well, we have like a bird flu risk that it could be another pandemic right on
Ooh,
the
that's
ass
not
of
good.
COVID if we don't fucking watch our ass, which is why he killed all of those chickens.
I don't know. Ever since I watched, obviously Jurassic Park, and when Dr. Grant talks about the correlation between raptors and birds.
Correct.
I mean, yes.
Look at their
very
those hollow bones in their wrist. It's no wonder they evolved to fly. What? You think I'm kidding? Sorry, we literally watched that scene 2 days ago. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Right.
From the she's talking about from the first movie, right?
Yeah, he talks about that. And, by the way, I mean, they had a presentation going back to CinemaCon, which I know we got on a nice little tangent right there. But, I mean, I think the Universal panel wasn't as strong, I guess.
Well,
because we're already all set for Dominion, right? We're already all set.
And the thing is, they've like, if we're being honest, and they even structured CinemaCon this way. The first 3 days were the heavy hitters, the big boys, as far as like the bigger studios, and Warner Brothers, Discovery, Disney, and Sony. Those are like your bigger. Universal and like everybody else is like, all right, whatever. They don't have the lineup because they don't have the amount of IP that the other ones do. So they're not going, especially when it comes to superhero stuff, which Hollywood knows flat out. That's what's commanding like all of their money, like the majority of their money at this point. So yeah, like later in the week, like when the Universal stuff popped up, really we just have Jurassic World for Universal, and then we have like Top Gun for Paramount. That's it.
Yeah.
Like as far as movies,
Top Gun and Mission Impossible.
Right.
Tom Cruise. Yeah, Dead Reckoning.
I'm surprisingly, I did not expect that it's not that I'm not excited for Maverick. I just I think Top Gun is an amazing movie. I just don't, there's nothing in me that's really cares. Like intellectually, I'm like interested, but I don't have any, it doesn't stir anything inside of me to be like, oh, there's Top Gun coming. But weirdly, really excited to hear that Lady Gaga song.
There it is. See?
Okay.
And hey, Amanda's here again.
Sorry, I'm in the shadows, but who cares? That's not weird at all to be excited about a Lady Gaga song. That is,
I mean,
valid.
she's
100% valid.
Well, and it was funny because I saw someone like quote tweet her announcement that she had a song coming for it, and someone was like, "The gays are about to discover Top Gun." I'm like, "Ooh, someone
like,
is not
wait a
aware.
minute.
Someone."
Oh, have you not watched the first?
Yeah, I was like,
Tom Cruise is literally in it. They already discovered it because he's there.
I was gonna say.
I mean,
like,
that volleyball scene, that volleyball scene.
yeah, it's like I've got. If you believe that has not happened yet, I have a scene for you.
I was
Like,
gonna say, yeah,
I mean,
like come
Tom
on.
Cruise
I mean, you
is
literally have
gay.
Tom Cruise. You have Tom Cruise in his jeans playing volleyball, oiled up, and every time he checks his watch, he's fucking flexing. He's flexing as he's checking his watch. He's like, "Ugh."
Well, but I mean, but it's like, aren't him and like if I remember correctly, him, Kilmer, and Anthony Edwards at multiple times are just shirtless.
Oh yeah,
throughout the movie. Like,
they were making out.
let's pull it up and do a live commentary. Let's do a live analysis.
Let's do a live commentary on Avatar, Steven. Let's do a live commentary on Avatar.
I mean, if you want to, if like I know that you're like can't stop talking about that movie, and I'm happy to if you want to. It's just not a high priority for me.
That movie.
Uh-oh.
I just want the whole world to know. You heard it here first. Hold on. You heard it here first. Steven has never seen all of Avatar, and he's a Cameron whore.
I announced that like every time.
Wait a minute. No. Time out. Steven still hasn't seen The Abyss. You can't be a Cameron whore unless you've seen The Abyss.
I'm very. She thinks I'm being like exposed. Like with the amount of time I've spent talking about Cameron, 90% of it is like I don't even think Avatar is that great. You just can't deny like
that's
it's
not true. That is not true. What you say?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, you haven't seen it?
Nope.
Oh wow, you haven't seen Avatar.
God. You haven't missed anything. Don't
she's
worry about
so
it.
excited that you get to experience it fresh for the first time.
Shut the fuck up. No, I'm not. It's
back in the day when it first came out.
Save yourself time. Fern Gully. Watch fucking Fern Gully. That is some quality fucking cinema.
Fern Gully
or
plus...
Dances with Wolves. Yeah,
that's what I heard. It's Dances with Wolves.
Well, Fern Gully, Dances with Wolves, Pocahontas, in space
hey,
with a dash of Smurfs.
Hey, I'll be in defense of Steven. We have talked about this before. Hey. I know, just
hey.
I was like the first drop that I was like, oh wait, I almost clicked on a different one. I was like, well, that's perfect.
Dave, pro tip, just throw me under the bus. I can take it. It's in your best interest here. Like...
True. We've been doing it for a dozen years.
Jeez.
No, in defense of Steven, we've talked about this before on a Vodka stream a while ago when we were talking about Avatar. And we talked about it's not so much the movie, it's the experience that James Cameron is trying to give people. And like when it came to 2008, nobody has seen any 3D or anything like Avatar. And I think that's why it was so big and so huge. It's like, yeah, we're familiar with the story, but it was like he took it to a different level. And then of course when it came to the technology,
well, he's like a better Michael Bay in the sense that he taps into something visceral about our like just.
Can you give me a parallel outside of cinema, the equivalent thereof? For example, like
what Scorsese said about
like Space Mountain, not actually that great of a ride, iconically unique. Get what I'm saying? Like first of its kind, sort of like a new experience, right? Except not actually good as in terms of like ranking coasters. That's what I'm saying. Can you give me Avatar was great experientially, mid as fuck, and like mid everywhere else / bad in some.
Okay,
I'm trying to do a food comparison. I'm like,
well, when she was talking rides, I was thinking, okay, maybe Star Tours.
Star Tours, yeah, no, I don't know.
No,
See,
no,
that's
I'm thinking of something that like because what Cameron does is he'll take something.
No, you know what it is? It's the Chicago Bulls opening opening visual graphic.
Yeah.
It's
It's like you don't know why. It's not that great, but it makes you.
1995.
You can turn that on, and someone who's never heard it will run and smash their head through the wall.
When is the last time any of us have been to a Bulls game outside of you guys to know what the hell you're talking about?
They put it on it's like plays on the TV on WGN.
Amanda, do you remember where I hail from? I'm a Pistons fan. You know what that means?
You got to watch the Bulls win in the playoffs in the 90s.
Fuck the Bulls. Fuck the Chicago Bulls. That's what it means. Fuck the Chicago Bulls. Fuck the Chicago Bulls.
You're just jealous because you're damn near Canada and you don't have better hot dogs or Italian beef or anything. Pizza.
No, we have pizza.
We have
good pizza.
It's actual pizza and not a fucking pie. Which is
you
what Chicago's
are mistaken about what Chicago's about.
Oh, we're gonna go down the pizza route. Yeah, I mean, you know what,
Amanda, let Detroit have their pizza. It's not a big deal.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
It'll still be there.
In our house, it's Detroit pizza.
Yeah.
You know
Try to order it.
You know what it is?
Open the phone book and find a Detroit pizza for me.
Putting cheese all the way to the edge of the crust.
Hey, all I know is
Detroit.
All I know is the both of you enjoyed Benito's when you were up here. Don't act like you didn't. You were all happy.
When you so high on the smell of Meg. You could have said actual dog shit, and I would have been like, "This is lovely."
Oh man! For a minute there, I was like, "Whoa, what were you guys?" And you said so high on the smell of Meg, and I was like, "Oh."
Yeah, I mean, Michigan's a legal state.
Yeah.
Oh no, Michigan's yes. No, Michigan is.
Yeah, that's what I was
voted
doing
that shit in. Yes, we did. Absolutely, for sure.
As everyone should.
But no, with the Avatar thing, like I still maintain, and I look, Stephen, we had this discussion before.
Frozen, babe?
But I still maintain
that
this particular. I still maintain that like this particular era, like if he's going to create an experience for the world that we live in to like latch onto, this is his biggest challenge, because in 2008 we didn't have social media, wasn't what it was,
and we didn't have superhero films like we do now.
Right. The world was very different 12 years ago. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying this is tallest order.
2008 around the time that Facebook transitioned from requiring a .edu email to register to like being open to everybody.
I don't close to it, but I don't know that it was fully there.
Give or take a year, but
it
was.
So I had Facebook back in 2005.
But Twitter definitely didn't exist, not the way that it does now.
Yeah, not the way it does now.
Right.
No,
I think it was barely where it is now.
There was no Twitter wasn't the same way. There was no Instagram. There was no TikTok. There was
so weird to think about the fact that there was no Instagram. TikTok is an infant. TikTok didn't exist like 2 years ago.
And yet, look at it now.
I know. It's huge. Huge. No, but when it comes to Avatar,
I am a Gen Z and I can't dance. None of them can dance. They're like, look at me dance.
Yeah. Well, I don't get it either.
Quit voguing. Get out.
Quit voguing.
Go, child. It's bad.
Yeah, let's do that. No, but when it comes to Avatar, you know, let's face it, we're supposed to get 4 sequels. They are really banking on that.
That does not surprise. Once Disney got their hands on that shit, are you kidding me?
But that was a commitment 20th Century Fox had made before the acquisition.
Yeah,
and now Disney's going to run it straight into the ground.
Well, but like the Avatar at the Avatar theme park at it already existed, or was already a plan at Disney prior to the acquisition also, wasn't it?
I'm done.
Maybe. But now they're probably making even bigger plans, especially now that they don't have to pay taxes because of the Reedy Creek thing or whatever. I don't need to get into that. But like, when I saw that listing the other day, I was like, of course. And they'll probably add a show or two. There'll be something on Disney Plus for it. The park will be bigger. Disney is about to do what they do with Avatar, and it'll work on some level.
But wait, I actually might like Avatars 2, 3, and 4 if they look like Mad Max Fury Road. If it's like dystopian as full.
That's not going to happen.
Here's my concern.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't violent enough for me last time.
Here's my concern, though. Are they going to shoot all? Have they already shot?
Are they going to show him more fallopian tube?
Because if they haven't shot all of them like at the same time, then are we really going to wait 10 to 15 years for Cameron to do the next sequel, and then another 10 to 15 years?
He's going to die.
That's what I'm saying. He takes 10 to 15 years to do this shit. Like, that's just what he does.
We won't have to see 3 and 4. You know.
I believe he shot 2 and 3.
No,
I think he shot multiple. I don't know if anybody heard it.
Right. I know he shot multiple for sure. I don't know if he shot all 4 or just 2 and 3.
He doesn't have to shoot them. They're all credits. It's all MS Paint. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Jordan?
I was just saying, like, he's been shooting since last year. It's like nonstop shooting. So I'm wondering if he's just doing all 4 now, which would make sense because I mean, if he's continuously trying to up himself, he needs to get it all shot now.
If they want to fit that schedule, they're going to have to, because again, he does not work like normal filmmakers in terms of his
showed footage at CinemaCon.
You can't have any continuity at all unless your timeline jumps 10 years every time you have to wait 10 years.
Well, they also said that, like, I mean, this is what was kind of crazy about it. It's like, I mean, they basically each movie is going to be its own story. Yep. And I'm like, going, only James Cameron can actually have a series that is cinematic, and it's like it's not
like an anthologies, but not really.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's like if we made another Princess Bride, but it was just a different story in the same storybook that he was reading from.
True.
By the way, studio executives, just an idea. Could still be an original idea, and you get the franchise.
No, the Get Off My Lawn people will hate that, Amanda. You know that.
Yeah. You know what? I fucking hate the people, so I hope they hate it.
Well, and that's also a hilarious issue also, because the rights ownership for that is the book, the author of the book is a fictional manifestation of the fictional author of the book. And so, like, there was a whole fake drama about, like, an attempt to get the rights, and there's a sequel script out there that exists and stuff.
Still alive.
And people don't know. It's funny because it's hard to parse on the, like, there was this whole drama about the attempt to purchase the sequel rights. But when you kind of peel back all the layers, you realize, like, oh no, that is like a fictional story within the within the book, that there's a script exists. There's actually no sequel script.
Correct.
Morgenstern is not a real person.
I do not want Princess Bride 2. I want
something in the same world.
In the same world, yeah. But do you want?
I want to see the same time period, the same universe, completely different characters.
Maybe like 1 or 2.
But do you want the same actors?
No.
Okay.
No.
Maybe a couple of characters, like marriage, or I don't know, somebody.
Right. Well, because I think you might need, because I think
this is crushing my soul.
I think everybody is still here.
His time with the pirate. Like,
a Dread Pirate Roberts HBO Max crossover series, and Serial. And bed pajama sheets. It'll be awesome, guys.
What studio is? Oh, Steven hates this. But what studio is?
Steven's I will fuck you up.
Yes. No, he's
Tom Cruise is gay.
He is in. Steven's like, I am talking scorched earth, motherfucker.
Blah blah blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
He's about to serve me with papers on the stage of a Comic-Con.
I think like everybody. I think only correct me if I'm wrong, but like only Andre the Giant and Peter Falk. I think those are I think everybody else is still here, right? Because Mandy Patinkin certainly is. Billy Crystal is. We know Carrie-O is this, although he just got bit by a rattlesnake. Did you guys see that?
Still alive. He's alive. He's good. He's doing better.
Yeah, but that picture he posted
why can't I think of her name? You're a witch. I'm not.
Carol Kane's here. Yes. Carol Kane was in Gotham. She played the Penguin's mother in Gotham a couple years ago.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. She was the landlord in Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. Let's talk about what the rest of the world.
She's Simca from Taxi.
She's so good in literally everything she touches. Okay.
Wait, wasn't she also? Oh, damn. Never mind.
No,
I thought I
had. Maybe because she's been in a ton of shit, Dave. She has a lot of crap.
I know, and I'm like trying to like remember, and I think
she was in Scrooge. She was one of the. She was one
Oh,
of the
yes,
ghosts in
yes, yes.
Scrooge. She absolutely
Scrooge,
was. Yeah.
but she also played in Adam's Family.
And Robin
Values.
Wright. Robin Wright's still hot as fuck.
She was
Yeah,
Mama.
she wasn't in the first Adam's Family, but
No,
she was in the
because-
second Adam's Family.
Yeah, she was totally. Which that was a better casting job, truthfully.
Oh,
to bring
fucking
her in.
totally,
It was a way better casting job.
Yeah.
Question. I'm gonna. This is a stupid Amanda question.
Nah.
Buttercup is Robin Wright, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Robin Wright's still hot.
Oh
as fuck.
yeah, yes.
Fuck yeah.
Still Robin Wright.
Well,
like in a second.
Well, I mean, honestly, Wonder Woman, like seriously, like when that movie was like, oh wow, okay, because she hadn't done anything for a while, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was the first. Like Forrest Gump was like the first, because I remember I saw Princess Bride like way later in life. Forrest Gump was actually the first movie I ever saw her in, and like knew who she was, and so it was like.
Have you seen the one where she and her best friend fuck each other's sons? That's hot.
And what is that movie called?
Yeah.
I'll have to look it up.
Robin Wright and her best friend fuck each other's sons. Is that Sundance?
All right, that sounds like a South by Southwest title.
Are you talking about Robin Wright?
Hold on.
Yeah. Talking about Robin Wright.
She was in House of Cards on Netflix.
She was also in House of Cards.
Yeah, she was in all 6 seasons. Yeah, she was Claire. Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Adoration. It was released in 2013. And I quote, 2 lifelong best friends played by Robin Wright and Naomi Watts. So, like, 2 very hot women.
Naomi Watts.
Begin a steamy affair with the other's son, but trouble begins to brew when one of the 2 young men desires a lover his own age.
There's always trouble brewing. Always.
Yeah.
Always trouble brewing somewhere.
Always something. Yeah.
Definitely.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
No, but like that was.
Oh yeah, she was always a crush on, you watch Princess Bride, and then of course, even Forrest Gump, even though she was terrible to Forrest most of the time, but she played naked, acoustic guitar. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Naked acoustic guitar. I mean, I'm just saying.
Right. No, that was and I mean, and because that was, I'll always think of her like as Jenny first because I was because that's I always love.
I believe it's Jenny.
Jenny.
Shut up.
Right.
Damn it, Dave.
No, but like that's always like the cool. That's always a cool game to play. Is like, what was the first movie you saw like so and so in? Like, because I saw a tweet earlier today that I was like, this just tells you how like young people on social media are. But it was one of those today years old tweets, and it was somebody that discovered that.
See, Dice gets it.
Oh wow! You know what? Yep. Mm-hmm. He's right. He's right.
Yeah, talk to your boy. Talk to your boy, Steven.
Yep. That's
Steven.
Well, I mean, this is Dice.
Fuck off! Get out! Fucking out!
The odds of that being a troll from him are, flip a coin.
But no, it was this tweet where someone discovered that Mufasa and Sarabi from The Lion King are King Joffrey Joffre and the Queen from Coming to America, and I'm like, I knew that when I watched The Lion King in theaters.
Mm-hmm.
How did people not know that? And I'm like, it's because I'm
older.
You
were going to say that he voiced Mufasa and the voice of Darth Vader, and they just now figured that out.
I'm sure there's somebody like that.
Did you guys see my tweet earlier? I was watching this.
Like, do you know that one guy in the movie where like his daughter gets kidnapped is also the lion in Chronicles of Narnia?
No, I mean it's literally the Tom Holland. Like you guys just saw this really cool movie.
Oh yeah, with the giant walker thingy.
I tweeted earlier. I was watching this YouTube video. It was one of those like mumble rapper reacts to Stan for the first time by Eminem, and I'm watching it, and he's like really getting into it, and then he like pauses it, and he goes, "Is this where that term Stan comes from?"
No, he said, "Did Eminem invent the word
did Eminem invent the word Stan?" I'm like,
yeah. Someone actually
Welcome
said,
to the world, fetus. Like,
It's just a weird vibe to be someone like jam into this, like, oh yeah, what is this? This is. Oh wait, is that they're making this discovery, and you're like,
there's a whole generation of people that exist right now. People who can vote right now. People who can buy cigarettes right now. Who don't know who Tom Green is.
I don't know that that's like a terrible thing.
Concerning. I'm not saying it's like good or bad. I'm saying like
yeah.
No, but given the fact that we all know and we all watched the Tom Green show, and the fact that there's like, if you actually were to like play this in front of certain people who are like glued to TikTok, they'd be like, "Who the fuck is this?"
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, the reason why TikTok exists is probably because of this fucking guy right here.
Is.
Yeah.
They don't know who fucking like Norm Macdonald was.
Those are crimes. Those are crimes.
That's what
I not know who either of them. I mean, because
this generation, the most popular person on TikTok is getting an 8-film deal or something.
Did you see that? Yeah, I saw that too.
Who?
I don't know her name is.
TikTok. She's got a film on Netflix. I think it's a Netflix film. And they already confirmed she's got an 8-film deal.
Wait,
are we talking about Addison Rae?
No, it's
Charlie.
It's Charlie D'Amelio.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Amanda's like a super TikTok fan.
I am not.
She follows all these influencers.
I follow. I follow 10 TikTok accounts. One of them, Chris, the one from Vancouver. Like she is funny. She is legitimately. Her humor is funny. I thought you meant her. Like she's getting an 8-film deal. Like, oh my god,
it's just so weird because literally all she does is dance to popular songs on TikTok.
Is a 17-year-old.
And then
I told you guys, she knows everything about these people.
Shut the fuck up! The younger sister named Dixie. They dated who dated another influencer named Noah.
There we go.
I don't know anything about it.
See? Okay, keep going. Hulu series about their family, and all they do is all Charlie does is cry. Because she's stressed out.
She has so much anxiety about people knowing who she is all the time. And I'm like, bitch!
Stop dancing to fucking song.
Thank you, God. Oh, I could kiss you.
That's what I understand. Like,
yes.
Like all stressed out and shit. There's all these like clips of her crying, but it's like, you're the one who's jumping on trends and jumping on new sounds on TikTok and then getting millions of views just like that, just doing a small little dance for 10 seconds. It's your fault. And then you sign a deal to be in a movie, 8-film contract. Shut up about your anxiety. You chose to
do it. Take a fucking break, bitch. Get some Xanax and take a break.
I mean, there's a reason we're taught like it's all cyclically related. Like, not saying the anxiety is not real, but it's like we are talking about it right now.
Anxiety is real.
Right?
I'm saying that like she could 100% choose to evaporate into the atmosphere.
No, it's a brand.
Right.
Yeah.
The anxiety is a brand. Like Kim K crying zero tears down her face because Kanye flew to fucking LA to get the sex tape back from Ray J.
Why do we know about this?
Guess what?
Why do we know about this?
Because she's obsessed with all of this stuff. She watches the Kardashians all the time. She's always on TikTok.
No, but I said we, Steven, because I knew what she was talking about. Why do I know what she was talking about?
There's two versions of me. Okay, there's the one that has good taste, loves complex, thought-provoking film and TV and art, who like digs into the subtext and the layers and mwah. And then when that bitch is tired, mindless fuckery girl comes out, and
aren't
she
we all
is
like
a
that though?
Kardashian hoe, she's a Forensics Files hoe, she is like an NCIS whore.
Okay, but maybe it's not the exact same stuff. But don't we all have that, right? Like we can all. Really, Steven, you don't have it. That one. Steven, you don't have it. Really, nothing at all. Really,
0%. No. Really? I'm for real. Like, it's a curse.
100%.
I can't casually. I was talking about this earlier with sports. I can't casually be into something.
100.
So
that.
Okay.
I'm with you on that. Actually, it's.
I mean, it's the whole thing about TikTok in general. Like these big TikTokers are getting film deals, and it's like
weird.
We're like 100.
You know what I like TikTok? I like TikTok when I like scroll through and somebody has that. and they start talking about aliens and shit on the moon that have like fucking buildings and Planet X is like on its way here. I mean, I like that shit.
It's like it's a weird combination between like stunt casting and just like traditional Hollywood economics, because what you get with the TikTok stars is you get a like the reason that it's economically worth taking a swing is because they've got extremely engaged and passionate like fan bases, and even if the stuff is trash, I mean, like look at Netflix giving Adam Sandler a deal. And this is not me to say that Adam Sandler is trash, because he serves a specific audience very well and has done some great movies and obviously some phenomenal roles with like the Safdies and stuff. He's in their new movie, another
Zetfi, what were the brothers?
Safdie, another Uncut Gems. And so, but Netflix is like, hey, look, so he's got this slice of the American demographic that will watch anything he makes. It's worth it for us to give him. And everyone's like, film Twitter is like, why would they produce this trash? And it's like, because they're buying an audience. They're not buying.
We all eat McDonald's, you fucks.
It's like you got to get through all that stuff, but then all of a sudden he's gonna have literally an uncut gem in the middle of it. Yeah, sorry.
Right. Well, 50 states is like
I'm sorry.
amazing.
Joey,
it's amazing.
Joey just informed me. You guys, hold on. Emergency.
Uh-oh.
Joey just informed me that Benito's is not Detroit style, fucker.
I didn't say. I didn't say it was Detroit style. Yeah. I didn't say it was Detroit
Conveniently.
style.
He said that in the chat. He actually said that in the chat. I didn't point it out.
I didn't say it was Detroit style. I said that you enjoyed it when you were fucking here. That's what I said. You were here and you all enjoyed it. Don't tell me you didn't. I know you did. That's all I said. I didn't say it was Detroit style, because it was a 24-inch round pizza. Of course, that's not Detroit style. It was the largest
pizza I have ever seen in my life. I will give that.
Well, because you can't do a Detroit style pizza that large.
It was so big that the bartender got that big pissed when we had it delivered and tried to eat it in the lobby.
Hey, you know what? I mean, that's he should know.
Didn't half of it have pineapple on it or something?
I think maybe.
Yeah, it did. It did. Yeah. I remember because I ordered it.
No, I'm with no.
How about no?
Yeah, no. Fruit on pizza never makes sense.
Also fruit, bitch, as your mother said.
Yeah, what is tomatoes?
Yeah.
Why are there tomatoes on pizza?
No,
fruit on pizza is like
no.
Hold on. Let's
tomato
get,
sauce is not a fruit.
We have somebody in the panel who hasn't talked about pineapple on pizza. What's your
yeah, you're on the spot now.
Last thing, and I'm actually gonna go. It's 1:00 in the morning.
Okay, I was about to say, you can. Yeah, I know.
I've never tried it, so I don't know. And I probably never will, because I'm very picky with my pizza. But if I do try it, I'll get back to you. But
what's your topping before you go? I gotta know.
Pepperoni. I'm very picky. I'm very
basic,
simple.
I like it.
I sometimes do pepperoni and banana peppers. I don't know why. I'm just weird like that. I like banana peppers.
Actually, sounds delicious.
Oh,
no, banana peppers are good. So
I don't know why it was like a random thought. I'm like, I'm gonna mix my pizza sometimes with a topping I put for my Subway, which is banana peppers.
Okay, do you like hot things? Do you like hot spicy?
Yeah, I'm down for spice.
Try next time you get your pineapple, whether or not it has banana peppers. Try some hot giardiniera on top. And if you don't know what giardiniera is, just go to Chicago and get some giardiniera.
Yeah, just get on a plane. All right, man. Go ahead and promote yourself. Whatever you got going on, and
I'll actually shut up.
It's all reacts everywhere: Twitter, YouTube, all that. That's where to find me. And I'm just up following a couple shows, tweet random shit, and that's pretty much it.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you dropping by. Talking a little bit of Metallica. We did. We tried it. We squeezed in a little bit of Metallica this time, but yeah, as much as we can. But all right, man. We'll talk to you soon. All right.
See you, dude.
All right. See ya. Okay.
Okay. So you were asking me earlier about my thoughts on the CW thing.
Yeah. Yeah. We got. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay, because you had tweeted. I saw you tweeted a thing earlier where you think that maybe Gotham Knights is probably not going to happen. because of
I was like,
this.
I just wonder if that's going to end up being not so much it's going to be scrapped, but is it going to? I mean, even me and Jordan were talking about it. It was like the fact that it's like, what if it ends up on HBO Max instead?
Scott and I were kind of talking a little bit about this, and I'm totally going to talk about this now on DCTV Squadcast on Monday. But like, I think that there's a possibility here, and I'm just spitballing, just reading the tea leaves, because there's a perception right now. Yeah, I'm old. I don't give a shit. Whatever.
No, I love that. That's good. Well, the coven meets at midnight. Bring your own broom.
There is a perception that this is Warner Brothers Discovery doing, and that they're just like being, like they're really like bringing the hammer down on the CW. But the thing is all of this, like Batwoman and Legends of Tomorrow were held off. Like the early renewals happened for Flash, Superman, and Lois, and Stargirl before the deal was complete, before anybody was in. So like they've been in a holding pattern since before all of this started. So what I think could be possible is you got Gotham Knights and you've got this Justice U show that's supposed to be like, they're all at an academy and like Diggle's supposed to be teaching them or whatever. It seems like the DC version of Legacies. Well, maybe, I guess. I don't know. But like, but the idea, what I'm thinking is that perhaps the CW sees this as a generational transition to get out of the older cast and the older Arrowverse and bring in a younger audience. And so like, okay, the Flash is still going, but it's like, well, maybe it's only got a season left. Superman and Lois, well, they have like the kids there, so the younger audience can still like latch onto that, and you still have your Superman show. Stargirl is younger anyway, but when you talk about like the cast of like Legends had been around for Legends, honestly, was around for 6 more seasons longer than I thought it would be, and I love the show. Like I'm a fan of the show, but I didn't think it would get to 7 seasons. Like,
well, that's what we were talking about too. Is like, I mean, the Arrowverse had its run. It's almost been a decade. I mean, it has had its run. I mean, and Steven, you actually tweeted out something funny today. It's not so much that you're shocked about the cancellations. You're shocked about how many seasons there actually has been.
Yeah. For every time they announce this stuff, they're like, "Oh, hey, we're canceling."
After season 7, you're like, "What the fuck?"
And then walking again, a whole ass bitch through the series, right?
What?
She was walking, then she was in a wheelchair, then she was walking again.
Who? Oh, Felicity, yes.
How many seasons did that shit take? You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, that happened.
See, what had happened was
that happened in like season 3 to 4, and then like she was really only in the wheelchair for a season, and then like they basically they oracled her. That's exactly
they tried to.
I remember her standing up, and it
was a whole thing. It was
acting I've seen in
because it was the same thing, right? As far as I know, I think it's the same thing that they did in the comics for Barbara to walk again. I believe it's a similar type of like nano chip in her brain stem or something like that. But yeah, that was like season 4 or 5.
Can I tell you the honest truth, Ray? Straight up. I like that you like the CW. I like that anyone likes the CW because I fucking can't. I would like it more if they put that filter that they put over what's the hacker movie that had the freaky weird filter on it? No one's remembering.
Scanner Darkly.
Thank you.
Oh, rotoscoping.
Just put that filter over every CW show, and I could probably watch it.
Why has that not been more of a thing? I always love it when that.
There's a show that Rosa Salazar and Bob Odenkirk are in on Amazon that just got a 2nd season released. That apparently it's that style. It's rotoscoping. I just saw a thing for it today.
Always,
so it's just a visual thing with you, Amanda? Like, is it just a visual effects thing?
No, it's not a visual effect thing. What it is like everything about it feels so melodramatic and hokey that I can believe it more if it is cartoonized. Okay. If it's live action, it literally looks like people play acting in like a bad church pageant to me. I can't. I like NCIS.
Which one?
You know?
Which one?
Well, honestly, every single episode.
like all of them. Like,
so okay, I will say this. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's no. I'm sorry. Well, I mean NCIS is fine. Whatever. I'm thinking of Shamar Moore.
Oh, Criminal Minds.
Criminal Minds.
Okay.
And the first leader on Criminal Minds, who was there for like the first 2 seasons, better than
Mandy Patinkin's character, he was in the first 2 seasons, and then Joe Mantegna took over for him after that.
Correct. Patinkin was better.
Okay. Well, I mean they were different, but yeah, I think I watched like the first 3 or 4 seasons of that show, and then I got out of it because it's just too creepy of a show.
Also, just regular NCIS.
It's way too creepy of a show. Regular so Gibbs, right? All right. Mark Harmon. Mark Harmon, not Scott Bakula or Chris O'Donnell and LL Cool J.
No, Chris O'Donnell and LL Cool J is literally unbearable. But
that's what it was. Sorry. I was thinking about the other movie that had that same animation style that came out in 2001 called Waking Life.
Waking Life. Linklater. Yes.
Ethan Hawke was in it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, there was like another movie that I remember watching that was all about dreams.
It doesn't have to be that exact specific effect. I'm just saying, like, if you overlaid a cartoonized, graphic-ized layer over any CW,
I love it too. I'm wondering why there hasn't been more.
Because it would fit with the melodramatic vibe it gives me.
And it's the thing about the CW as a network, like not even just with the DC shows, as a network, it has it's always had a specific target audience, and at some point you're going to grow out of that target, like as you get older. Like that's just how it's going to work, right? So I guess my issue has never been that people don't like it. Like my issue isn't that people don't like it. Like you don't have to like it. Like we're totally at that point now, especially with superhero shows and superhero content where we can be picky as hell. Like there was a time when we couldn't be. There was a time when we were like, okay, we need to support this because we don't know if we're going to get any more of it. There is so much of it now, and it's not going away anytime soon.
Exclusively Seabiscuit Superman one time.
Seabiscuit Superman?
What is...
because it's Spider-Man? Or... Yeah.
Not Superman. Did I say Superman?
Oh, yeah, you said Superman. Yeah.
I meant Spider-Man.
Oh, see, when you said Seabiscuit, I made that connection with Tobey Maguire, and I was like, wait a minute, do you mean Spider-Man?
I do mean Spider-Man.
Yeah. Okay. Right. See, and we're at that point where like, okay, you've got Toby stands, you've got
3 different.
You've got Garfield stands, and you've got Holland stands, right? And they all got to coexist this past December, which was cool. But like, that's the point. Is like, no one is requiring anybody to like the CW. You don't have to like it. That's never been my issue.
Nope.
My issue has been the people that just have to constantly remind everybody how much they hate it. And it's like, why? Why is that?
Well, that's the way it is. I mean, I know anytime there was like a costume reveal, like what the fuck? But it's funny because anytime there's a movie costume reveal, what do they always say? Looks like CW. So when a CW costume reveal happens, it's like, what are you going to compare that to? Like,
right?
You know, you're going to compare that to when it was just Channel 5. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what are you going to compare that to? You know,
1994 WWE.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but no, it's always been a very specific target demographic, and the melodrama is just part of that network. Like again, it's beyond just the DC shows. All of their shows are like that.
Yes,
so, but I think the bigger thing, at least with these 2 shows in particular, like yes, they've had a great run, and the Batwoman one is a bigger like. It's more disappointing than Legends because I know Legends technically ended, and I haven't caught up on it yet, but I know that I guess it ended on a cliffhanger.
Yeah, so, that's what Jordan said.
Yeah, but Batwoman didn't really. I mean, Batwoman could have continued, but we weren't hanging off of a cliff at the end of the 3rd season. But like the issue, I think, is one that Batwoman only got like 3 seasons, and not only that, but the transition that they made after the whole Ruby Rose thing into Javicia Leslie, the show just found its level. Yeah, it really did. Like it just like I did get caught up in that, and like halfway through season 2 into this season, it found its voice. It knew what it was.
And what's funny is like I didn't really watch it, but you know, but I really, you know, when it comes to costumes, I really dug the Batwing costume. I actually kind of thought that was cool. I was like, wow, they pulled off Batwing. I was like, all right,
yeah, I
dug it.
The helmet made him look like a bobblehead, but
yeah, a little bit. But the rest of it, I mean, for most part, it was actually one of, I would say, top tier when it comes to CW level. I mean, let's face it. Sometimes you know, Superman and Lois, like, what the fuck is happening with Tyler? it's like you don't need that much padding. The dude's pretty fucking ripped and big. It's like it's a little bit.
If they made the S bigger, you wouldn't see it as much. That's really what it is. The S is too small. Like that's the biggest.
You know what it is for me? So, as someone who wears bras, it looks like he's wearing a cup size too big in all of his clothing. Like it looks like the thing sits like this on him.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't actually sit on his shoulder. It looks like it sits like this.
Yeah, and
so it looks like he's wearing a literal Halloween costume that's like a size too big for
from
him.
Party City. Yeah,
and the weird part is like it doesn't look like that from every angle. Like there are certain angles in the show where it's like it looks good, but then like like you know what? It's almost like when he's in action, it's fine, but when he's just standing there, it's really really off.
Make it look. Yeah.
Well, I honestly think a lot of it is the fact that the cape is tucked into the neck.
Could be
because most of the padding on the suit is actually like pretty well sculpted, I think, to not necessarily look like padding. But because the cape goes into the neck, it makes it a little bit puffy.
That is true.
Whereas like compare it to Cavill, Cavill's neck is a little bit wider and there is no cape around it. So you see his traps, you see his shoulder, his like clavicles or whatever a little bit. And so as a result, you see like, oh, this actor has definition, and then the padding underneath is like a natural transition. Whereas with Hoagland, his costume is like tight around the neck, and the cape is tucked into it, so you kind of have this shoulder pad effect, which then makes your brain so you can't see any real muscles
like
on him.
Pantsuit from 1986 that women used to wear.
And since you can't see any real muscles on his neck and shoulders and chest, as a result, you have your brain doesn't make the assumption like, oh, I see real muscles there. Those are probably also real muscles. You only see pads.
Well, and on top of that, Stephen, like especially since the show, like for people who watch the show, they know that it's really Man of Steel year 20. It's really what the show is. It's Man of Steel year 20. It's not that Fleischer book. So the problem is that like we all know that costume. We all know Cavill's costume.
We all have anniversary titanium. Am I wrong?
Unobtainium, I believe.
Unobtainium. Fuck off! I want to throw something at you so bad.
No, but like
they obtained it. Fucking they obtained it. What do they call it now? Obtainium? Fuck off.
Oh, you got Andrew Dice out there.
I'm just saying, I don't know of another movie that really struck such a profound chord in your soul.
Amanda, do you dislike this movie? Like, do you not like it, or do you like it? Say what?
I hate how much my husband
loves it.
No, I don't think it's that great.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's what's so funny about this discourse right here. That's what's so great about it.
About James Cameron.
Oh,
I want.
The thing is, it's like
my husband's dreams.
Well, okay. One last thing about Tyler Hoagland, though, is like the fact that, like, okay, you know, we went off on a tangent when I was going to bring up. It's like the fact that it's like, you know, a lot of people are going like when he first was Superman, they're like, dude, do you even lift, bro? And then all of a sudden, like, 2 weeks ago, there's like that shirtless like shot of him, and immediately, like, I almost quote tweeted, and I'm like, someone called Hugh Jackman to get like that shot because he's literally just like totally just. Like he hadn't drank any water in 2.5 days, and he's holding a toothbrush, and it's like just a very mundane like scene of like, oh yeah, I'm just brushing my teeth, Lois, but look at how jacked and ripped I look, and I'm like, man,
he's like, just brushing my teeth.
But I'm like, he looked like Hugh Jackman, almost like in fucking Days of Future Past. He was like every vein was popping out and everything.
And he
looks
headshot
like James McAvoy's forehead in Split.
if you've ever seen him, like if you ever watched Teen, because he was in Teen Wolf for a couple of seasons on MTV.
Yeah,
it was similar. Like knowing him there, I'm like, oh no, he has muscle. Like he's cut. Like,
but he's always been like, but he's never been like, he's never been like huge.
No,
like Cavill can get. I mean, we all seen Man of Steel when he gets out of the water. I mean, the dude is like, he's always been like a bulky, more of a bulky dude than ripped. I would say.
Even the Heroes Park scene.
He's always just been more. That's the thing. And so I mean, I think that helps. Obviously, when you're going to play Superman, it's like.
But that's the other thing. That's the other problem we have when we see his costume is we're so used to how amazing the Cavill's costume is in Man of Steel. That's our frame of reference when we look at Hecklin's costume, and it's like, nah, it's off.
I'm down a rabbit hole here now, and I'm seeing like there's some design decisions that really bug me because like I guess this is a new costume for him. I don't watch the show.
Okay, so Steve,
he's had a couple different ones, and both of them make like a flawed choice.
When he was introduced as Superman in season 2 of Supergirl, I hated his costume because it was those stupid cape clips that came over his shoulder, and it did nothing to accentuate anything that he had in his body at all.
It did not.
I don't think those are a bad choice, but I think the material decision is bad because the point of those work to accentuate. Because, like for example, the neck is open on that, and that does what I'm talking about, where you can see the definition of his neck, and so it makes the rest of the suit more believable. The problem is that the cape is like a mylar, like it's or it almost looks like vinyl or something.
It's lame.
Which
spelled lame.
And so it feels like that was a bad decision on the material choices there, especially because if you look, it looks like they overlaid those on top of a different material cape, which makes no sense.
This is the part where it starts to go into underfunded church pageant.
And so then you look at it's like they overcompensated where they were self-conscious of the poor decision around how to attach the cape. And so they went this route instead with the new one, and now they've got it tucked into the shirt, and that looks even.
Question: how should the cape be attached? If you I'm not
with a yellow string that you tie around your neck, and
okay, there we go.
Velcro's on the shoulder pads.
Exactly, I like it.
Actually, no, that's the real.
You want your cape?
That's the real answer is that you don't have a cape. You put mocap dots on the shoulders, and you add it after the fact,
which the CW is not going to do because
it's not as expensive as you'd think. I mean, they already do a lot of that.
Anyway,
I know, but you always have to have those moments where he is standing there and the cape is just there. So, I mean, I think I don't know. When it comes to the Man of Steel costume, it's how is it? It's just
what would make this costume infinitely better with the cape tucked into the neck is if they went all the way with the collar like the New 52, where he's at the raised collar like the New 52.
Okay,
that would fix the problem, but the way that it's.
You know what's funny? They kind of did that a little, like when the Elseworlds crossover where he was in the black suit. They gave him a collar for a little bit of that, and it was
that was something that people were complaining about when it came to Pattinson's. Like
they didn't like the collar.
It was like the collar is like, I was like, I like the collar.
I like the collar.
To be honest, I mean, I think like it'll grow into like maybe in sequels where he doesn't have the collar. Sure.
Well, and that's one of those things that I think that
he
there's
looks chic.
There's a couple
stylish, sexy. He works in finance.
Well, and philosophically,
Superman here.
Philosophically, there's a few different things that go on with the Superman suit, and I think part of the problem and disagreement over stuff like
the screenshot, Dave.
Stuff like the whether that should or shouldn't be undies is rooted in a disagreement or misalignment, or people don't even realize that they're see it one way or the other. But like the suit originated as a like equivalent of like a strongman kind of circus suit, and then it evolved later into you've got like, oh, it's the suit his mom made him. But then you've got like the I know this is what the interpretation Zack Snyder uses, and I don't know. I know it pops up in the comics, but I don't know which all ones. But where the suit that he wears is like ceremonial Kryptonian garb, and so the idea of it being like a combat purpose suited suit is not like the prime thing. And so they make decisions around, like with Tyler Hoechlin, they're like, oh, well, let's make the S something that is convenient for like fighting or whatever. Whereas like if you look at Cavill's suit, he's got this big like the emblem is like a ceremonial emblem almost. It doesn't make, because it is a and so when you start thinking about it that way, and you think like, oh no, that's why the collar is cool, because it's like almost like a uniform, like a military formal wear.
Yes. That's called a Mao collar, by the way, what he's wearing in the black suit. Hoechlin is wearing in the black suit. I'm looking at them, and there's a few key differences. And this should be just all a lesson about proportion and fit in our styling.
The cape pauldrons are also way too wide on him.
Yes. Not just the collar is different. He's wearing a Mao. It's called a Mao style collar or a Mandarin collar. Some people
all right. Yep.
In the black suit, Superman. Okay. But the other difference, which is where you really change the proportion here, is that the place where, because the way his collar, or the way the cape attaches in his blue suit doesn't look different. It's a square neck, right? So it shows his clavicle, like Steven's talking about, and a little bit of his trap. But the attachment is like here on the blue suit, and on the black suit, it's like an inch lower.
Yeah.
And that makes his shoulders look more imposing. Because it's like creates a visual, like, look how big his shoulder is, instead of like, oh, it's like a bra strap we sort of hook on the front.
And that was done
in Bagash 6-year-old fucking
but when you're talking about making to make it look more imposing, like that's because in that black suit he's literally supposed to be evil, because in that incarnation it's not.
He's fucking Superman. He should look imposing at all goddamn time.
There is an argument for that, for sure.
Totally is.
But I've never liked those cape clips. But they had a couple of different, like, because they had those two different variants for him, and then I remember Chris Wood, Melissa Benoist's husband, he was Mon-El for like a couple of seasons, and they gave him the same suit with cape clips but with no emblem, and just called it his suit. And then in like the 5th season of the show, they put her in the suit. They gave her a version with cape clips and got away from the miniskirt. So they kept going back to that design.
I like the Supergirl suit that didn't have the skirt. I actually have never been a fan of the skirt. I mean, to be honest, I always was like, yeah, give it a full body suit. Come on.
I was fights in a skirt.
Huh? Yeah. Who fights in a skirt?
I was fine with the suit.
Mel Gibson and
Baby Doll.
Baby Doll.
Baby Doll. Yeah. Baby Doll does fight in a
suit.
True. I was fucking get me right where it hurts.
I was fine with the suit.
That's when it's okay.
Just never liked the cape clips. I've just never really dug.
Well, and if you compare to because Cavill's suit has a similar, it's not quite like clips but it's attached around the collar, but it's that same like it comes over the shoulder. But that's where I was talking about like the material is that the design of Cavill's cape gives folds. And once again, it's like ceremonial folds to the cape, which highlights the material and makes the material feel more like a fabric because it has folds in it. Whereas Hoechlin's are these extra wide leather looking like. Yeah,
you're right, babe, but also as usual, you're wrong. But you're right. So what it is Cavill's clips clip up here. And they only are about this wide. Where it clips in is like quite narrow. So what it means is that it draws your eye to visually see the red go whoa, as it goes over his shoulder. Whereas Hoechlin's, it kind of, because it attaches down here lower, it's wide all the way.
And it has a bar. It has a bar too, where like it accentuates where the clip actually is.
And the strap stays pretty much the same width as the bar all the way over his shoulder. So it again gives you the Oshkosh Bagosh overall effect. Instead of visually drawing your eye into a V.
She's not wrong. It is.
I totally know what you're talking about with the suspenders. Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what. That's what
that was
I'm
a perfect explanation.
And that's what
there.
I'm talking about with like where in
This
universe.
is why you invite me, Dave.
In universe,
Exactly.
what's the design
those references.
explanation for that? Like, what is the use case, like the functional use case for this in
See how it
continuity?
it becomes a V? It like flares out. So it draws your eyes to how wide his shoulders are, whereas Oakland's doesn't.
I mean, we're not. I mean, we all know that Cavill's suit is superior, subjectively speaking. Of course, there's no question about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just But yeah, with respect
to, on the other hand, something that I really like about Hoagland's suit that I think is a really almost a smart budget application is I like the stitching in it. They use the stitching to highlight the physique in a way that like if they had like what makes suits a lot of times look very bodysuit kind of like just spandex glove looking things is when they lack that. But then also if you do have stitching, you can't it's hard to you can lose muscle definition if they're too straight or if they're whatever, and whereas his are
I don't know if maybe is this what you're talking about, babe, when you say stitching? Maybe it's not. Maybe you're really talking about the stitching. I like not just the stitching, but the fact that the fabric has literal 3-dimensional texture to it.
Yeah, that's good. Always good.
Just like Cavill's did.
Yes.
Versus comparatively, like looking at Christopher
Reeve, which was all fabric.
In my head, I was like, Christopher Reeves is not his name, bitch. Yes, it is.
However,
I said Nolan. I was like, Christopher Nolan did Batman.
However, I feel like that's one of the places where the design issues kind of diverge, though. Whereas, like, there is an aesthetic value in that, but in the Hoagland suit, the texture is very much it exists for the sake of giving it visual texture. Yeah. Whereas Cavill's suit, there's actual script and Kryptonian text with like Joseph Campbell text and stuff sprawled into it.
I always remember like when we saw that first image of of Cavill in the and everybody was like, why is this suit made out of a dodgeball? And I was like, fuck you. Come on. I was like, come on. As much as I laughed at that because yes, that does I get the reference, but at the same time I'm like, but that just was like, and that's what it needed.
It's not like you look at it and your brain says like, oh, I know that's Kryptonian text, and so it's not like that is it looks similar, but in the just kind of the holistic design approach, it's consistently that is the designer making a choice that there is Kryptonian text on this suit because it is a ceremonial formal wear. Right. Not because like why would you put some intricate text like that on a? It's hilarious because it's kind of like he's fighting on Earth. The thing that he fights on Earth is a tuxedo. It's like us going to another planet and wearing a tuxedo and being a superhero, and them having no context for what a tuxedo is.
Right. The reason I agree with you that like the ceremonial, the text, all of that stuff is awesome, but also part of why the 3-dimensional texture of the suit actually looks so much better is because it evokes a sense of luxury that we see when we look at high-end luxury fashion brands. Yeah. Like if you think about a Louis Vuitton purse, it has a pebbled texture to it. It doesn't matter what the print is.
That's my point. Like they added that texture to this to give it that essence, whereas Hoagland's suit, they added the texture so that it would have texture. And so, it solves a functional purpose. There's not a unified decision making that says like, let's do the cape like this because it's ceremonial. Let's do that on it. And with that, it's more like, let's give it a tangible quality. And so as a result, you get things like the clips.
Do a 99 PI on this. Do they?
So as a result, you get these clips and these shoulder pauldrons that feel like overly ceremonial, but also lead like they're wide to a point that like it feels almost like military, but then the material feels like a athletic wear or something like that, and there's too many inconsistencies between form and function. When it compare bulges,
is that another one of those
fake
nips? Yeah, lead. Because people can't help themselves to like go back.
If you want to talk about Hoagland, let's turn that around.
Well, like
get the camera on the other side.
Well, the funny thing.
I'm saying that in look.
Yeah.
That's
that
better.
Gold thing above his vajooter.
Oh,
like,
right.
What is
Okay.
that? Is that like press here for a free ride or something?
Possibly press here if you want to have a Kryptonian.
Hold on,
I'm sure Lois pressed it a few times.
I'm zooming in.
Especially since she was expecting the last time we saw her.
No, I think it was always like, because it's like, okay, how do you because Superman always had a belt too and the undies, so like how do you but we even heard
also,
too, it's like what's funny about this whole thing is like Snyder actually wanted the undies when he's even talked about it. There's quotes where he wanted the undies, but then he realized that
of course,
it's not gonna work.
because the undies are a product, it's a carryover of the strongman, the circus strongman. Right. Of course he wanted the
because he's all about the body and
his introduction into being fascinated by the human physique is a product of looking at dudes wearing the underwear.
I love how homoerotic Zack Snyder is. It makes
nothing wrong with that. He likes the human form, both female and male.
I think it's funny that this rabbit hole that we've gone down, like with Hecklin's costume. The funny thing about it is that's one of the few complaints people have about the show.
Thank you, Chris. We love you.
Yes, Chris, I've been saying it right. Chris,
okay, I say Hoagland. I say Hoagland.
It's Heckland. I have been saying it right.
I always say Hoagland. But
we did because some years ago we did a review of Road to Perdition. Because Tyler Hecklin's in Road to Perdition. Like he's the boy.
Yeah,
he's
that's right. He's
his son. And so that was when I learned how to pronounce his name, because I did the thing that we do is like you find interviews, and I found a video of him saying his name, and I was like, I've been saying it wrong the whole damn time. Okay, Hecklin.
Same thing with Saoirse Ronan.
Yes, definitely.
I was like, what the fuck?
But hey, I'm bad at pronouncing names altogether, so I don't.
But it's like
part of my shtick. Yeah.
But it's like the costume is like one of the few.
Sometimes I pronounce my last name Penna. Sorry.
But no, it's like the costume is like one of the few complaints that people have about the show, and so like when today happened, like at least a few people were like, and I saw this, like, is Superman and Lois even safe? And it's like, it's already been renewed for a third season. Yes, it's safe. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah. Superman and Lois was renewed for a third season. So was Stargirl, and the Flash was renewed for a ninth season.
That's what Jordan was talking about too. Is like they announced those renewals right away, and then when it came to the other ones, everybody was like, "Wait, why haven't they announced the other one?"
That was really the sign, truthfully. And they've done this before, right? Because I remember when they did Arrow's final season, the penultimate episode was the backdoor pilot for Green Arrow and the Canaries, which I really liked, and I really wanted them to pick that up.
Pussycats,
I still feel like the pandemic killed it. I feel like they were gonna do it, and then like everything happened, because around the time Arrow ended was when the pandemic started, like after Crisis was over, and so but it was the same thing where like we were in a holding pattern for months, and they didn't say anything about whether or not they were going to pick up the series, and then one day they were like, "Oh no, we're scrapping it. We're not doing anything with it." So yeah, that was when those two didn't get renewed. It was like, okay, well, it doesn't look good. But there's another thing I wanted to bring up that is,
did Dave stroke out, or is he just filleting himself under the table?
I hope neither. But like, there is another aspect that not to get political or anything, but like there is an issue with these two shows being canceled with respect to representation, because both of them had LGBTQ plus leads, and like that was a part of the show in both cases. It was even bigger in Batwoman's case because homophobia is a problem in the Black community, and yet you had two Black women in a lesbian relationship in the show this season. And so
they're saying it was politically motivated, or they're saying it was a problem.
What they're saying by canceling it is that LGBTQ positive shows don't sell.
Which isn't, and like if people fudge this stuff with the CW all the time, because for years I've had to deal with this. And the great thing about it is I know that when people bring this up, it's bullshit because I worked for a CW affiliate. When somebody brings up live numbers to me in the CW, I know it's a talking point and you're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. The CW has not cared about live numbers for years. The CW has cared about digital. They've been the first, they were one of the pioneers going into digital, and they've also like selling the rights internationally. Like that's how they've made their money. So when people keep showing me how that, I saw that today, the charts like look at the numbers for Legends and look at the numbers for Batwoman. Clearly, it should have been canceled. No, they don't give a shit about live numbers. They never have. That's not why these shows get canceled, and that's not why they're canceling them now. So it's never been about that. So yeah, I don't think that they're being.
I literally got ink on my tongue.
I was about to say, well, like, what is going on with your tongue right there? I don't know.
I didn't see it.
What something happened? With ink on her tongue. I don't know. She just stuck her tongue out, and there was like something on. And I was like, does she have a tongue piercing?
Oh, you okay? Okay. I didn't see it. I don't know. Like I
was like, she was like, I got ink on my tongue.
Yeah, I have confirmed that is accurate. I don't fully grasp. Here she is.
How did you get ink on your tongue?
There stayed for a while. So I have a calligraphy pen, and I was trying to get it to. It had dried out a little, so I was trying to like.
So you licked it.
Oh, I see.
So I licked it, except when I licked it, all of the ink.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
For a minute there, I thought you just had like a tongue ring that was.
This
crazy.
is why I'm Rorschach, guys.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. No, Stephen, I don't think that like if you're asking me personally, do I think that their cancellations were motivated by that? No, but it's still not a good look.
I swear to God, that is me actually right now. Kind eyes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Even put that right there, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm clicking it.
Okay, all right.
Hey, don't do that on camera when bad things happen when people.
Yeah. No,
but anyway, sorry, saying
but no, like I have seen a lot of people upset at both of these shows being, especially since they were done in the same day. I've seen a lot of people in that community very upset about that today, and I can't tell them that they're wrong for feeling that way, even though I don't believe that was the motivation for why they were canceled. It's still not a good look necessarily.
Yeah,
to that audience.
It doesn't feel good to be told that like the representation of you or your identity or your culture or whatever isn't marketable enough or relevant enough to the mass culture, to the GA, to justify continuing giving it money. It does not feel good. It doesn't matter whether or not like. Yeah.
Well, the way I look at it is like when it comes to Batwoman, it's not going to be the last version we're going to see of Batwoman. We're going to see something again in the future for sure. I think this version of Batwoman suffered from some things, obviously, we know. And and to be honest, even though I didn't watch it, I thought, okay, they're kind of solving it. Maybe it'll last. I don't know. And now it's not, but there's going to be another version of it. There definitely be another version of it in the future.
I know this is a complicated and nuanced talking point surrounding this, so it's not to say that it's a ubiquitous aspect of it, but there's a lot of, you get like the bad faith criticisms of like do it like for like diversity, where they say like, oh, well, just make it natural. Like, don't do it for the sake. What's the phrase they use?
Diversity
forced diversity,
right?
For diversity.
Yeah.
And
make it make sense. I always say make it make sense.
So
and it works for me.
So this is not to say that this is not necessarily to echo that, because I don't agree with the idea of forced diversity, because there is plenty of diversity in the real world that can be to be found. Right. However, just because diversity doesn't have to be inherently forced, I think that it often is, and that's not to say that like, and not in all cases, but there is a, when you see some of these shows or some of these decisions, you can see like they want the credit for it being
I want the pat on the back.
Like the bean counters are making the decision, and sure, it's a good thing. That's not to say that it disqualifies it or whatever, but people can smell the motivation behind and you can see it when they cancel the show. They cancel the show because of the performance. Not be like, if they were truly invested in diversity for any other reason, they wouldn't cancel the shows, because they would be doing it for the sake of taking the brunt. And
Correct.
So because of that, people see the dishonesty in the true motivation behind it, which
Correct.
no matter how, even if the writer's room is fully on board and not being cynical about it,
it's the Pride Month phenomenon. It's how like every fucking company suddenly has like a rainbow logo.
And by the way, Ray, this guy's going for, I don't know what he's.
Okay. Briefly, they both suck. So like it's not. I have. Like we're stuck with Jared Goff. I'm convinced that Brad Holmes likes Jared Goff for whatever reason and is going to give him this. We're stuck with him for another year.
Okay.
So,
that's just. Dave, now that you're back and not filleting yourself under your table anymore. What?
I was peeing.
Anyway,
what?
Anyway, I wanted to ask when we were gonna get to talk about Margot Barbie.
Oh, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. But right now, we're in the middle.
How have I not heard that phrase yet? Of course, that's gonna be
it's
Margot
Barbie.
Barbie.
It's gonna happen, yeah.
Oh, that's so.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, let's get through this. Like what?
Ray let's keep on starting tangents, and then that's so much more fun.
Finish Ray.
To what you were saying, Stephen. Yeah, and it's because like within the DC shows in the CW, like they've had that representation in several different characters. If I were to be honest with you, like I hear what you're saying in terms of like the intent, and they see the dishonesty behind the intent. I feel that even with the challenges that they dealt with in Batwoman, I can only say this because I got caught up. I watched the last 2 seasons. It felt very organic the way that the writers and the actors approached it.
Yeah,
like it was, and the other thing, like I will admit, like this is. Like minority issues obviously are going to be different for me because I am one. And in this case, like the demographic that they, yes, I know I don't sound like it, but I am. But like,
I just don't think it's necessarily very relatable for everyone. And that can get exhausting.
Shut the fuck up, Steven. People don't know that you're joking about that.
No, they know.
You're opening. No, he's opening that can of worms again. We don't need that.
Throw a knife at Steven.
Yeah, but no, when it got to this past season of Batwoman, like it really was it was a diverse cast in terms of the mains, right? But you had 3 black characters, 2 who were lesbians, and then you had an Asian woman, and then you had Alice, and I actually Rachel Scarson's was actually amazing through all 3 seasons of that show, but like it just had a different vibe to it. And it just really like, I thought that the way that they achieved that in the wake of all the shit that they had to deal with, like, because I was skeptical at first when they were like, we're not recasting Kate Kane and we're going with a totally different Batwoman. I was like, I liked the first season. So I was like, okay, so now you're just scrapping everything that you did and you're starting over. I don't know how I feel about that. And then through the second season, I was like, okay, no, I actually, because they didn't do it in a way where it was like they ignored Kate Kane. They did it in a way where they were like, okay, we're bringing a character in that shares a lot of similarities with Kate Kane, but from a black woman's perspective. And it just really added.
And then they cast somebody new to be Kate Kane to like kind of like sporadically show up, right?
Yes.
With,
Wallace Day, who was in Krypton. She was Nissa Vex in Krypton. And the back end of season 2. Yes, totally. So like in the midst of the corporate motivations behind it, they found an organic way to pull it off. Subjectively speaking, in my opinion, and that's what I'm most disappointed about, is to lose that dynamic because of what the show became. And I don't know that we'll ever get to see this type of Batwoman again, unfortunately. when they return to the character.
I don't know if I've even seen a single episode of Batwoman, and I don't watch any of the CW shows anymore. So this is not a judgment on the existence of these shows, and I don't doubt that this is not even despite me hating the CW. I've never even had specific criticisms against the way they handle diversity in their writing. I have a lot of complaints about the writing, but it doesn't affect those. But I think that
white man, to be fair.
So I'll agree with the
diversity, probably not your primary concern.
This is not my primary complaint with the writing.
I know it's probably not your primary concern either.
Okay.
Did I stutter? What the fuck?
So anyway, but the problem, and especially with the CW, because this is so big for them, what often happens is you have this like very 4-quadrant focused show or shows where they're very cognizant of engineering stories and casts and time slots and etc. that bring in these large audiences. And so when we're talking about like the I don't know, quote unquote dishonesty of like the bean counters, not the writer's room, of the way that these are structured, a lot of this stuff would be like these stories that they're trying to tell, I think would be better served if that was the starting point, and then you assembled the target audience and the budget and all of those things after that, instead of trying to use the show as a vehicle to highlight those things. Not that the writing is done poorly, but what happens is you end up with a show that highlights this. It'll be a well-written story or whatever, highlighting diverse people and diverse stories. Yeah. But they're doing that to an audience that they built from not doing that. And so you get people that are triggered with the oh, it's forced. It's like, well, it's not forced. It's just not why you signed up for this. That doesn't mean that it's wrong or it's bad or it's whatever. It's just you are here because you wanted to see something else. And so as a result, then the audience that they built doesn't sustain it. Whereas if it was from the ground up engineered to sustain that story, then they could tell that story and maintain it. And yeah,
I just think maybe we should unpack why the audience that's there in the first place is so repulsed by the LGBTQ plus storyline, but that's neither here nor there.
I don't know that. I don't know this. I don't know that the CW audience proper was repulsed by it. But to be honest with you, I think that I honestly don't even know that their corporate mentality from the beginning, because they didn't start this with Ryan Reynolds. They started with Kate Kane, and I don't think they did it.
They were repulsed by CW.
And we're even talking about like they've got these lead characters, but even going back to like season 1 of Arrow, and even before that, they've not necessarily with the show leads, but I mean with the stories they're telling and the representation that they've got there, they've always been reaching outside of the just like
Sarah's character, definitely, yes.
Yeah. And and so it's not even necessarily a new thing so much as the fact that it's like the lead. That's a big deal. That's a different.
Yeah. Well, and they had already done that, because when they made Sarah the lead for Legends, then they totally leaned into that, especially when they created the dynamic with her and Ava. And they honestly, they've done that. Well, really, they've done that with all the shows, because even Alex on Supergirl, like that was where it was the most after school special in Supergirl, when they did it with her character. But Supergirl, Supergirl was the after school special show.
Yeah, arguably, there's a lot of people it's not everybody's favorite, but there is a legitimate argument with Superman, the Superman universe, that the after school special is the aesthetic, because there's enough historical Superman stuff that is at the after school special style that makes sense as one of the approaches you could take.
But I think that I really think that they had designs on like their version of World's Finest, and we knew that they couldn't do Batman because
hey, shameless plug, world's finest, APS,
Joey, I know. I know. Apparently, even Joey was like, "Hey, well, like he said this. Like, come on, guys."
We still love each other, honey. We still love each other. Mommy and Daddy aren't fighting. We're just having a strong discussion.
But no, they wanted to do that with Kara and Kate. Like you saw that in Elseworlds. They totally wanted to do that, right? And they weren't able to necessarily, like, I think that was their starting point, and then they said, well, it's an opportunity for LGBTQ plus, so let's just lean into that and don't shy away from it. You know what I mean? So I don't know that they started with the idea of it like from a representation standpoint. I think they really just wanted a Bat character because they knew they couldn't use Bruce, you know, because of the TV rights and all that. So they just started there and said, oh, well, she happens to be this. Let's just go ahead and lean into that, especially since we're already doing that on our other shows.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's just, yeah, no. And am I disappointed? Yes, of course I'm disappointed. Yes, Legends lasted 6 seasons more than I thought it was going to, and you know, didn't end the way
it had a good run.
It had a good run, but you always want Dave. You know what it is. You always want the shows to go out on its own terms.
Yeah, you want it to like tie up in a ribbon.
You don't want a Krypton situation. Krypton is still the worst situation.
What they really should do is do like, hey, do an exclusive, you know, fucking movie on something to wrap it all up. They really should do that.
Well, you know, and people have thrown out
they make it into a Christmas special on home.
Yeah, exactly.
People have thrown out HBO Max, obviously, because now when a show gets canceled, the first thing is, okay, what streamer can save
Steven, are
it?
you under the desk filleting yourself? You're on mute, but that was great.
No, I was blowing my nose.
Yeah,
yeah.
But
I was trying to be discreet about it, but
blowing your what?
Nose.
You know, and part. I won't lie. Part of me does think, like, you know, again, I keep bringing this up because he said it. I'm quoting him when he said this, but like, have we lost cabin pressure? We've lost cabin pressure.
Yeah, I think we have. I'm still listening, Ray. Don't worry.
I'm so sorry that I.
No, it's okay. It's all right. It's okay. No, no, it's just when Zaslav said like a year or so ago, 300 to 400 million subscribers, and it's like, okay, well, dude, you're gonna need content. So that's my first thought is like, all right, if you don't want to do this stuff on the CW, I know a place where you can, and you probably should.
Well, I just think they should do a wrap up. Just wrap it up in like a fucking 2-hour long, you know, wrap up finale for that. I mean, like the fact that they left it on a cliffhanger, it's like, all right, now do whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the cliffhanger.
I don't know what it is either, but I've heard that it's like, someone told me it was like, what they say? It was like in between Krypton and Batwoman. And I'm like, okay, Krypton was horrible as far as like the cliffhanger that they left. Krypton left us hanging off of 3 separate cliffs. 3 separate cliffs, one of which involved Darkseid. And that really pissed me off. It was just like, I can't believe you would do that. So
that's the bad part about this is like, you know, but at least it's like, all right, if you're going to do this, like do one last little hurrah, maybe. I don't know how, but then again, I'm not a business guy. Maybe they looked at the numbers, like how much we should spend and how much it's going to pull in. I don't know. But at the same time, I mean, that's always been a case when it comes to a lot of things. And obviously Netflix is dealing with that because they cancel shit and people get pissed off all the time. And people even claim like that's the reason why, you know, Netflix is going down because they cancel shit too early. And then I'm like, well, are they? It
costs $20 a month. That's the reason why. Why don't we all just go get fucking cable again? Jesus.
But no, Amanda, that's people need to realize that's what this is. Cable. I told a mutual this earlier today. Cable isn't, because he said cable was dying, and I'm like, no, cable isn't dying. It's evolving. Cable is moving from coaxial cable to Ethernet.
Yep.
That streaming is just it's going to be the new cable.
Any package I can give that does not include Fox Entertainment Media, 100%. And by that, I mean Fox News, which is actually not news. It's entertainment media. As long as I can get a cable package that doesn't include that, I might even consider actual coaxial cable again.
Well,
but
I mean,
the thing is, by
going back,
design. So no, cable's never getting my fucking money again.
Well, I mean, same thing with like CNN Plus also was a failure. But anyways, but like when it came to when I was still in cable, when I was a cable guy, I even told customers and I told my workers, I'm like,
were a cable guy? What the
fuck?
Are you actually trying to teach him, Gary?
Oh yeah. I was a cable guy. Oh yeah, for 7 years. I knocked on doors and I was like, yep, Time Warner or Spectrum or Adelphia. There was 3 different names I had to say because anyways, but yeah, I was. But I would tell people, I'm like, you know what's gonna happen? I mean, we're just gonna install a modem and a router in your central command center, and that's all you're gonna need. Yeah. I would tell customers that. I would tell my coworkers that. I'm like, this is where it's going. Yeah. I didn't get on top of a big satellite dish. It's like, the future is now, and say like, hey, you can play Mortal Kombat with a friend in Vietnam. I didn't do that.
When I was growing up, I had the satellite dish that was the size of like a small waiting pool that physically moved.
Yeah.
When you turn channels. That was I had that satellite.
Yeah. No, but I would tell people, I'm like, dude, eventually it's gonna get to a point where all you need is a modem that is wireless, and that's it. And sure enough, we are there now.
We're there.
Yeah, that's all I have. That's all I have now.
Because Amanda, here's the thing: like YouTube TV. Funny enough, okay. Here's the thing with YouTube TV, right? Now it's live TV. It's essentially like cable for streaming. Yeah. And they have an option where you can change the menu and hide shit that you don't want. Mm-hmm. So even though the Fox channels are there, I have that shit turned off.
Yeah.
I never see it in my lineup.
The reason why I don't like it is because Fox to clarify, Fox specifically has a contract deal with cable providers that they're a baked in part of every cable package.
Oh, it's not just them though. Like it's many others.
I know it's not just them. I'm just saying, like, I don't have a fucking problem with ESPN being on every cable package, even though I never watch it. Well, but I do have a fucking problem with giving my money to fucking Rupert Murdoch.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, Amanda. Like, if you want your cable bill to be cheap, because people don't know this either.
You don't have cable. I haven't had cable since 2009.
So anybody that does have cable, though, they don't realize like where all the money for that bill is going. It's all getting divvied up between all of the channels that are in. So like when you pay for that cable package, $6.67 of that is going to ESPN, which is why when so many people cut the cord years ago, they had to lay off hundreds of employees because they actually lost money when people cut out, because that was how many people cut out cable. Yeah. It affected ESPN that badly. Yeah. So like there's but you're right. They all do it.
Prime also has a lot sort of a live-ish version where like if you have a subscription to through Prime, you can have like a Discovery Plus subscription or a whatever subscription that like different channels is right. Label them right, and then when you go into your Prime Video, it'll say like watch live via your Discovery Plus. Like Joanna Gaines puts another fucking farmhouse sink in some bitch's house.
Yes, like, right, because like any of these networks that has an app but also has a live broadcast, you have like Peacock's a perfect example. If you get Peacock, you have access to like all of the live NBC channels that like all of them. Like they have a Bob Ross channel. NBC has a Bob Ross channel.
No, actually, no.
Oh, please tell me it's called.
Don't do it because it's not going to Bob Ross's family. It's going to those fuckers who stole all his fucking money.
No, it's.
I just hope it's called Happy Trees.
It's not called Happy Trees, Dave. It's just called the Bob Ross channel, but it totally is there. It exists. But that like a CBS, like if you have Paramount Plus, you have 24-hour access to your local CBS affiliate, whoever it is, right?
Well, I mean, like what's interesting, like even tonight, like the Giants game, I wanted to watch it on MLB TV and I couldn't because it was broadcasting on Apple TV. So I was like, what the fuck? And I typed in because I'm using my mom's Apple TV, and when I try to log in, it was like, oh, you need to have the verification code, and I'm like, I text my mom like, you probably just got an email right now, you know, so I couldn't like exactly watch it, and I was like, all right, fine, MLB TV, even though I can't watch it, I can still listen to the radio broadcast. Oh, look at that, that's awesome. Nice. I love that.
That's nice. It's cool.
No, but what the point I'm getting at is like, now all these streaming services are trying to get live TV as much as possible.
I've had people tell me for like the last year or so that HBO Max desperately wants to do that. Like they're trying to get, like HBO Max is trying to get into live sports.
Yeah.
And Warner,
Warner, bitch, if they get curling, take my fucking money. Keep it.
Warner Media has
cricket.
Like Warner Brothers Discovery has live sports.
Pay for the badminton.
Because like I know they're not doing scripted programming on TNT or TBS anymore, but both those networks are still carrying hockey and basketball. So like there is still like live sports, like they're still trying, like that's going to become a thing. Like we're going to see more, like the blackout problem is going to get worse, Dave, more than likely.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. The blackout problem. Anytime the Giants play the Dodgers, I'm like, all right, I can't even watch it because,
dude, I don't get me started on that shit because our
this sounds like a great time to transition to Margot Barbie.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there.
But God damn it. Sinclair bought when Sinclair Broadcast Group bought the regional sports networks, like they bought Fox Sports Detroit and they turned it into Bally Sports, and then they wouldn't renegotiate with all of the streamers, so they're not carried on any streamers, and they don't have a streaming app themselves. I can't watch Tigers, Pistons, or Red Wings.
Yeah.
Not in the traditional sense anyway.
I can't watch Tigers Piston. I swear to God, I'm so sorry. I swear to God. Okay, fair.
That's Cheryl Baskins thing.
I watch every Chicago sports team on WGN, but we would put it on mute and turn on Whoa Public Radio to hear the.
You don't like Hawk Harrelson? Doesn't he still call White Sox games?
I give two shits about most sports. My whole family does, though. They're all like. So.
I think sports is going to be a really interesting. Sports will be the last holdout. Because if you look at it in terms, and this is what's really people contextualize things in terms of how they've been, not in terms of like what they are and what they could be, and really all we're talking about is content and distribution.
Yes.
You have something that people want to watch, and you have the way they watch it. And in the past, it was done a very particular way because that was just the availability. That was the technology we had and the means we had of doing it. But you look at, like, for example, sports, you look at all these huge sports packages, and really that's because you have, like, the NFL and the MLB, and they have, it's a big organization that has hundreds of hours of original new programming that is time sensitive, produced every year, in addition to all of the live coverage and analysis and et cetera that goes around that. And because it's all produced by, like, you know, it's all under the NFL, you have it's a huge umbrella of content that's like bigger than what most movie studios have to offer. And you've got that all has built-in audiences, like the strongest built-in audiences you're gonna find. Like when you talk about like fandoms, and you talk about like Warner Brothers and Batman, like Warner Brothers owning Batman, and therefore Batman fans is not as strong as like the NFL owning,
not even close,
owning
no. That's generational.
It's heritage. That's cultural heritage. And Batman is too, but it's not the same.
We talk about like how, like, you talk about how crazy fandoms are with cape shit. Oh, it is increased 100-fold with football.
Way worse.
Right.
Oh, it is so.
We saw this start with
how many bitches who never fucking went to Notre Dame, who are not fucking Catholic, who don't even live in the fucking state.
Don't get me started on fucking Notre Dame.
Don't get them started.
My own fucking family.
Amanda, I'm a Michigan fan. You know I hate Notre Dame. You know I hate Notre Dame.
And
it's so bad. It's so disgusting.
I know. Yes, it is.
Irish, bitch. You have no affiliation.
Touchdown, Jesus! Jesus propels us into the end zone. Fucking hate Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Touchdown, Jesus. It's I died for you, Jesus. Come on.
I hate Notre Dame.
Yeah,
so
where
much.
was Jesus when I fumbled? Anyway,
those arrogant assholes. I hate them. And I was raised Catholic, and I still hate them.
Today, yesterday, and forever, Dave, when you fumbled.
Anyways, you were saying, Steve?
Yeah. So
13-9.
Well, I was saying that the sports is going to be the last holdout, because you see with media, the evolution since the advent of the internet has been the same kind of pattern of we have the old way, the old distribution model. And the problem with that is that all the companies are entrenched, and the biggest companies are the slowest to move. And so the internet comes along, and the first ones to move are not the big companies, but the big companies own all of the rights. And so as a result, the stuff that people wanted to watch, they were only getting via the only way to get that, or listen to, or whatever media. Music is the big one with Napster and everything.
Right.
Because the labels weren't nimble. Sure, you had plenty of artists, individual artists that owned their own music, who quickly saw the opportunity and started releasing stuff online. And then, especially as that all developed, now you have people that have entire careers based on. I went on a Holocene deep dive yesterday. It's just a band that started on Fiverr that's now like on YouTube. They do a bunch of covers and stuff, and they're interesting.
Fiverr? Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And they do a bunch of like really like Linkin Park and like emo and heavy metal covers.
The longer you guys don't let me talk about Margot Barbie, the more I'm gonna shit talk.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there.
And but that's what you're getting from the non-established. Like those are only the small movers, and so it took a piracy almost killing the music industry for the studios to feel enough pain to say, oh, let's adopt this new approach. And now the theatrical industry didn't have quite the same issue, because the physical distribution model of going to a theater is hard to replicate. The best you could do was like, oh, it leaked as a cam copy. No, that doesn't replicate the theatrical experience in your home.
Oh, it does not.
And so the theatrical industry was allowed to make that switch quicker. But when you come to like cable and live content, now we're starting to get more piracy of that because of Twitch and because of all these other things. And so that will lead to enough pain that ideally what I'd like to see is, I think that and so like with HBO Max, for example, you've got all these, you got DC, you've got Turner, you've got all these little individual ones under them. And I'd like to see one day for them to say like, pick like $1 per tier or whatever or however they do it, and let you structure it that way. Or I'm fine paying for the whole package. But the point is, the internet allows them to be that nimble. Like we were talking about blackout dates and stuff. What's crazy about like sports now versus sports 20 years ago, if I wanted to watch a Bears game and I didn't have, and like I couldn't get my rabbit ears to work to get it tuned in, that was it. I was done. Right. And now I want to watch a Bears game and I can't get it. There are of course there's a lot of illegal ways to go get it, but also I could just say, oh, I'm gonna go online, I'm gonna click purchase package, and I'm going to watch it right then and there. I don't have to have a cable guy come out. I don't have to call the company. I don't have to and so that's a step closer, and it's not the result. But I think that you see the big thing is I think HBO Max is, people aren't going to realize it for a couple of years probably. But that everyone was excited about streaming because like the binge model and the ad free and watching new movies from your home. It all totally breaks the theatrical and traditional TV model apart into something that's entirely different that people like. However, now you have HBO Max, and now there's like a big pushback towards weekly releases. HBO Max does that, and Disney Plus do that. And then now HBO Max, their most profitable tier is like the average revenue per user on their ad tier is their most profitable by far. And you've got HBO Max totally destroyed box office windows. And like the Batman proves that you can still make a lot of money in a short window and do well with streaming numbers. No, the numbers in theatrical don't compare to movies of the past, but they don't have to,
Right.
Because you're monetizing through 2 different distribution platforms. And so you're comparing apples. If you're going to compare like the whole $1 billion Batman thing, you're comparing apples to oranges because it's literally a different market. You're talking about a 45-day market where the Batman makes $750 million. That accounts for the budget plus some, and then it releases on HBO Max where it outperforms a number of day and date movies from 2021, and that's huge growth. Like the reason that HBO Max grew as much as it did last year is because of that model, and the Batman proves that you don't have to do day and date to get that double dip benefit. Which is what's hilarious about that now is that after destroying theatrical and destroying, now all of a sudden we're like, oh hey look, we're back to ad-based plans. We're back to package deals, and people have to sign up for all these services now. And the third one was and now the theatrical component, and like for example, my prediction is that Netflix within the next 2 years is going to start having a 30-day window exclusivity theatrical.
Well, they're going to have to
like
with Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, right?
Yes,
right.
So.
And because what HBO Max proves, what the Batman proves, is that you can. And they want to do this anyway for Academy eligibility, but what you see like with the Batman and all the day and date stuff, but also like the Batman specifically is the most high profile one. Whoa. Can I talk about numbers, please?
Yeah.
Look at the chat. Look at the chat.
Right up.
No.
So,
damn it!
You can straight up.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
So if you get these movies like HBO, like Netflix, they're doing an ad tier, and they said they never would. So now all of a sudden we're back to broadcast ad-based television again.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, people want that. They gave people the ad-free option, and they loved it. And then they say, well, like, oh, well, here's a cheaper plan with ads. And people are like, oh, you know what? I'll do that. Yeah, I'll watch commercials again. Mm-hmm. The market demands that. Now also they're going to have the option of saying, oh, you can pay for the budget of your movie plus some with a limited theatrical window without decimating its performance on your streaming platform.
Right.
And I think ideally, actually, you're going to get a little bit of like a movie pass thing too, where like if you're a Netflix subscriber, you can go get a free or discounted ticket for Netflix movies in the theater. And that'll be and theaters will love that because that is new revenue. Netflix movies, which previously weren't released in theaters, and their highest margin anyway is on snacks. So you're sending people from their living room watching movies to theaters to watch movies where they buy more nachos because they don't have to buy tickets for every member in their family. Now they're buying snacks for every member in their family, which they stopped doing in the past 20 years. Because it's way too fucking expensive to do that. And so once Netflix is like, look, we'll subsidize the ticket purchase. If you step back and then you slowly creep forward, the bokeh effect of my camera will be like super cool, super creepy as you like kind of fade into focus. No, back to the.
No. Hey, Amanda, yeah. He's talking about some good things right here.
We're
revolutionizing.
Yes.
I mean, but at the same time, like Netflix has tried to do some.
You should go down
and the raise
slowly rise and then slowly rise up.
No. But like, whoa. Hey, easy there. You know,
it's stop talking about business.
We'll get there.
He's making great points.
I know.
He's making great points.
So does the chat.
Yeah, I know. Why do you think I'm talking so much about this? Go sit down
Tell
quietly
me,
for 3
Mommy
minutes
and
and then
Daddy
we'll be
love each
done.
other very much.
No, we'll get there. We'll get there in about 4 minutes.
All right.
4 minutes and 37 seconds. Yeah.
All right.
You should be thanking me for not. This has been on my brain for like the past week,
and
I have not
shit that
subjected
made
you
me
to
marry
this yet.
you. This is the kind of shit that made me marry you. I don't know.
You can attest. I have not sat you down and yelled at you about Netflix ad tiers at all.
Look at the time.
That is true. He has not talked about.
But look at the times that Netflix has actually released a movie in theaters.
Right.
Like your Don't Look Up, Army of the Dead. It's like, that pulls in more revenue.
Well, and the ad tier thing, like people freaking out over the ad tier thing. It's like every other streaming app, literally all of them, have an ad tier.
Yeah.
Like HBO Max has an ad tier. Paramount Plus has an ad tier. Peacock has an ad tier.
I know you guys saw that.
Oh, jeez. Nothing. Don't.
I see it now. All right. Wow.
Oh, it's gotten to a whole other point. But no, but going to the point is like the fact of the matter is Netflix really needs to embrace a window where they release their movies out in theaters. And I think they're going to really start trusting that. And I think when it comes to Rebel Moon, how do you not release something like that in big, huge IMAX or whatever the fuck? You know?
Well, and check, I covered some of this in a piece I wrote this week for Screen Rant called How Netflix Has Been Preparing for Its Big Inevitable Subscriber Drop. Yeah. What do you call it?
Yeah, you're promoting.
It's a self-promotion. Yeah. And because with that big drop, A, a lot of those numbers were from Russia. B, sure, they're legitimately having issues with subscriber numbers. That's why you're seeing stuff like them trying to get rid of freeloaders and all of this other stuff. But also, people have never they're being so heavily in debt has always been like a big criticism or a thing that people are concerned about. Not realizing that Netflix has known that HBO Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and Universal one day are going to either be acquired or bring their own service, at which point they say, okay, Netflix, you can no longer have the Harry Potter movies. Now I have the Harry Potter movies. Mm-hmm. And so if Netflix depends on having Friends, having Harry Potter, having The Office, they lost all those. So and so if that's
and
what
they're losing the Marvel movies, right?
Yeah. And so if that is what was keeping Netflix afloat or built their base in order to compete once Disney says, well, no, now we've got Marvel and Star Wars, or I don't know if Netflix ever had, but anyway, or in HBO Max says now we have Harry Potter, we have Lord of the Rings, these are ours now. Netflix needs to have their own original catalog, so they had about a decade to replicate a century worth of content that their competitors were about to bring against them. Mm-hmm. You either go $15 billion into debt in order to do that, or you don't. And part of the consequence of that is canceling shows in their second season if they aren't bangers. Yeah. Like not just like good. I'm not saying those shows aren't good or didn't deserve additional seasons, but like we're talking about, you can spend that money to try to launch, because you're only going to reduce in popularity as the show goes on. Even if it's good, you're going to lose a little bit of the audience each time. So you can either spend the money for that third, fourth season on a third, fourth season that's going to be pretty good, or you can take another swing on a potential home run. And they have to do that until now. Now we have reached the point where the market is saturated enough with streamers where it's starting to impact their subscriber numbers. And so now the runway of we need to have this original content is up. They ran out of runway. And so now it's customer retention. Now it is improve revenue per user by getting rid of freeloaders. And so you'll see things like weekly releases, ad tiers, theatrical releases, and I bet we're going to start seeing a lot more renewals of shows that have been canceled.
I literally had to pull one of your beard hairs out of my lip gloss.
Are you sure it was a beard hair?
And
sorry,
that was a perfect response. I'm just saying. Yeah. Let's hope it was a beard hair. Let's hope it was a beard hair.
One of those ways is I'm pretty sure. Trust me. No. I'm just joking. It could be. I don't know.
Head pressure has gone completely.
Joey,
I'm doing my best to avoid specifying anything. I'm just saying we don't know.
Oh man.
So,
my goodness.
I should have smeared my lipstick all the fucking way over before I came back.
Or not. But anyways, I guess I'm at the rambling point. But the point is that that runway of the Netflix behavior that has been driving people crazy, that has all been about maximum growth in the shortest amount of time possible, is now done. And now you're going to see them trying to leverage, how do we compete, not how do we prepare for the inevitability of Disney and Warner Brothers becoming direct competitors after years of market exclusivity where they made money off of Disney and Warner Brothers movies.
Look, I'm putting my beer up Dave's asshole.
It's
gotten to the point where
we're gone.
All right. No.
Right.
Like whatever.
No, don't give in. Don't give in. You're just validating the tactic.
I'm clenching, Steven. I'm clenching. Okay.
I'm sorry.
It is guerrilla warfare at this point.
Guerrilla warfare. Yeah.
And so now I wouldn't be shocked to see a lot of those shows go beyond that 2-3 season cancel point.
The guy gets shot. He's like red and pineapple.
If not, even have Netflix go back to some of those shows people were mad about them canceling to pick up for additional seasons. I wouldn't even be shocked to see that. But basically, whatever they can do to focus more on customer retention and maintaining the brand they have, as opposed to putting all of their money into only growth-focused activities.
Well, and like the ad tier stuff was going to happen eventually, but then the weekly thing is interesting. When they start doing that and they go away from the binge model, that'll be really the sign. That'll be like the massive sign of change, the massive sign of like them turning a corner and going into a different, because they're experiencing some blowback with that because they're the only ones to do it. Everybody else has subscribed to the weekly model, to the weekly
That's
release.
Just the
all
end
of them.
The colon when you have to turn the corner.
Okay.
All right.
Oh man.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I haven't had more than an odd drink of alcohol in.
And you know what? Somebody in the chat said something that I want to really say, but I don't think it would come off well. That it is a very
let's maintain an illusion of some kind here.
No. Somebody said something where I almost want to like reciprocate. I want to say it in the voice that I want to say it, but it's not going to be politically correct. That's all I got to say. Yeah. If anybody sees what I'm talking about, I'm like, I want to almost say it. And it's like, yeah, because it's a TikTok section that somebody does that when it comes to videos and the reaction to it. I think I know
you probably shouldn't.
I know. That's why. Yeah, I know. Ray, I know. I was like, hey, I should probably not say it because, you have to say it in a certain type of.
Let's talk as much as possible about how we're not saying it instead of.
I know, right? Anyways. So no.
No, I've been wanting to talk about there was that new set photo this week from. She doesn't even care anymore.
What? I'm sorry. Banning someone who is a fucking anti-Snyder troll. Say it again. I'm sorry, not even anti-Snyder. He was like,
well, nothing. We were talking about Barbie, but you didn't seem interested, so we're ready to move on to. We're gonna go back to sports broadcasting.
My fucking face. Who the fuck are you? Dark Knight.
Okay. Anyways, what we're talking about?
Bitch you've ever met, and you fucking know it. You're just sad that it's not your dick that I maybe sucked on camera.
Oh dear. Oh dear. All right. Okay.
Getting to that point. So we're gonna talk about Barbie now.
If we aren't gonna talk about Margot Barbie, this is where I'm taking it.
Well, I mean, we can.
All right, everybody mute and let's let Amanda say what she has to say about Margot Barbie for about 3 minutes.
There it is.
Yes, there it is.
I don't even have 3 fucking minutes to say. I'm just
No, go on.
No, I don't have to say any shit for 3 minutes. I just have to say I fucking love her. I think this is an excellent choice. I'm very excited. Steven made me guess all of the other people starring in the film. And I guessed very wrong. But I'm glad I was wrong. I really like the choices. So,
okay. So what? Okay. So answer me this: what the fuck is this movie? Because at first it was supposed to be like what Amy Schumer was like, and then when I thought about that, I was like, all right, it's gonna be something interesting when it comes to like her. Yeah. What'd you say?
I'm not a fan of hers. So
I'm not a fan of hers either.
So I'm with you.
Was that the same? Was that the same script? Like, that's what I'm very curious about. Is like, based on the fact that was a version of that, and now this is a version of it. I have a hard time reconciling that. Like, these are the same.
But then you have Ryan Gosling and you have Will Ferrell. You have these people, and I'm like, and anytime they announce a casting for this movie, I'm like, what is this movie? Like, what am I supposed to like take from this? Is it supposed to be like very much like self-aware and parody? Am I supposed to take it seriously? I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. And then I see this image, which Margot looks amazing, sure. But I'm going, what is this fucking movie? I just don't know what this movie is.
I mean, I
more ass.
I hope that they do a full frontal nudity and it's boob with no nipples and just a plastic vagooter.
And then Ryan Gosling has like no dick.
But like, that's the version of the movie that has the Barbie song in it, though. Like the fact that not only the fact that it's not in there, but the fact that like that's one of the first things they put out there.
Do it, Dave. You know it.
I'm not
plastic.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
I mean, just looking at that picture.
I'm dropping everywhere. Sorry. Oh my god.
Literally the first thing I ever owned was that.
It's just looking at that picture. Like I was like, okay, well, because I was actually focused on like the rest of what was in the picture. Like, okay, that's clearly a toy car.
Yeah, it's a car with the
whatever
pink car.
She's in, and it looks like it's like the background behind is like, okay, is that one of the older Barbie houses? Like it looks like there's definitely the toy aesthetic within whatever they're doing with this, which okay, yeah, that works, you know, like in principle. But like, I don't know what this movie is either. We need to see a trailer.
What's going on?
Like a teaser.
I've always kind of assumed personally that it's going to be more about Barbie the character than Barbie the product.
Plastic.
It really does.
It looks like look at the door. Look at the door doesn't open. Look,
another thing that I when I put it in a thumbnail, I was like, what is going on with her right arm? Why is it not like showing up? Only her hand shows up. Where's her arm? Why is it just
right
pink
there?
Right here?
Yeah.
It's very strange to me. Like when I was like cutting it out for a thumbnail, I was like, why is her like right arm not showing up anywhere right here? It's
I see it. I don't know I don't know what's in front of it, but like no, you know
what is this right here? What is this?
Behind,
I'll tell you what it is.
Behind what it looks like is so like
her arm is there, but her head is like obscuring most of it because of how it's like because she's got thin arms. Like it's not like she does. You know, but like
can you zoom in? Can we zoom in? Is that a thing?
That's as much.
It's literally just not there. Like her
right arm is not there.
No, I think it's there. It's just like hidden. Like
what is this?
See it.
Hidden behind what?
What is this right here? What is this pink part right here? It's like bubblegum exploded right here.
It's background.
It's on the Z. It's on the Z axis.
Right.
Here's what I will say: that outfit literally looks exactly like one of the outfits that my mom's vintage 1960s Barbie set that I inherited had. The way that it like comes off of her chest.
Well, look at the bracelet she's wearing too. Like that. I've seen that toy bracelet, like the headband she's wearing. Like this. Yes. This is the toy come to life. This is literally the toy. Look at how fake the flowers are in the background.
One of those it's not like one of the plastic shell things that you would open, like the Barbie RV or the Barbie like the playhouse or anything like that. I think what it is actually one of what they do now when they sell, sometimes like instead of selling, they'll sell the Barbie and some accessories, and instead of selling it with a larger plastic toy that is like a hard shell case or something that you would open that would have a background or a setting inside it, a lot of the times what they'll do now is they'll sell built into the packaging like a background that is meant to be played with, like paper doll kind of situation.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This looks like that to me. This looks that pink brick thing. That looks like that's what she was standing in front of in the package, and then you take her out, and then you take that part out, and it has a little stand you put together, and then she can
Yeah, but I'm not expecting this to be.
Is on her tippy fucking toes the whole fucking time.
But I'm not expecting this to be like this is not like a Lego movie thing. Like I don't think this is going to be.
No.
Like everything is literally.
She doesn't have joints drawn on her.
I think it's gonna be like Speed Racer in terms of like I think it's gonna have all of these aesthetics kind of, and there's going to be a lot of wardrobe level like Easter egg style, like you're saying with the clothes. Everything she wears is going to be like a reference to that stuff. But I mean, it's a Greta Gerwig movie.
Yeah,
like so I'm expecting it to be like a drama using the Barbie characters aesthetic.
Or anything like that,
these flowers look fake as hell. Yeah, I don't know. Everything's weird. Yeah.
It's Barbie.
I know.
Car looks fake as hell.
No, that car door doesn't open. Look at that. Car door does not open.
Look at it.
Yeah,
Look at the front part of the hinge. Look at how the hood on the car also does not open.
That's a legitimate. That's a legitimate door.
Well, and also look at the windshield. Look at how glossy it is. That's a plastic windshield.
Yeah, the windshield is definitely plastic as fuck.
Yeah. So
that is plastic. So fantastic.
I hope to God that it is the most unbelievably perfect. She can't do wrong. Margot Robbie can do no wrong. Margot Barbie can do even less wrong because she's plastic and she'll preserve better than a fucking McDonald's French fry.
So far of the Margot Robbie movies I've seen, she has not done. But there's a couple of her movies I still need to see because I've seen all of her.
I, Tonya.
I have not seen I, Tonya.
Oh, I Tonya is fantastic.
But I have seen Wolf of Wall Street. Several times.
Seen that puss?
Yeah. You mean you paused it several times?
I've seen the puss.
Well, there's there's multiple times at which you would pause. That's the great thing. It's not like Halle Berry and Swordfish.
What a deep cut reference.
Yeah.
Okay, but
dude, you know what? I remember the reaction in the movie theater where like people like next to me were like, "Oh my god, Halle Berry did a topless." They were like so shocked that she like was like, "Yep, this is me topless," and it was like, "Whoa!" But what's funny is like I already knew about it because that was the early days of like it was still like the internet was like still going, "Hey, guess what? If you watch Swordfish, you're gonna see Halle Berry topless," and I was like, "Yes." Yeah.
Oh, it was lovely.
Oh yeah, it was like a. Can you believe that? I was like, "Fuck yeah, Halle Berry's doing it." Hell yeah.
Yeah, but
it's like back when that was like that kind of. We were talking about that with what we're talking. There was another one we were talking about recently, but that was like a thing that would get way more buzz back then because it wasn't so readily available everywhere else.
Yes, that is. Well, it was 2001, so yeah.
It's like that was the only boob you were going to see for years. Like if you snuck into the theater.
Pretty much, and that is no longer the case. Not at all.
Have you seen Birds of Prey? You've seen.
Oh yeah, I love Birds. I like Birds of Prey.
Bop is a bop. Bop is a motherfucking bop.
Well, you always get like you always get like divided. Like I feel like that's one of the more polarizing.
It is
comic book movies.
I feel like it's even more polarizing than 84 because I feel like 84 at least most people are like.
Here's the weird thing about 84. People, and this is starting to bug me. People are starting to treat 84 like Justice League, and I'm like, back the fuck up on that. Don't do that. Don't do that. We're not going there.
Just because you don't like the Care Bear version of like superheroes does not mean that.
No, like if you did not understand what Patty Jenkins, she was going for a different kind of tone.
Correct.
And if you didn't like it, fine. And I'll even say like I didn't like. There's things I didn't like about it, but there's things I did like about it. I'll always say that. But at the same time, it's like she was going for a completely different tone when it came to 84 than when it came to the first Wonder Woman. And
absolutely,
you know, and
her version of Wonder Woman in general is a different tone.
Oh yeah, 100.
Well, and I think
for that, yeah.
And I think part of the problem that people are having with it is it was such a departure from the first film.
Yeah.
But it's understandable because the first film is a World War I period piece. The second film is an 80s like campy like satire, like literally, like
it's almost like contextually it makes sense,
right? And that's the thing is like quite honestly, Wonder Woman 1984 is a perfect example of like creative freedom because she did what she wanted to do. Yeah. But I see people but I see people lately, like, last year or so, people highlight, look at who wrote the script, Jeff Johns. Clearly he had his hands all over it. It's like, stop it. She stands by what she did. Stop trying to act.
I mean,
like...
she did that for the first one too, until eventually it was far enough separated where she was like, "Oh yeah, I preferred the original third act that they made me reshoot." Like they said, there were no reshoots, and then it turns out they redid the third act. Yeah. So honestly, you can't necessarily take an interview that she did while promoting the movie where she says she stands by it as proof that she stands by it.
I feel like people are pissed that her interpretation of Wonder Woman is that, and this is true in the World War II? World War One. Thank you. I don't know why I thought two. It is World War One, obviously. Anyway, World War One versus 1980s version. I said this, Steven, do you remember me saying this? I said the lasso is the accountability that a good friend holds you to because they won't let you lie to yourself because they love you so much. And like that her superpower is love. Her superpower is love.
I can see that.
It's not her superpower is domineering. Her superpower is the fact that she's like a fucking alien that transcends human ability. I mean, her superpower is not that she's a billionaire playboy. Her superpower is that she is a fucking heart on a sleeve. Yeah. That's her fucking superpower.
And that's it. And you're right.
Because they're not comfortable with vulnerability, love, and they're fucking feeling. Therapy.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. You know what, man? I'm glad you went down that road with it because I've noticed something watching Moon Knight. Moon Knight has done a fantastic, in my opinion, subjectively speaking. Of course, it's all subjective. Like Moon Knight has done a fantastic job of making shallow MCU fans tell on themselves. Because the people that call that show boring and they hate the Stephen Grant character, they basically are admitting that all they watch the MCU for is explosions, one-liners, and superpowers. Because that show is a psychological character study, and it is arguably the best acting I've ever seen out of Oscar Isaac.
Oscar Isaac's doing a great job. Yeah. When it comes to 84, like what you're saying, Amanda, is like, I mean, I think Patty Jenkins wanted to. She was trying to create a movie that was a love letter to her childhood. 100%. She watched the Wonder Woman series and the Donner Superman, and she was like, "I want more of that. This is what I want. I want this type of Wonder Woman," and I respect that. Am I going to be like, which one? What am I going to choose better? I mean, yeah, I like the first Wonder Woman better, sure. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm not going to go like, oh, I'm not going to shit on this one because this is what she chose for it. And I actually respect that because she chose to go completely go a different route. And there's a lot of things I like. There's things I like about Wonder Woman 84. And I've said that before. We've talked about it before. But yeah, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but if I'm going to watch a Wonder Woman film, I'm going to watch the first one because that's more my speed. 100. And that's fine. But that's just,
fine to have your own.
But I respect what she was trying to do.
Like 84. Just don't try to say that it's bad because in its own context, it executed well for the most part. Steve and I was like, but like, I'm not even really a big fan of it. I'm not trying to defend. Like, it's not. I also
that's where I'm at too.
It's ninth on my DCEU list. I decided, Stephen, that I'm still going to do rankings for franchises.
Ninth out of how many? How many is there now? 13, 12, 13?
DCEU, there's 10. There's 10 so far.
Because
because one movie has replaced another, and the only reason that Studio Squad is 10th is because the Ayer cut hasn't been released yet.
Sure.
Studio Squad. That's almost as good as Margot Barbie, but it's not.
I think
Barbie.
I think it's fair to rank those as different movies because they're treated as different movies in terms of like IMDb and it's literally a different title but also it's not a alternate like BVS Ultimate Edition, you can, I think, you can say like, oh, I'm just considering that the definitive version of the movie, but I don't think you can say I consider Zack Snyder's Justice League the definitive version of Justice League. I would say it's the better Justice League because it's not. I mean, it is definitive, but it's not. It's like for example, the like if they're going to pick and choose which one they're going to choose as the one, like if they're going to choose the Whedon one is the one they focus on, or they're going to choose the Snyder one is the one they focus on moving forward, I think that therefore it's also fair to treat it as separate movies in the rankings.
And like the difference, I mean, yes, there is a marked difference between the Ultimate Edition and the theatrical version of BVS. There most certainly is. The difference between Justice League 2017 and Zack Snyder's Justice League is vastly bigger.
So big,
and not just in terms of story, and not just in terms of acting, but literally in terms of like the villain looks different.
Yeah, if you were to categorize like parts of what makes a movie, like script, acting, casting, aesthetic, visual, whatever, it's every part of it is
Somebody earlier today posted a clip. They posted the clip of particles of house become particles of smoke. The realization that they all have that they need to bring Superman back to life, and they improperly posted it as an example of show don't tell. It's not really show don't tell. However, when they posted it, I was reminded of how god awful that similar version of that is. The 2017 movie,
yeah,
and it's like it's not even close.
No,
and we're talking like all aspects. We're talking about dialogue, music, lighting, cinematography. All of it is so incredibly different. But that's why I have a list of 10, and I have omitted the 2017 movie from my list because I can do that. I can do that.
Because I get to do that.
Yeah. So back to the Wonder Woman thing, I think I mean, who knows what's going to be happening with Wonder Woman 3? I mean, obviously all we know is the fact that
it's all present day.
Huh? It's supposed to be present day.
It's supposed to be present day, right?
Yeah. And I think what Jenkins is going to do is like, okay, so the first one, Wonder Woman, was like, all right, they established that, and it was very much like, all right, Zach set the foundation, Patty took it, and then Patty took it to another level where she was like, this is a love letter to my childhood. And I think that resonated with people, and if it didn't resonate with you, fine. That's fine.
You know what it's similar to?
If it didn't resonate with you, go to fucking therapy. Is my honest opinion.
It's similar. Yeah, like you just said. Like she took, the ball from Snyder and ran with it in her direction. Similar to what Juan did.
Exactly.
He did the same damn thing.
Exactly. Well, that's what Zach wanted to do. He was like, whatever. But at the same time, it's like, all right. But then now, when it comes to the third one with Patty Jenkins, she's probably going to be like, all right, now I'm going to wrap this up in a bow in a way, and she's probably going to knock it out of the park. That's what I'm hoping is like.
I think this is going to be a fucking badass.
Yeah, exactly. She's going to be like, all right, I saw the criticism. That was a love letter to certain things and me and whatever the fuck. But now we're going to wrap this up in a fucking badass fucking bow where like we're going to see a Wonder Woman that you've never seen before. I think she's going to knock it out of the park. And that's what I'm hoping for.
I feel like this third one is her opportunity to. So the second, I really like the point that you make. The second is very much an homage to her, the Wonder Woman of her past, the Wonder Woman of the past. And then this third one, I think it has the potential to be, and I hope that it is the new past version of Wonder Woman that the next director who takes Wonder Woman on will have to reference as their starting point. Starting point, but as their like most recent foundational, formational understanding, interpretation of what Wonder Woman is and can be. It will no longer be only just building off of Linda Carter. It will be Linda Carter plus more presciently
Yeah. Well, and I also think that just like Juan did with Zack Snyder's Justice League, I think that
I believe in you, Patty.
I think that Patty will take that movie into account as well in terms of because one of the things I said, when people always like to have the semantical argument over like whether or not they're which film are they observing, whatever. Like, regardless of where you sit in that argument, the thing that you can't do is you can't neuralize Gal Gadot's performance in Zack Snyder's Justice League out of her brain. Mm-hmm. What she's done to craft and build the same, you can't do that for Momoa with Aquaman. You can't do it for Ezra, playing the Flash. Like, that's in their head. Like, as they've developed these characters, that is part of the development for that character. So aspects of that is going to show up in her performance in the third film. It's subconscious at that point. Like, she's not going to turn that off. She can't turn that off. So I think that is going to be further reemphasize why I agree with you. I think the third movie is going to be badass.
It's really funny to me that people shit on Gal for her, like they say that she's not the strongest actor. Okay.
They say she's wooden or whatever. And it's like,
yeah. And I think it's funny because there are very, very, very few performers, male, female, or otherwise, that would have the ability to provide a consistent touch point that does not contradict itself in the same character under multiple different directors in various time time settings that somehow make it feel consistent. Like, I really don't think that very many people could do that. Maybe the best parallel to that is like Blow or Benjamin Button, and that's one fucking movie.
Right. Okay.
Within, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not very, 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 very rarely do we get to see the same person playing the same character under different directors in vastly different contexts from one another, and yet still there's a thread that unites them. That is very, very difficult.
Well, I think one of the things, like,
and part of it is script. I'm not going to lie and say that it's all her performance, but I think that her performance could totally destroy it if it were bad. So
I think performance-wise, part of the issue is that it's highly dependent. Like, they've seen her presented in a warm and kind of charismatic or intriguing way, particularly like with her introduction in BVS was very kind of mysterious, and then Wonder Woman was the same. And so there are wooden moments with the character based on like the nature of her. I'm trying to frame this in a way that avoids me being like, well, Zack Snyder can do it and nobody can, because that's not the point. But there is an ability to the writing and the way it's shot and edited. People don't respect how significant of an impact it has on the way we receive a performance based on how it's edited. Like, when she's performing these scenes, she's not performing it the way you're watching it. She's performing it in chunks over and over and over and over and over and over and over, right. One line at a time. Yes. And then they'll come in and they'll do it out of order, out of chronological order, and then they come in after the fact and edit it together. Yes, and so
they're shooting the end before the beginning.
So that doesn't mean that she's not doing anything, but there's a level of the director communicating to her how getting her on the same page about what the emotion is in a particular moment. And then being on the same page so that when they come in and take a scene that was shot one week and a scene that was shot another week, and switch back and forth between them to be in the same, like a single monologue, then if without the right person doing that, it ends up coming across wooden. But then also the fact that she was introduced in a expanded cameo role in BVS, where she comes in and she is the one with the secrets. She is the world's the savvy, worldly experienced, seasoned. She knows what's going on here.
She's outfoxing Batman.
We
and
are coming
Superman
in. We are stepping
in
into her world. We are joining her. We are meeting her on her level, not the other way around. And then to introduce her in her own the Wonder Woman movie, where she is on Themyscira as a person who belongs there, but who has risen up as an Amazon, and is at home, which is different from BVS because she's around. She's not that outsider who was also been around. And then they transition her into the fish out of water role. And then and so you contrast that, the fact that those two versions are the first two we see and they work so well. And then there's not a lot that I'll like go to bat for Wonder Woman 84. I don't hate it. It's just like not something I care to like expend energy to defend. Yeah. But the thing I was most concerned about that I was impressed by was her ability to be introduced as someone who is not a fish out of water at all. Like, and she's not also not removed from time yet. She hasn't developed an attachment to humanity yet. Yeah. And so you have both. She knows she's worldly. She interacts with people. She knows the culture. She fits. She goes to a cafe and sits with a glass of wine, and like she is part of the culture that she is living in, which is yet a third look at this eternal character in a new time and a new place who has adapted to different locations and circumstances and languages, but it's still the same character. So those are like three distinct looks that you have.
The complaints about her being wooden remind me a lot of the complaints that people had with Hayden Christensen and saying that he's a whiny little bitch with Anakin. That's what the fuck Anakin is, you stupid idiot. Anakin is a whiny little bitch.
All the Skywalker men are.
I mean, he's a literal incel.
Yeah, he hates fans. He is the OG incel. That's such a great way to put it.
All of the Skywalker men are whiny at points. Yeah. Well, my favorite.
No, a better comparison would be I don't know. This might be hyperbolic because I don't.
You need to one up me right now.
Yeah, would be Keanu Reeves.
Oh, how dare you, sir? How dare you?
Keanu Reeves in what?
Anything from his when he would look at anything when he was younger versus he was always popular, but for him to really pop, what it took to get him from like this really this like wooden stoner comedy actor or whatever into like the Keanu Reeves of today was like The Matrix is really where a lot of that started. But even after that, there was a lot of other stuff in the middle that was like, where is finding what role does he fit in and what director's type does he work best with? And getting him involved in the creative vision, even like that's.
Can I finish my point?
Yeah.
Okay. So my thing about the wooden thing, I feel like it's the same complaint that people had regarding Hayden Christensen, where they were like, "Oh, well, he just seems like a whiny bitch." That's just an accurate interpretation of the character. I feel like the wooden complaint is people picking up on the disconnect that Wonder Woman has as someone who's coming from a culture in which all of the rules are totally different, and this world in which they now exist doesn't really they don't relate to it in a I understand this way. It's almost, as someone who's neurodivergent, I will say, it's almost like she looks at the world and is like, none of this makes sense to me. The way y'all brain work, like the way that you guys perceive and interact with everyone around you is not the way that I would interact or perceive everyone around me, because we're just fundamentally from literal different worlds, and the rules of our society are different. The morals that we're raised with, the principles, the things that we value are different. And so it's not that she's so alien that she can't understand like why people care about their family, but she's also like, why is it so much more complex here? In Themyscira, it's a little bit more straightforward, and everyone kind of has a more unified perspective in Themyscira.
Well, I mean, even like the scene when her and Steve Trevor, end up, doing. I mean, even like Steve's like,
end up what?
Wait a minute. Yeah, that even like he's like, but he was like a gentleman. It was like,
Right.
she's giving me the look. Should I guess I should stay, because she was just like, hey, straight up, hey, let's do this. We dance together. I know we're doing this, and I understand the biology. Let's mash parts. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. What Steven was talking about a second ago with Keanu, yes, there are certain actors that you have to cast them in roles that suit their style. Like not everybody is ubiquitous in terms of their style.
Yeah,
and that's not a shot at Keanu Reeves. It's just there have been a lot of roles in his career where it's like he was miscast. Like
not even miscast, but like someone else could have been cast that would have done better, but that the performance, the end result of the performance, is a marriage between multiple creators, of which the actor is only one of them. They're an important person, and they deserve, like, not to diminish that they are performing, but like with Gal with Keanu, they have wooden moments, and people end up painting them as wooden, when really what it should be is either casting or editing or edit, whatever it is that is allowing that woodenness to show through instead of showcasing, because that they can, because there was moments in like John Wick or whatever where he's showing emotion, and it's dramatic, and it's swelling with the movie in the same way that you have with Gal. But then you also have other moments where that doesn't happen. And is that a failing? Is that the actor being wooden, or is that something else was a breakdown in the collaborative process?
Right. Or maybe it's not even a breakdown in the collaborative process. Maybe we weren't supposed to, maybe the character is nuanced enough to at times be wooden and at times be more fluid.
Right.
Like maybe that's what people just don't like about it, is that she's not a fucking cement statue. Like, and this is no disrespect to Cavill or anyone else who's ever played Superman, but like Superman to me is like more of a fixed point.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So there's two things at play here, because you brought up the other thing that I wanted to bring up. Like with respect to, like, you look at the three characters that Keanu Reeves is really known for by almost everyone are what? Ted Theodore Logan, Neo, and John Wick.
John Wick, yeah.
And though in those three cases,
and the man I fuck in my dreams.
Okay. But like in all three of those cases, what Steven is talking about, comes through as far as how he was edited, how he was presented, how it was written, the collaborative process, like what the Wachowskis did with him, and what what Chad Stahelski, who's known him for years, has done with him in the John Wick movies. Like there is a collaborative effort there to get the most out of him, like in the way that he can present it the best, right? So like there's definitely that aspect of it. But the other aspect with respect to Gal is, and what you just mentioned, Amanda, there's a level of expectation. The reason that people call her wooden as Wonder Woman is because she doesn't meet their preconceived expectation of what they think the character should be in live action. And that started from the moment that she was cast. The moment that she was cast and they showed that first picture of her, like first when she was cast, they were like, from Fast and Furious, she's Wonder Woman. There was already that backlash, and then they see the first picture and they're like, she's not an Amazon. Why didn't they cast Lucy Lawless? That shit started from day one, because they had that idea in their head and they had that expectation in their head.
There are a lot of actors that you could take. You could put a camera on a tripod. You could give them a script and say
that Lucy Lawless is old as fuck, though.
Yeah.
Well, she was popular in the 90s. It's fine. Yeah. But they wanted that body type of like her.
Exactly. They wanted the Xena body type.
But at the same time, it's like I was in the same ballpark where I was like, Gal. I was like, Gal, she is really skinny. But then all of a sudden, when I saw that first picture, I went, all right, I'm good. That looks fine. That looks fine to me. It's like, it's all about.
Why does a woman have to have male muscles to be a strong fucking woman?
She doesn't have to be. She doesn't have to be.
2 babies with no pain medicine.
No, she doesn't have to be.
No fucking Xena girls. You guys are
she didn't have to
fucking
be
misogynists.
No, like that's the thing. It's like everybody thought that she had to be like this. It's like no, she gained muscle and it was perfect to her body type.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yes.
It didn't need to be. It didn't need to be where she was like this.
Yeah,
yeah.
And
so like when I saw her, I was like, okay, like because in Fast and Furious, she was thin because she was that kind of body type. But
also,
then she
that
gained,
was very popular
like all the dudes gain muscle too. It's like, hey, she gained a body type, and it was like, oh yeah. And when I saw that first image of her as Wonder Woman, I went, all right, I'm sold.
Yeah.
I get it.
And it's one of those things that's just a total misunderstanding too. Once again, of the framing and shooting and costuming and everything, where you also get that sometimes, like you have Jason Momoa. Remember, like the Jason Momoa dad bod thing going around a while back when someone caught a picture of him in front of his trailer.
Oh God, his dad bod is like,
or Hugh Jackman or whatever. And it's like, you think these people look this way every day?
No.
No.
Like nobody looks the way that you want them to look in these roles. They look that way because of
not even bodybuilding like competitors.
And like they say, like Henry Cavill, Superman himself, has said this multiple times in interviews about how he does not look like that majority of the time. He has said this. He has admitted this.
Well, even Hugh Jackman has said that. Said like he literally schedules that. That's why I brought up the whole thing with Tyler Hoechlin. The fact that it's like when he had his shirtless scene recently, I'm like, all right, he dehydrated. He made sure that he was like in the most fittest that he ever looked at that moment when he's holding that toothbrush.
Right.
Because that's what you do. That's what you do. And Hugh Jackman has said that too. Like, especially when you look at the Days in Future Past, that's the most ripped that Hugh Jackman has ever been when he wakes up in the past and he's shirtless and he does that scene. He hasn't had water in 2.5 days. He is completely
he had a regiment where that day was scheduled like 4 months in advance and was the culmination of bulking, cutting, starving, dehydrating on that day. He looked that way for 1 hour on one day, and it took 4 months to get ready for it. Because you hear actors sometimes,
that's part of the craft,
talk about. I think it was Hugh Jackman. I don't know if it was that scene specifically, but talk about complications caused by, like, they'll get closer and someone will be like, oh, we got to shuffle around the scheduling, and they're like, no. I have to be shirtless on that day. If you change that by one day, you fuck up everything. You're not going to get the scene that you want. If I try to adjust for it, it's going to throw me off. It's going to ruin. Like, I am like hanging on by a wire here, emotionally and physically, because I'm pushing my body so far.
And I'm sure that Ben Affleck had that too when it came to his montage thing. It was like, all right, we got to get you.
I guarantee he did.
Yeah, he was probably dehydrated himself, got in that shot, and I'm like, all right, we're gonna do the whole fucking montage. And I'm sure that was shot in like a day, and like, when it came to certain spot. But at the same time, did he look like Hugh Jackman? No, because that's not his body type. That's Ben Affleck's body type.
The biggest thing I remember from his interviews, a number of which he did here because they shot the movie here, but like, he was bitching up and down about how much Orange Roughy he had to eat. And that was when I discovered what Orange Roughy was, because I didn't know at that time. I'm like, what the fuck is Orange Roughy? Oh, it's fish. He's been eating fish like in copious amounts this whole time to bulk to that size. And it's like, when you talk about like the emotional and
had a night with me and I would have bulked that size.
but like when you talk about like the emotional and like mental toll that this does take on them, it's real, and people do not process.
There is a reason people don't look that way every day.
Yeah.
If they and for example, I've always suspected
like that's not the same.
I've always suspected that was a major factor with the Dave, get the drop ready, with the Christian Bale Terminator thing. I don't know if that was how
I prefer Jewish Bale.
I don't know how far away that was from any like sort of shirtless scene that he had, but in that movie he is like super ripped, and so you have that factor going along in addition to whatever else is going on in the scene, and he's just a
Do you remember him
he's
in The
not-
Machinist? Also, he was like,
yeah.
he was like anorexically thin.
Exactly.
It was-
And he's not exactly a method actor, but I think he's one of those ones who he'll pick up an accent and maintain it.
Oh no,
throughout.
no. When it comes to body transformation, he most certainly is a method actor to a
Well,
dangerous
I mean,
level.
but method in terms of his commitment, but not in terms of like
he could turn it off.
Oh,
but
right,
he
yes, he
still
can
has
turn
body.
it. Right, yeah.
He turns
true,
off the
right.
character. He just doesn't.
Yes.
It's the
That's true,
body
yes.
commitment. But the point is, so you get in those high stakes situations, and like all of those factors are going into him freaking out too. Which I don't know. This is all just to emphasize the point that like nobody looks the way they look on that one day, and almost anybody can look that way one day in order to and during the day you shoot the shirtless scene, and then you shoot the and that's why you'll have a scene where they wake up, they get out of bed, they're shirtless, and then they put on the shirt, and then you have all the scenes that they shot before and after and all over the place on different days of the shoot, and you just insert the shots from the ultimate cut lean day into the middle.
Well, I'm sure like even like in Man of Steel that when Clark comes out of the water and he's like walking up, Cavill was probably had an empty stomach, probably was not even like hydrated, and he was probably like pumped up. He probably obviously had weights on the set.
The dehydration is such a huge thing for like someone like an actor blowing like if that's what was going on with Bale, dehydration would totally.
That's the only reason you guys can't see my six-pack right now is because I'm hydrated.
I love that you're drinking a Kool-Aid jammer right now.
Shep is gonna know.
It's like fucking ass.
The only thing that would be better is if that were a Capri Sun.
It's the only thing that I have that's a caffeinated for alcohol.
I love because those were Kool-Aid's answer to Capri Suns.
It was totally yes, yeah. But not even
as good.
No.
Anyone remember Mondo?
Yes.
Yeah.
And when you twist it off the top, it would have like the rough plastic, and it would cut your tongue.
Hang on. No.
Not as good as
Squeeze it. You can say squeeze it. Yeah.
Hang on.
Squeeze it. We're better.
Hang on. Everybody remembers these commercials. Search.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I remember those too.
All of the highly caffeinated drinks my parents told me got outlawed, and I was like, I'm pretty sure you just won't let me drink them.
Well, no, that's the thing that happens when you're like an early teenager, is that something like goes off the market, or like the school just stops carrying it or whatever, and next thing you know, they're like, oh, people's heads were exploding, and so they had to take it off the market, and then next thing you know, like every single
that was
kid,
like the whole marketing. That was the marketing.
Yes, it was.
You guys remember when Four Loko used to be like legit, like OG Four Loko with like cocaine in it? Before the one that's now on the market is not the same.
Nope.
What are we talking about?
Oh yeah, you had a Four Loko. You never had a Four Loko.
What's Four Loko?
Oh, that was. It
was like the
energy
plus Everclear.
It was like the original pre-mixed energy drink with booze. And so it was, people were getting it for parties.
That was the ultimate free game.
Like people who would like go to a bar and get like a Red Bull and Coke or whatever would know what they were doing and what they were getting into, and they would have to get them individually. But a Four Loko would be like a 24-ounce can, and it would be like an energy drink and alcohol, and so that was well. Not only were they having heart palpitations, but they were also a little bit drunk, and so you get that like, I don't know what's going on with me, and I feel abnormal, and you're gonna have a higher rate of like, I'm dying. When it's like, no, you had caffeine, dude. Chill out.
Wow.
But you'd also have the people who didn't. The phenomenon of like not realizing how drunk they were because of how much caffeine they had, and they do something stupid and
Like it was one time Peter Willem had stayed up for like 72 hours and had only had energy drinks and tried to skip.
Well, yeah, but that was not alcohol related. That was
It's a friend of ours. He tried to, those cement pylons that they have at like the front of a parking lot, so that like you don't run into like the sidewalk, right? And they're I don't know, 4 feet high, and
they're
maybe
like K rails,
like this big. Mm-hmm. So except like, I don't know, I wasn't there. Steven was, but they would try to like run and then like throw themselves over them. What do you mean you weren't there? Is it debate camp? Nerd.
Yeah, I wasn't there that year.
That year? Oh, you told on yourself.
Okay.
That he went to debate camp?
Coached it.
Coach debate camp. Oh, okay. Coach.
I could see that. I could see Steven.
How could I'm sorry, like in terms of least likely things, Steven coaching a debate camp is not on that list.
Yeah.
There's no way.
To be fair, yes. Accurate. Also, so speech and debate are like a lot of people think like, oh, speech, you mean like debate? No, not the same thing remotely at fucking all, but we are cousins. We are like in the same family. So we just
ew. And thank you ZR for the super chat. But yeah, Surge, they still have Surge and drink. Ugh.
Well, back when people, for whatever reason, when we were young enough to like think it was a good idea, people would make suicides, which was everything.
The suicide drink, yes.
And back when that was that I think they got rid of a whole bunch of stuff because I was at a camp where people would do that, and it had Surge on the machine. No, it was a church camp, and they had to get rid of Surge because people would they would like fill each one up. I think they also had to stop. They got rid of it because people would get like you could fill this up all day, and people would because you could get water or juice or Coke or whatever from the fountain, and it was fine. But they had Surge available, and then kids started having these like just canteens that they would fill with Surge.
All right,
just. And there's always one kid. There's always one kid who has like 80 ounces of Surge in a day, and they're like, "All right, no more Surge for anybody." Because Kyle found out that you could get a refillable bottle, fill his Nalgene with. Kyle was filling Nalgene bottles with Surge, and now nobody can have Surge anymore.
There's always a Budnik. There's always a damn Budnik.
Now the original Hydro Flask.
Yeah.
Did anybody have Jolt Cola? That was like the first one.
Yeah, Jolt.
Yeah, no, there was
Jolt fucking Cola.
I couldn't remember the other one. I was like, what's Surge and then the other one?
Oh, there was like another one too. I mean, Mountain Dew was always like a big one, but it was something else.
Well, it's hilarious because most of those aren't that drastically.
When Bread came out and like the world fucking went on fire. They were just like.
I mean, remember Livewire was.
Livewire, Code Red, and Ecto Cooler.
Ecto Cooler, yes.
Where's Alex Lobo when you need him?
That was High C, man. I drank those like a motherfucker.
I'm just glad Baja Blast has hung on through the ages.
God bless America, man. When I make note of the Taco Bells at which I can get a Baja Blast Zero. I know which fucking ones you are, and I know which fucking ones you aren't.
I'm a very simplistic person when it comes to my soft drinks, but I'll tell you, like the local theater down the street, when we have it's really just Coca-Cola. I really don't drink any other pop other than Coca-Cola. If I drink pop
Southern?
at all,
Do you put peanuts in it?
I am not Southern, but my roots are. My father's side is from Atlanta. I've been to the Coca-Cola Museum, so
it's
yeah,
pop.
We were right there. We were just right there. We didn't know.
Yes, it is. It is absolutely pop up here. It drove me mad as a kid hearing my cousin say soda because I would just think of baking soda. I'm like, it's not soda, it's pop.
I used to get really invested.
And now I say soda.
Yeah, and I quit saying because I used to get really invested in the pop argument until one day I was like, why?
Why did you get invested in it? Because you're a debater.
I'm a grown up now. I gotta say,
and so I was like, oh, soda is fine. And then we lived in Central Illinois, where I discovered there's a slice of the between north of the Mason-Dixon line, where but like south of Chicago, where you have a brief slice of a little bit of Missouri and like Southern Illinois, where you get Sodi.
Sodi?
Sodi. Yeah, Sodi pop. Sodi pop, yeah.
Oh, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
No, absolutely not. No. Yeah. No, but like the theater we had in the theater we have neighborhood, years ago, they put in Coke dispensers, like fountain Coke, but it's like different flavors, and so that was when I was first introduced to vanilla Coke.
So good.
But what was even better was like because they had vanilla, they had cherry, they have like orange, but then they also had raspberry. And
I miss Diet Coke with lime so hard.
Raspberry vanilla Coke used to be my thing, but here's until Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, because that was the movie where I had to go to the bathroom twice, and I have not drank Coke at a movie theater since.
Oh,
because nope.
Well, now you have Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning, which is
tweeted about this today, but apparently they brought back Dr. Pepper Blackberry, which
Blackberry.
Dr. Pepper has too many flavors in it. Vanilla Dr. Pepper and some versions of cherry vanilla Dr. Pepper are good. No, but
all of them are topped by Diet.
All right.
Cream soda and Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Diet cream soda and Dr. Pepper. The fucking best drink that's ever been made in the history of soda beverages. And those fuckers discontinued it.
Hold on.
So mad.
Coca-Cola used to have literal cocaine in it. So are we?
I never got
let's be fair about the scale here. Maybe not the literal. Let's contextualize a little bit.
Let's poll the chat. Who wants to see me on cocaine?
I think probably a lot of people would probably.
You know what? Yeah, you did that. Yeah.
Let's not leave things up to the chat.
No. But the whole berry Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
First off, I saw an ad for it, and of course, like Barry Manilow, let's get Barry Manilow, and of course he's promoting it. And then I saw some random person, woman who was like promoting it, and I actually watched her video, and it was just one of those things where it's like, well, so I got this package from Dr. Pepper, and they were giving it out to people who have the last name Barry, and my last name is Barry. I'm like, they're paying you to fucking say this and drink this. And then of course she's like, oh my god, it's good. I'm like, yeah, but I'm looking at your profile. I'm looking at your profile, and you eat healthy and you have like abs and shit like that. You do not drink Coke, but you're doing this because you're being paid to. Fuck you. Stop it. I just hate that shit, because it's like, all right, I get it, you want to make money, you want to get sponsored, sure, but at the same time it's like, you're not really you don't really think this is a good product.
No.
I'm sorry. I just hate that kind of stuff. I'm just
No, I get it.
I will say, if y'all have not tried, if you drink regular soda, meaning not diet, or regular pop, or whatever the fuck you call it, regular carbonated beverage that isn't
carbonated
diet,
soda pop drink.
Shut the fuck up. You need to try
bubbly
the Dr. Pepper and cream soda version. It is unbelievably good. And when they first premiered the concept, they sold it in tall boy cans, and they had a diet version, and I bought so many fucking of those tall boy diet versions, and never again they don't make it anymore, and I'm livid. So if we could all write, everybody who said yes, everybody wants to see cocaine cowgirl Amanda.
Oh no.
Go write an addressed letter.
I think Steven's right. We shouldn't leave anything up to the chat.
This is why we normally ignore them, but like Amanda's like, let's pay attention to the chat, and this has gone so well.
Yes. LOL.
Hey, you know what? And you know what? There's nothing wrong. You know what? A Coke every now and again.
This is what happens when you give attention to the chat. Just let them send Dave super chats in peace.
Hidden Shadows did not say
talk about weird shit that we're not talking about, and we'll do two different.
Oh, by the way,
Jose brought up McDonald's Sprite, and I 100% wanted to talk about this. McDonald's Sprite has enough carbonation to send a man to the moon.
It's like that scene in Willy Wonka when they're like, and they're like
the fizzy lifting drinks. Yes.
When
yeah.
The last scene in Willy
no,
Wonka.
but no, Dave, you did mention something I didn't know. I didn't know that I guess I missed the title for Mission Impossible 7.
Yeah, Dead Reckoning. All right, we're finally back to CinemaCon.
Part 1?
Yeah.
Part 1. I don't like the part 1. I really don't.
It's so weird to me how they
feels like a TikTok.
Well,
I'm not
it feels like a Harry
for
Potter
part
movie.
2, bitch.
Yeah.
Well, it does sound like it look like they did with Deathly Hallows, where it's like it's one book broken up into 2 movies, right?
Yeah.
So now we're expecting that it's going to be like what, a cliffhanger? Like
But that makes sense. That makes sense though, because it's a book, or like Breaking Dawn Part 1 and Part 2, or and they did Mockingjay Part 1 and Part 2.
Did that for Mockingjay.
Something. I'm.
Thank you, Nikki.
See, I told you, if you ignore the chat, they give more super chats. Like, let's. I know what I'm doing.
That's just
I'm a
Nikki,
master
you know?
manipulator. Let's not split hairs here.
True. You are.
Look over here.
You are a master manipulator because we've been together for 12 years somehow.
No, go ahead, Steven. What are you saying?
Mission Impossible. Mission Impossible.
Oh, it's not based on a book.
No, it's not. It's not.
So why does it have to be Part 1 and Part 2 instead of just one movie and the other movie?
Yes, name the last one a different title.
And it inherently makes me feel like there was a focus group where they were like, well, look, these finales to a long series did better when it was Part 1 and Part 2 versus this series had a more and it's like, well, maybe it's because they made good movies, not because they.
Sounds like. You know what it also sounds like? Like and Paramount's new CEO, because the marriage has happened.
Jesus
it's all
Christ,
Paramount.
Jason, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
$100 super chat. Saying that you're the goat.
Wow, that's outstanding. All right.
That's Jason right there. That's Mr. McKenzie right there. My God. Thank you,
right.
sir.
There you go.
Yes.
But no.
That's
Amanda,
for doing blowjobs on the film junkie.
Oh my goodness! All right. Okay.
See, this is why we don't talk to the chat.
Fucking Jason, man. Love you, brother.
But Paramount's new CEO, like they have a more dedicated focus on Paramount Plus. We know that this movie is going to have the 45-day release window, even though Cruise apparently wants to fight that legally. I don't know if he's going to win that battle.
I think he will.
Really? You think he will?
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Do you know how much money the Church of Scientology has?
Well, Cruise is one of the only people, one of the few people in the industry that has that kind of pull, and the track record of the Mission Impossible franchise is enough to back him up. That there may be other concessions, but I think it'll be in theaters for longer than 45 days.
Part of me wonders, though, Stephen, if this title is a concession, because to me, it feels like if you put Part 1 into it, it's like you're already thinking of the Paramount Plus audience, treating it like a piece of content on the streaming service.
Or it's inherently an act of branding that says this is too big for one movie.
Yeah.
But like it's movie number 8, 9.
No, 7.
7. Movie number 7.
Because Fallout was 6.
In a franchise. So the fact that like there's been this many movies over this many years, and they're like, but we need to use the title to tell people that it's bigger than just one movie is like, really? Do you really need to like?
No, I mean I don't think they need to, but they probably, like you said, the market research.
Catch up to Fast and Furious.
What?
Are they trying to do the Part 1, Part 2 to catch up to Fast and Furious?
No, because I think Fast and Furious, ironically, with their jacked up title structure, is doing 10 and 11. Are they still doing 11?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you guys see that video that Vin Diesel posted with Justin Lin like a week before
I played that video. I played that video.
He looks like he's being held hostage.
Justin Lin does not look comfortable. He does not look comfortable.
I don't want to like make too much out of it, but it didn't look good.
It did not look good.
Well,
it's like, oh my God, I'm exhausted.
Me, people were talking about the fact that like Justin Lin wasn't enthusiastic about the movie and stuff like that.
Vin's handler?
But to me, it reminded me of the biggest thing was it reminded me of that Jada Pinkett Smith video with Will Smith, where he's like, you can't just put me on camera. Where it felt very much like it almost feels like they were having a creative disagreement or something, and Vin Diesel was like, "Oh, hey, it's my TikTok audience. Are you excited for the movie?" And he's like, "Dude, we're fucking in the middle of an argument, and now you're putting me on a live stream."
That is what it felt like.
I'm trying to figure out, like, what in the hell kind of diva is Vin Diesel to get in an argument with Justin Lin?
Because
he's a dude with platform shoes this thick.
Justin Lin, like my favorite Justin Lin. I said this the other day. My favorite Justin Lin movie
is Beyond, right?
Star Trek Beyond. Yeah, I love that movie, and like that cast, like talked about, you know, because you got to think from their perspective. It was the third movie in that timeline, and they just done 2 with JJ. You know, and built their whole like family unit there, and now a new director's coming in because what was he doing? Forget what Abrams was doing that he didn't direct
Super
Beyond
8
at the time.
Like
no, that's because
that was way over.
Yeah. But whatever it was, like he was like Lin comes in to be like, so he's like the next director. He's like and it's weird because people forget that he directed that one, but like they had nothing but great things to say about him. Like he's this is like Chris Pine, Zachary Quinto, Zoe Saldana, Carl Urban, like Sophia Boutella, like they all loved the guy. So clearly the problem isn't him.
Yeah.
As far as like whatever is going on there.
Like, it's Vin Diesel. It's Vin Diesel. I mean, look at The Rock. Look at that. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, like the whole franchise has turned into like a joke of itself. It really has. I mean, ever since like after Fast 7 or Furious 7. That should have been it because that was a spin-off. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't the same after Paul Walker. Paul Walker was to me when I watched Fast and Furious movies, I was more about Paul Walker than I was about Vin Diesel.
Well, and as someone told me recently, and I don't remember who it was, or maybe someone tweeted this. So sorry to whoever I'm stealing this idea from. This is not my original thought, but I think a very cogent thing is I don't know. I've always liked Vin Diesel, but this like the Rock feud and everything has made me kind of sour on him a little bit. And now I just make fun of how tall he pretends to be. But he seems to be the only person who isn't aware of how self-aware this franchise is supposed to be. Like he's not in on the joke about family. Like he's saying that like every time he says the word family, he's like
everybody goes meme. Yeah,
everyone's like meme, and he's like, this is serious drama. Like, and the second that disconnect was made, and the fact that he has as much creative control as he did, it's like everyone is now kind of placating him to make these movies like a certain level of seriousness, but also like self-aware, but also Vin isn't letting them make it as I don't know. It's like. There's some weird level of like it knows what it is, but it doesn't. That's what we were talking about with the last one. Was it reached this level of like this isn't even self-aware anymore? It's like jumping the shark while being aware that it's jumping the shark, but not in a way that makes jumping the shark. And
I'm sorry, seeing them fucking ride a car into space might be my favorite thing I've ever seen.
Okay, the three of you. So the three of you. So like you warned me about that.
We had that conversation.
Oh my god! What did you think?
Because you all saw it beforehand, and then like a week later, I did a double feature the day Black Widow came out. I saw that first, and then saw Black Widow at like 3:30, like matinee and IMAX the same day, because I wasn't going to pay the $30 for premiere access. But like, I left the theater. Like when that part came up, I was just like. This is what they were talking about, and amazingly, they undersold it. That was
because the problem is that, like, I'm all for going to space, like I'm all for getting more ridiculous, but the problem is that, like, while you're going to space, and at the same time you have Roman going, "We're going to space. This is crazy." Yeah. You're like, okay, well. Or like having Roman be the character that's like, we should be dead. We should be dead, and it's like like that's great to have that character in there, but like you don't give it to Roman, you give it to like I don't know. It's
give it to Tej.
Yeah, like it should be
not Roman.
There, it's so close to hitting the mark.
Actor anyway.
Yeah, like it.
Ray said it.
He did. He did.
No, but no,
I know.
right.
I know. Yeah, he's Ludacris is probably the. You know, if you're gonna have somebody point out the ridiculous, I mean, that's the thing is like Roman turned out to be like, hey, you know, in this franchise, how ridiculous is this? I should be dead right now. Oh my God! What are we doing? And that's what his character turned out to be. When we first got introduced to Tyrese's character Roman, he was supposed to be. I mean, essentially, when they wrote the sequel, that was supposed to be Dom. So they had to rework it. They were like, oh, we're going to introduce this other character. And he was like, you know, a badass. I mean, I remember that shot where like he literally like when they walked up to the car that they were trying to find, and he like takes off his shirt, he wraps it around his fist and breaks the window. I was like, that's badass.
Yeah.
That's not the same character that we have now where he's going, what are we doing? And just constantly screaming at everything and going, what is happening? I'm like, I hate it.
The funny thing about that, Dave, is like people were focused on that. Like to me, I've always been a bigger fan of Tej. Like especially that big ass afro that he had.
Yes, in the second one, yes, I loved it. Yes,
because
but then all of a sudden, like they turned him into a hacker. But see, again, what's funny about what his character is like, they turned him into like this computer hacker, and it was like, oh, well, that was a turn. But then you bought it because Ludacris sold it. Well,
he's a better actor.
Yeah, he's a better actor.
Actually, a better actor.
He told him, he's like, all right. My character now is not just doing, hey, I got underground races that are happening. I'm not gonna, do that. Now it's like, oh, now I'm a computer hacker, and he sold it. And like, but when it came to Tyrese's transition, fuck that. It just was horrible. Horrible.
No, it was god awful. It just but yeah, like so.
Amanda's going to sleep right now. She's not going out.
Well, you guys are making enough cracks about like this next one's clearly going to be like in Westchester, New York.
Oh my goodness! Oh, that's a great pillow. Wow.
That is, and it's a very appropriate time appropriate pillow because that new trailer drops. This week, and that just reminded me. I've got it. Like I forgot. June is like not that far away. It's like I got to get my rewatch in. Now that's not going to be a difficult rewatch because that's just 5 movies.
Yeah, but you really only have to watch the first 2.
Well, but no,
Jurassic World though. You have to watch Jurassic World.
I do like World, and I want to give Fallen Kingdom another shot because like I've seen. Fallen Kingdom, like I didn't really care for it first time I watched it, but I've seen a ton of people like, no, you've got to watch it. It's one of the best ones. I was like, okay, I need to watch it again, give it another shot.
Maybe the only one that you can maybe skip is Jurassic Park 3, I think.
And 3.
Alan.
Okay, the 3 is like the all right. I like William H. Macy, and I like Tia Leone, but they were fucking annoying the whole movie. Yes. They were very fucking annoying.
No offense to William H. Macy, one of the best actors of all time, but
they were
but I don't think that is not necessarily I mean, I like 3. I'm not going to say it's like the best in the franchise or anything, but like William H. Macy nails that character. It's an annoying AF character.
Yes,
but Macy's performance in that movie is I think his performance is peak in that movie.
No,
it's just an annoying character.
I 100% agree. It's not the performance isn't annoying. The character he's performing very well is incredible. No, it's incredibly annoying. But I don't dislike the movie either. Like if I'm, it's third as far as like the first 3 movies are concerned.
And what's funny is it's like that dude that works with Grant. I mean, I always go like, "Oh, that's Castor Troy's fucking little brother."
It's
Pollux
Troy.
Troy. Fucking Pollux Troy, man.
In the head when I watched Peaky Blinders and fucking Dinosaur Man was the bad guy. Do you know how fucked it made me?
Okay, is Sam Neill in Peaky Blinders?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Like the first season.
I still need to watch.
No, it's like the 2nd or 3rd season because he comes in, or maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think you're right. I think it is the 2nd.
I'm doing that thing where like you drastically inflate the significance of the first 2 or 3 episodes of a season, and think that, I don't know if that's everyone does
like
that.
Walking Dead, where the first, literally, I was convinced for the longest time that the first episode of The Walking Dead was a feature film. I'm not fucking kidding.
No, I can see that, but like
it's really good as a feature film. It's really good.
But I do that whenever I rewatch like Breaking Bad or something like that, where you watch the first episode episode and you're like, wow, for some reason I had this recollection of like that being like the entirety of the first season, or like you watch like the pilot for Lost, it does that also, where
you know what helps like make that even worse is like when you see the YouTube clips out of context for whatever is it, because especially with Breaking Bad, like there were so many clips of it that I can't remember what season certain scenes happened in anymore.
Yeah,
like
no,
like,
not
you know,
even
I couldn't tell you right now like which season I am the one who knocks. I don't know. I don't remember what season that's in. I don't remember the season where she gave the money to Beneke and he just started laughing underneath his house.
How many seasons even are there?
Five. There's five.
There
were five.
Five and a half. 5.5 technically. Because they did the 5.5 kind of thing.
Technically,
yeah.
But
yeah, like 5.5. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I think the biggest thing that helps me with that is like remembering like the big bads for each season, like remembering Tuco, Salamanca, and then like his cousins that tried to kill Walt at the beginning.
That's legitimately how I remember Weeds as well.
Weeds is another good example of that though, where like the first episode, like
Weeds is a great example of the pilot.
I haven't watched it, so I don't know.
I haven't watched it. That's
That's
what's her name. Who's the lead? Who's the lead in Weeds? What's her name? She's been in things. Yes,
Parker.
Mary Louise Parker.
Mary Louise Parker.
Yes.
Parker, there you go.
I was gonna say, she's
she's
well.
beautiful.
There's that, and then
Rich Man's Dax Shepard.
Rich Man's Dax Shepard.
You're talking about the brother-in-law?
So a Dax Shepard upgrade is what she's saying.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why I'm laughing at that. Rich Man's.
So like whoever it is like Dax Shepard is the poor man's whoever she's talking about.
Hunter.
Brother.
Why did I think you were
Kirk?
Why did I think he was going to say Hunter Pence?
No,
Justin
brother, uncle.
Justin Kirk.
No,
Justin Kirk.
That is not his name. He's a famous comedian. I'm gonna come look.
Kevin Nealon.
No.
Kevin Nealon was in there.
I'm very confused about what character you've been talking about.
I was going to say, Kevin Nealon is not a rich man's Dax Shepard.
No, I don't think so.
Like Dax Shepard.
I don't think so
it's
either.
Not Kevin Nealon, although Kevin Nealon does feature heavily in the first few.
I did not guess that because it matched the description. I guessed that because like I guessed every other character that could have been a possibility, and the only one.
How old is Kevin Nealon now, though?
BRB.
He's like in his. He's like well in his 50s.
I was going to say he and Michael McKean have got to be like same age, like close.
Oh
right?
yeah,
they were on SNL at the same time, I think.
Pretty much. Well, I think Michael McKean actually came on a little bit later, but I think they're relatively the same age. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they're both looking hard. And one of the, it's funny.
Yeah, it is Justin Kirk. Just kidding.
Justin Kirk.
It is Justin Kirk. Justin Kirk. It is Justin Kirk. Justin Kirk is a rich man's Dax Shepard.
Well, I need to let me see what Justin Kirk looks like because that's really what I care about. Is like, is he actually a rich man's
Dax Shepard?
And
no, he reminds me more of.
I see it. I see it a bit.
He plays Andy.
You know why you say that?
He is in the Mummy.
No, he's not.
Are you serious?
No, that's not the. I know who she's thinking. It's not.
I would compare him to him before I'd compare him to Dax Shepard. John Hannah.
Yes, John Hannah, who's much older. And
not.
But it's the eyes.
Maybe
the eyes and the nose. Yes.
Well, he plays the same kind of offbeat,
kind of character,
bumbly,
but he's not British. John Hannah's British, but John Hannah was also in Spartacus. But I'm looking at the pictures of this guy, and he's like wearing suits all the time. So he's like very
it's me. In perfect definition.
I saw that you went from blur to wow.
Yeah, okay. Some of these shots I get the Dax. Okay, like there's one here where he's got the facial hair I kind of see, but Dax Shepard still looks, for lack of a better way to put it, goofier than this guy does.
The Mummy. Why does Jonathan Hyde look like the dad from Jumanji?
What's the thing? Genetics?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, Jonathan Hyde. No, Jonathan Haidt is the dad from Jumanji.
That is
right?
him.
He's Robin Williams,
and
right? He's the butler or the hunter guy.
Well, he's
right?
the hunter, and he was
Well, the dad and the hunter were played by the same person.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
And he's the did you guys see Richie Rich? You guys see the Richie Rich movie?
He was the butler. Yeah.
Remember, the Rich. He was
he was the butler.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. No, I looked at. You're like, why does he look like?
Have we talked about
him. I'm
Tremors
like, yeah,
lately?
that's totally him.
We should try. We should talk about Tremors more.
Sorry, Ray.
No, we should talk about Tremors
I'm
more.
drunk and I need to go.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. I love you all.
Fuck you!
There it is. I have that drop. I love that drop.
That is a Kevin Bacon classic.
Fuck yeah.
I'm only 1 degree from Kevin Bacon. How many degrees are you?
You're 1 degree?
I'm 1 degree from Kevin Bacon.
Who's your actor?
Yeah, who is it?
I think it's.
Oh yeah, I got a friend who was in a TV show with him.
Yeah, why can't I? Jared.
Yeah.
It's Jared. I was like, why can't I think of Jared's name? Jared.
She went to Jared. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm gonna go to bed. But before I leave, I just wanted to shamelessly plug the Bradley University speech team and the University of Illinois Chicago speech team, the Flames, who both just finished their competitive seasons with really amazing finishes. The Bradley University speech team took 6th at AFA. They won the National Speech Championship. Woohoo! And they took 5th at NFA. There's 3 different national tournaments there. University of Illinois Chicago competed at 5 national level tournaments. They won the International Speech National Championships. They took 3rd at NSC. They took 9th at AFA and 8th at NFA, and I can't fucking remember the next one to save the life of me. So anyway, very proud of every one of my little speech kids that I coach. They're not little, they're all fucking legal adults and they can all vote. God save us. But they're very incredibly smart, incredibly talented, incredibly driven, and they did not give up on an activity that thrives on in-person performance in a time when we were all talking into our cameras instead of being face-to-face. And that is, COVID's been a bitch. So I appreciate all of them sticking through. And if you ever have any questions about the joy of performance art, speech, debate, or the art of public speaking, I'm your bitch. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Love you, bye.
Take it easy.
Thank you, Amanda.
Bye.
And one of the things I wanted to ask before we wrap it up here is, like, obviously we're the main topic was CinemaCon. What was the biggest thing that you guys took away from this whole thing? What was the biggest thing that you were like excited about that you heard at CinemaCon? Was there anything that stood out, Ray?
I mean, as far as like my own personal excitement, did we hear a whole lot of new? Like, I don't feel like we heard a whole lot of new stuff from CinemaCon. So it's like stuff that I was already like really excited for. The other thing though, Dave, and I brought this up on my show the other day, is like fans have a tough time. At least this week, they had a tough time reconciling the fact that CinemaCon isn't for us.
Yeah.
Well, every year they have no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because one of the things
I know. I thought the whole entire cast of Zack Snyder Justice League was going to show up, and they're going to restart. Anyway.
Well, I got one thing. I'll tell you what. One thing that did excite me, because the descriptions of what they were seeing was I really dig. Like Black Adam is still probably my most anticipated comic book movie. Like, not that in a shared universe this year. I'll put it that way. because otherwise it would be the Batman, which is probably still going to be the best comic book movie of the year. Who knows? But at any rate, like just hearing that one line where they're like the whole thing, like heroes don't kill people. Well, I do. I'm like, oh, I need to see this shit. I need to see this shit immediately. Like just everything that they were describing about the aesthetic. That's cool. But I saw some people like upset because
yes. And then even Dwayne Johnson like clarified. He's all you gotta appreciate the context of that line.
Right. You're right. They were upset about that, but I mean, I saw some people like when that came out that were mad that immediately after that description came out that there was no clip released for us to see, and it's like it's not for us, guys.
They never. I don't know if I'm not gonna say it's never happened, but I don't recall a CinemaCon trailer or clip ever being released,
and for a good reason. There's two reasons for that. I mean, obviously it's not part of their major marketing, but one is because these clips that they're showing are longer than trailers. Like they showed them portions of the movie. They're reels, right? So there's that, and then two, you got to remember that CinemaCon is literally where the studios come in to get the theater chains hyped up for theatrical presentations. And remember it was even more critical this year because remember last year they were all angry at Warner Media because of the day and date stuff, and they were on edge because of Premiere Access and because of what Universal was doing and because of what when Paramount started doing the 45-day release windows. Like that's why the tenor of last year's CinemaCon, when they talked to Patty Jenkins and everybody, they were all like, ready to flip the studios off because they thought they were being squeezed out. So this year was even more like, okay, just glad hand and all right, get them all hyped, get them all happy. This is what it's going to be. So everything was geared specifically toward them, I think probably even more than even in previous years. That doesn't mean that the streaming focus is going away. It just means that they're not going to say it this week. They're not going to focus on the apps this week. So that's why it was all like that. So that was the biggest, but the Black Adam thing was probably the biggest thing. I guess maybe in terms of a surprise, the fact that they showed a reel for Wakanda Forever, because I have had major doubts that movie is going to stick to its release date. Yeah. And I guess if they have a reel, and now what I'm worried about is I'm worried that they're going to rush it and it's going to look like the third act of the first movie.
Ugh, yeah.
That's my concern now. Is like, okay, are you going to give this movie enough time for you guys to finish it? Or is this a situation where you really need to do what DC just did and give it more time and push your shit back so that it doesn't look like the third act of Black Panther again? I'm worried that that's what we're going to get if they stick to November. But yeah, I guess those were like the biggest things for me, truthfully, other than people flipping out over Eric Davis's description of the Flash.
What did he say?
Oh, listen, things.
Well, he was praising it.
He was praising it, but he decided to focus on Keaton's Batman and on Michael Shannon being in the movie. And so that meant two things, Stephen. One, that clearly Batman has stolen the Flash's movie from him, number one. And it's not a Flash movie anymore. And two, clearly Man of Steel and the trilogy is being erased because it's confirmed now, even though we've known for months that he was in the fucking movie. We've known this. That was officially confirmed in the production weekly listing. So, but it just, now all the shit they read on Reddit is true because now it's confirmed by Eric Davis that he was in this
Superman clip. Baby. It's like,
hold on.
Like the one thing that I've actually told people is like, I can't believe they're doing this. When I've like heard, I'm like, have you read Flashpoint? I'm like, Flashpoint is, I mean, this film is supposed to be loosely based off it, and they're just taking it to an extreme. They're like taking the concept of Barry going back to save his mom, and it's gonna fuck up some shit. And they're not gonna do it exactly like Flashpoint because why? Because everybody knows that story. They're doing it differently, and they're opening up the multiverse. It's going way broader. So now it's like, all right, shit's gonna happen, and it might piss you off, but guess what? It's gonna end up. It's like to a point where eventually it's gonna get rectified. It's going to get fixed.
Here's my thing. Warner Brothers has had a plan since like 2015 to like this part of their agenda, like not even exaggerating here, to erase the Nightmare. They had this whole thing. They're going to bring in like they're gonna bring in these movies, and the movies are gonna have time travel, and it's gonna take the nightmare out, and they were gonna, it's like Zack Snyder's Justice League 3 was gonna have Ben Affleck go back in time and stop the nightmare from happening, like it never even happened. How dare he go back and erase the nightmare when that is such a core part of the Snyderverse? I can't believe that they would find that to be like an okay thing to do and erase something that is so important.
Yeah.
Anyway.
See, it's one of those things where it's like the nightmare is bad.
I'm slightly confused by what
No.
just said.
I'm making fun of the.
I know. I get what Steven's doing. I mean,
yeah.
But at the same time, it's like the nightmare is like that's not supposed to happen. You know, we don't want that to happen.
Right.
Even Bruce Wayne doesn't want that to happen because it's bad. It's where like apocalypse is on Earth. So everything is always about preventing that. And I'm kind of curious if there's going to be any kind of scenes where we actually do get a glimpse of that or something like that. I'm kind of wondering.
I personally think there will be.
I think there. I mean, could there be? Yeah. But at the same time, it's like when you're dealing with time travel and multiverse stuff like that, it's just like, okay, so things get fucked up. That's what happens. And if Soup gets, if like Zod ends up, taking advantage also of this time travel stuff, and he goes, okay, so but it's all about. I mean, like the whole thing about Flashpoint. You read that story, everything gets fucked up when Barry decides to go back in time. Things don't end up when it comes to the Justice League. We get Bruce Wayne getting killed and Thomas Wayne lives and he becomes a different Batman. We get Superman who gets captured and he's underground and doesn't have his full potential. We get all this stuff. Everything gets changed. I mean, that's the point of the story. And then obviously the resolution is to fix it. And a lot of people are just going like, see, they're just erasing shit. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Aren't we supposed to get a resolution when it comes to these stories? To where things get, put back in place. And, and that's the thing where people are like freaking out. It's like, see, they're just fucking erasing everything. It's like, no, they're not erasing everything. They're just doing a different tangent. The timeline is skewed into this alternate 1985. I mean, come on. We saw Doc Brown write it on a chalkboard. Jeez.
Right. Alternate to you, me, and Einstein, but reality for everyone else. Yes. No, it's like the whole, because the Supergirl replacing Superman thing popped up again as a result of this. And I'm like, guys, listen, like logistically speaking, couldn't it just be as simple as in another timeline she got to Earth before Clark did?
Yeah.
Or his pod didn't survive and hers did. I mean, why else is her House of Elcrest looking exactly like his? Like, why are we not putting two and two together here? Why?
It's not Zack Snyder. That's the thing.
And they just want validation of their confirmation bias. So they want confirmation bias. Like, it's just they want to believe that all the shit that they've been pissy about is true, so they can continue to be pissy. Yeah. And it's like, all right, fine. But here's my biggest issue, guys. It's like, I am not putting up with a fucking year of this. That's the biggest problem that I have with the release date getting shifted. Well, two problems. One, the fact that like the movie is essentially so spoiled now that now when I can't even look at the freakout threads, because the freakout threads are filled with people that are like, well, this was confirmed and that was confirmed. It's like, oh, all of you fuckers have read Reddit and all of you have looked at this. It's like, I don't want to know any of that shit. So that's the first problem. And then the second problem is between now and June of next year, if this is what a trailer description from a Fandango blogger does to the fandom, what the fuck is the teaser going to do? What's a trailer going to do? Oh my God. I don't know. It's just,
and it's not even, it's all bad faith, and it's not really generating anything outside of their like cloistered kind of outrage. So, it's whatever, but it's all, it's all bad faith, which is like part of the problem. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong to want to, so like it's all just leverage for Snyderverse stuff for them, which like I get it. I want that too. But if you twist it's the boy that cried wolf. If you twist every single thing that comes along into somehow being the worst thing ever and somehow being anti-Snyder and somehow destroying all of this, then none of it is. Like, nobody, it all gets tuned out. Like, pick the things that matter and let the other things slide. And you can't tell me that a movie that is resetting the supposedly or doing anything with the timelines that has Michael Shannon, Zod, and Feora in it, where Robert, you guys see Robert Burnett praising the Kryptonian armor is back from Man of Steel.
Oh yeah,
like
he was totally about it. He was excited.
Either it does a good job of what it's doing and cements the status of Man of Steel as the cornerstone of the modern DCEU, or it totally fumbles the ball and proves that Zack Snyder was doing something nobody else could do with Man of Steel as the cornerstone of the there's no there's no world in which taking this approach.
Jeez, man, we're all gonna get it, man. Come on, stop it.
There's no world in which this approach doesn't elevate and improve Snyder's status. It's just weird.
No, I agree with that because it's the ultimate tribute. It's the ultimate reverence, right? Like this is like we talk about. I've talked about how I've posited the theory that all of the directors since 2017 have been following Zack Snyder's Justice League and not the 2017 film because they all understand the bullshit of what happened. And so when people want to have these bad faith arguments about how, well, no, Aquaman's clearly not connected and Shazam's clearly not observing it and all this, it's like, no, the creatives understand the bullshit of it. And I think that they all are following his original blueprint. Even, I mean, there's no mandate for them to do it directly because this isn't the MCU, so they don't have to do that. But still, they're all following that. But now we actually have a film that is going to directly, like, this is going to be more than Sandberg using a batarang and having some newspapers about Black Zero. Like, this is going to be way more than that. This is going to directly reference the trilogy. It's going to directly reference those films, in the film. So how do you not see that as the ultimate sign of connection, the ultimate sign of reverence? Unmute, Steven. Unmute.
No, I want you guys to guess what I'm talking about.
No. What is Steven saying right now?
That's why I say it's bad faith, is because that reveals that there is nothing that they could do that would garner any sort of acceptance or praise from the people that are leveraging those arguments, which means that those arguments are not a negotiation tactic. They're not an anything. It's just no matter what happens, they're going to twist or invent something new that unless it is a literal here's Zack Snyder doing exactly what you want, which even Zack can't do for them right now because he's doing other things
great things
and not that badass space epic right now. Yes.
And also I'm not saying that as sure that if that were going to be the only result of behaving that way, maybe you could argue that I don't think even that justifies the behavior, but that's not going to be the result of it, because all you're doing is eroding your influence and credibility by establishing a narrative that you're going to be mad no matter what. But if you give things a fair shake, then when you get mad about things legitimately, then people are going to say whoa, why? We made them mad, as opposed to well, they're going to be mad.
Right.
Either they're going to be mad and so don't consider them because they're never going to say good job on the Flash movie. So they're not the target market anymore. They are no longer the target market. They're not going to market it to them. They're not going to try to appeal to them. They're not going to cater to them. They're just going to disregard them as a factor because they're not going to like it. Or you can say, I like this, I like this, I like that. I wish they weren't going in this direction with this element, but whatever. And then they say oh, well, there is something to be gained here. Maybe we should cater to them. Maybe we should pay attention to what they're saying. And it's not just the most extreme element of people that like Zack Snyder's fans that are eroding their credibility. They're eroding the credibility of everybody that is I like what Zack Snyder did, because now that is considered, well, no, you're just
right
cultist or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's oh, great. So thanks. I have a fairly nuanced opinion and try to give everything a pretty fair shake and eliminate my own biases. But now it's all reduced to this one director that I happen to like and do a podcast about. You know, I'll say something and then I get it, you know, on Twitter, and you get people like, oh, well, you literally run a Snyder cultist podcast. And it's like, oh, great. Thanks for, I guess that's my opinion now, because some other idiot is being an idiot all day, every day, using that to support that same director. And so now, like, the work that I've done to analyze and study their work is like totally irrelevant, because the noise floor is just so high that everything is drowned out. And it's like, and when I say the noise floor is so high, that's not a like, good job, you're generating buzz. That's good job. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on anymore, other than the fact that you're angry all the time. So they don't give a shit about what you have to say. Thank you. Good job.
Right. And now you're now it's the point where the rest of us are getting drowned out because we're getting like lumped in with them. And, you know, they just assume that we're all cultists, you know, we're all neck-bearded cultists that hate social justice warriors.
The fucking neck-beard thing.
No, it just, you know.
I know. I mean, I get that. But
yeah.
You know, but Steven, what did you take from CinemaCon this week that was like your most like, oh?
I'm trying to remember what even happened. There was some news that I was really interested in, but I don't recall. I'm trying to think back of what were the big earlier
Top
in the
Gun
week
was big. Well, earlier
Top
in the
Gun
week
was interesting.
Yeah,
I think it's really interesting that the people that seem to be most excited about Top Gun are like,
I already know.
film
I
Twitter.
already know the announcement of El Muerto.
No, Dave, I do want your opinion on that. I do want your opinion on that because I have mine, but I want your opinion on that for sure. But Steve,
I don't care at all about that, but I think the people freaking out about it. Sorry, I know you like Dave's opinion, and then Steven's like,
no, because he asked you first, so I was going to say Steven, continue, and then I want to hear Dave's opinion of
I don't know anything about it, and really couldn't necessarily care less. But also, like, the thing I like about Sony is that they're like doing that kind of stuff, and like, no, I wasn't like a huge Morbius was fine. I mean, it was just generic, not like
it was
whatever.
Fine. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. It was fine.
No, and like I'm not really interested in defending it, but the idea of like investing myself in attacking it
ever. Yeah. I never think that about a movie. Yeah.
And I don't know. Like I'm also not gonna like fiercely defend the Bad Bunny movie either, but it's just
I didn't even know who the dude was until this.
Neither did I.
In the same way,
that's why like when I talked about it, I was like, I don't even know. I just talked about how that was announced. Okay, cool.
Yeah, in the same way that he where I was saying that the way Snyder fans talk about everything just diminishes any legitimate points to be made by throwing them all into the same pot.
It's you get the same thing with
you get the same thing with Marvel fans who are like, no matter what Sony does, they're going to criticize it because they're of the opinion that if they continue to struggle for long enough, they're going to surrender and give it to Marvel, which is just dumb because like they own the rights to Spider-Man. They're not going to do that. All you're doing is shooting yourself in the foot. And not that you shouldn't give it legitimate criticism, but just that like the bad faith, like hoping and praying that if you tweet negatively about or
Sony is never going to Sony is not going to like the dream scenario that they want, which is Sony giving Spider-Man back to Marvel Studios, is not going to happen.
Well, I think the dream scenario when it came to CinemaCon was like, all right, Sony Pictures takes the stage. Hey, so we're going to expand the Spider-Man universe. And all of a sudden, Andrew Garfield walks on stage. And then all of a sudden we get the news that Andrew Garfield's like, I'm going to take a break.
It's like, although I will say, I guess it is a conspiracy, but I wouldn't be shocked if him saying I'm going to take a break is his way of like, let's just stop talking about Spider-Man for a minute so I can shoot some stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he went through so much. I mean, kudos to Tobey Maguire, who wasn't promoting anything. And when he was just like walking through the park and somebody was like, "Hey, Tobey Maguire, let's take a picture. Are you in Spider-Man?" He's like, "Of course I am." And then he walked off, But when it came to Andrew Garfield, he was like interview after interview. He was all, "I'm not in Spider-Man, No Way Home." And he had to constantly lie. And then at the same time, he's in this movie that's getting, recognition for award season. The guy's exhausted. Like when he talked about just taking a break, and then he clarified it too, because I think he was on like The View or something like that, like today or yesterday. And he goes, "Yeah, a lot of people are thinking I'm retiring." And I even had people say like, "Yeah, Andrew Garfield's retiring." I'm like, no, he's not. He's taking a break because he fucking needs it after the past 2 years of what he's been doing. I mean, that's got to be exhausting what he's been doing. And he's just like, "Yeah, I'm just taking a short break. I need to just like take a vacation." And I'm like, and I even said in Film Junkie Live, I'm like, I was like, "Hey, he's taking a break." I'm like, good for him. Go on a vacation, disconnect, get out there and just like do whatever, and then come back and figure out what, and he even said, figure out what you want to do. Does he want to do another Spider-Man? Hopefully we want that, but if he doesn't, fine. If he wants to do more of this shit that, that like more character driven stuff and more indie
like
stuff.
Tick, Tick, Boom.
Cool. Yeah. Tick, Tick, Boom was like something like that took a lot of energy. You watch that movie, I'm like, I'm not a big musical guy, but again, thoroughly impressed by his performance. And I'm like, all right, I could see why he was nominated, because fucking phenomenal, but do I want him as another Spider-Man? Sure. But if he doesn't want to do it, fine. And of course, to make the jokes, he went to see Morbius and went, "Fuck this, I'm out." And it's like, it's always the joke. But at the same time, the demand is there. Maybe he's going to think about that on his time off when he's taking a break. Do I want to do another Spider-Man? And whatever decision he makes, I'm all about it. If he wants to like do it, cool. But if he wants to be like, "Fuck that, I'm going to do," but 6 indie projects that I've heard about, I'm all about that too, because he's a phenomenal actor. It's all about what he wants to do. It's not what we want him to do. It's what he wants to do. And, but of course everybody blows it up. Like literally people spun it to he's retiring. And I went, no, he's not. He's taking a break, guys. Cause look what happened. Look what he's had to deal with in the last 2 years.
Actors take breaks.
Tom
Hardy has taken a few breaks.
Oh, fuck yeah.
The last couple of years, but you see it's always after he's done it. Like you see everything he does. It's like, damn, this dude's a workaholic. But no, he takes like a year and a half off after doing like 7 movies in a row, and not like easy movies. Like, not that any movie's easy, but like he's doing like some real shit. Transformative stuff. Like he's one of those kinds of actors, and it's like, okay, all right, yeah. So. But no, so Steven, like, did you remember what it is that like from CinemaCon that you like?
Yeah, I was just looking at some roundups, and I wasn't. Nothing was like, I don't know, not that it was boring, but nothing really jumped out as like news that I was super excited about. Although the just the lead up to Avatar 2, I've been waiting for that to be something that kind of gets on people's radar. It's because it's always been kind of a punching bag, which is just funny to me when it's a James Cameron movie that it happens every single time. And this is as someone who I haven't even seen all of Avatar and don't think it's that like particularly a great story or anything, but like he knows how to craft cinematic experiences and like kind of like these thrilling moments, and knows like yeah, sure, maybe the story isn't gonna be like super original, but like the car chase is gonna be fucking bonkers. Like that's not that there's gonna be a car chase in Avatar 2, but I mean like that's his understanding of the craft. And so seeing some first reactions to that and getting to the point where like, sure, you still got like the typical like snarking at it, obviously, but you've got it's at the point now where people were excited about the first look, but then also you're starting to get this kind of buzz is growing outside of film Twitter as a result of the like, oh wait, new James Cameron movie, and that's going to continue. And because James Cameron isn't a franchise like Marvel or DC or Star Wars, you don't have that same level of like 3-year anticipation, lead up, teasing, set photos kind of stuff. He's just like, oh, this is a James Cameron movie. You find out about it. You see first look photos like 6 months ahead of time, and then it drops when it drops, and you don't have this big machine. Well, I mean, we'll see how Disney handles it, but you don't really have this big marketing machine experience that has people like anticipating it for years ahead of time, and so as a result, I'm getting excited for that to kind of seemingly for some people come out of nowhere.
Oh, it will, and listen, Disney is the best brand builder on planet Earth, which is why Marvel is in everyone's news, sports face all the damn time. I keep trying to tell people that. And so the machine will be working. Good and damn well the machine will be working for Avatar. There's no question about it.
Oh, it definitely will. Yeah.
And I don't want to. I'm not doubting the power of James Cameron. I just think that this will be his greatest challenge. If he pulls it off now, like in the midst of the world that we live in today, which is very different than the world during Avatar or Titanic.
See, even your wife felt like sending a super chat just to let you know.
She's clearly invested. I think I would not put money, I would not bet money on Avatar 2 having like the greatest box office ever or anything like that. But like, I am not dumb enough to bet against it. Like, I would never. Like, that's right. And that's the thing with James Cameron is, right. And not to repeat the same discussion we've had on like 4 other vodka streams, but like, I mean, Avatar beat Endgame again, right? Like, Endgame beat Avatar after 23 movies leading up to it, and then it's past Avatar, and then they just did a re-release of Avatar, and it jumped back over Endgame again, and they're going to release Avatar again in the fall.
September, right?
And it's like you say, like it doesn't resonate. It doesn't have. It's like, well, but it's still doing numbers a decade and a half later.
Do I think it will, get to the magical like 3 billion mark and like no, I have my doubts that it will do that.
Same.
But under no circumstances do I believe it'll flop.
If anybody is going to if there's a single person in Hollywood who could release a movie that will do that, that's who it is.
Nobody.
There is nobody else with a track record or history.
Nobody
that you could even speculatively
the fact that they gave him 4 sequels. The fact that there's 4 sequels, again, maybe they would have given like, hey man, we'll put you on Disney Plus. We're gonna do a whole Avatar series.
Oh, they're going to. They're going to. Don't worry.
Yeah, it'll be on there. But the fact of the matter is like, we're gonna get like 4 individual stories in this world that is not based on any source material.
Right.
And they're like, James Cameron, we'll give you that. We're gonna give you that.
It's more iconic than anyone gives it credit for. Like, it's Dances with Wolves, it's Ferngully, it's Pocahontas. But like look at like Valerian in the City of a Thousand Planets, and like take two people that take someone that hates Avatar and someone that nobody is trying to prove that Valerian in the City of a Thousand Planets isn't the greatest movie of all time. There's a bunch of people out there, look at my wife in the chat.
That movie made me claim who they cast as the leads. I think that's what ruined the movie, was like they didn't have chemistry. The visuals were all there. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there.
But I just use that as an example of there's other movies that come out every year, every couple months that are like some kind of big sci-fi thing that just flops and is not good or criticized, or these even movies that do surprisingly well. That's something like that, and then we go on and it's not talked about anymore. But Avatar is continually brought up for the fact that it's not great. It's like, okay, if people year after year are continually trying to tell you that something is not great, you'd think if that was definitively the case, it would no longer need to be. The point would be made, and that's not me saying that's proof that it's good. The point is that Cameron knows how to create experiences that register with people and look at like I said, Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets, or and I don't. It's too late for me to like make a whole list of them. But there's a whole bunch of movies that exist in the interim between when Avatar was released and today that you don't have the same. That were even more
Cloud Atlas, Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah, and Cloud Atlas has some defense. Jupiter Ascending has a little bit, but like those are good examples though of like
I Am Number 4. In Time.
Wow.
Oh, I got a list because I've watched most of them in theater.
Yeah, exactly. And some of them were good, and some of them had promise, and
even the Blomkamp stuff like District 9 and Elysium, which I like those.
And I would say District 9 and Elysium are better than Avatar.
Oh yeah,
like hands down as movies. And but where is the social sticking?
Right.
Where is the like, and I think a lot of people, like at least on film Twitter, would say they prefer a sequel to District 9 than they would to Avatar. But I can guarantee you the Avatar 2 sequel is going to gross higher than whatever the District 9 sequel would gross.
Mm-hmm.
There is something that it's iconic about the Na'vi, about the whatever it is. There's a level of understanding of how iconography works and how people experience thrills and pacing and all of these things. That is sure. Maybe it's like the movie is very much like what Scorsese would call a roller coaster in many ways per traditional like whatever, but there's a scientific or deep emotionally rooted or just resonance with that Cameron understands when he's crafting it, and it might be wrapped in a generic story and whatever, but it stuck. It made a cultural impact. Also, outside of the U.S., it is even more massive, and it's one of those things where like. And that's another thing about Cameron is the tapping into the international market. As he's always done that superior than many people. And so who knows even what it'll gross in the United States? But like China, like assuming it gets like a China release, who knows how that all even works anymore?
Yes.
But like there's I can't
always
with this movie I can't imagine them not doing whatever they can to get it released in China, because that is like.
Oh, they'll try. They'll do everything they can.
Everybody
and they're also hoping that war ends over in Eastern Europe. They're really hoping that that's the case.
Yeah,
because
that part of it. Yeah,
that's absolutely affecting things. There's no question about that.
Yeah, definitely affecting things. Definitely.
Yeah, but you're right, Stephen. I may have my doubts as far as it being another record breaker, but I would certainly not. These people calling it a failure, saying that it's going to bomb. No,
did you know they re-released it again? They re-released the first Avatar movie in China in 2021.
Yes, because it was.
I remember hearing
China was, if I recall correctly, China was doing the deal where when they were reopening theaters, they were putting out movies that had already been out.
That's what it was, right?
As like a thing, yeah, to get people back.
And it did well, right?
It did like $21 million.
Right.
That's crazy.
Or it opened to 21 million. It did 57 million total.
Yeah. 57 million total. Re-release a movie that came out in 2008.
So that's like my biggest question is like, because all these discussions
even Endgame doesn't do that. Like
no,
Endgame wouldn't do that.
Okay, but again, part of the reason Endgame doesn't do that is because it's in the middle of a franchise that is constantly pushing you to the next
and because
thing.
When they re-release it a decade later, like the reason that people are interested in that is because the selling point is always here's what's next, and so then when you go back to say like if they go to re-release that in a decade, I'm sure there'll be like a decade celebration and it'll be a big deal and stuff, but like you go back to that and people are gonna be like, well, this isn't teasing the Ultraverse,
right?
And we're all on the Ultraverse bandwagon now.
Oh, yeah. Right. Because there'll be so much, right? There'll be so much that has been done to that point. But no, that's like you're talking about the discussions that people are having about Avatar like every year, and it's like my only question is how much of the general audience is having those discussions. That's what we're going to find out.
Yeah, well, I do know that Avatar, if you were like the general audience is way more aware of the fact that an Avatar sequel is coming out than they are about most other franchises, including the big IP.
Interesting. Because I like, I mean, is that like, have you researched that? Because like,
I've seen some surveys about audience anticipate. I was trying to find it again yesterday and I couldn't find it, but a while back I found before Spider-Man came out, there was some surveys that were done of just like man on the street, literal general audience, and the awareness, and like not only it measured like, did you know this was coming? How excited are you for it, or whatever? There's like 3 questions, and I think Avatar 2 was tied with Spider-Man No Way Home before Spider-Man No Way Home came out with general audience anticipation. Which is, that's a movie that's separated by a year of release date. So
yeah. Oh, that's interesting because I mean, you're talking 12 years between movies. There's just that part of me that wonders,
people that go to the movies like as like they take their whole family to the movie 2 times a year or whatever. Yeah. And they're excited for the new Avatar coming out. Those are not the people sitting around their dining room table saying, "Yeah, it was just blue Pocahontas." Like, no, they're like, remember that? Remember when we all went to that and wore 3D glasses and had our minds blown? We're gonna do that again. Mark your tickets. Like, we're gonna pregame. Like,
the general audience does not examine what that movie is. They just remember how they felt.
And you could tell them. You could kick down the door and they're sitting at their kitchen table talking about how excited they are for Avatar 2. And you could be like, "It's just blue Pocahontas," and they'll say, "Okay."
Right, they won't care. Like it's just like whatever. Like they're.
But I liked it. I liked it.
Right, exactly. They're like, right, but I liked it. They'll come to you like, why you gotta harsh my column, man? Like, why you gotta?
Yeah, exactly.
That's where they'll come from with that. So that's just my question is like, how much of the general audience will turn out for it and does have that anticipation for it. We'll find out. And clearly, I mean, the other thing that we didn't mention is, they made it official that Fury of the Gods moved its release date.
So for a week later.
Well, and
smart.
Yeah. See, and so like, okay, then the question is like, okay, well, will that do anything? Because then you have the people that are like you know how it is with extremes, guys. It's like there's always it's either Avatar is going to be the biggest movie ever, or it's going to flop. You can't ever be in between. And it's like, so you have the people that are like, it doesn't matter what Shazam does, Avatar is going to kill it in week 2. And I'm like,
you've got like 5% of the ticket sales is like the fan base of anything, right? So you've got like 5% of the people who bought tickets to No Way Home or Star Wars or whatever,
or the Batman,
are talking about, we are so much less hyped for Avatar 2 than we are for the Batman or whatever superhero movie thing, and this is not what is of interest to us. And then meanwhile, like the general audience, they don't have hype or whatever in that same way, but they make up 95% of the ticket sales, and they don't need to be like, "Oh yeah, I'm Avatar fan number 1." Like their ticket, they pay the same amount for their ticket as the person wearing the fucking Batman T-shirt and buying the merch or whatever at going to opening night of the Batman. Like they pay their ticket price accounts for the same, and so the difference is that they are sitting there like, "Oh yeah, I'll go see that." And then like that's the end of it. And then the people beating the drum for like Batman. Well, they are like, cool, they go to the Batman does well and whatever, but they don't swing the larger population of people who like when people who haven't seen a movie since before the pandemic, there's going to be a lot of people who like Avatar 2 is the first time they've been to the theater since before the pandemic. There will be people like that, yes. Even though it's like a long time later, because there's a lot of people who will go to the theater once a year, once every couple years, and it gets even lower with streaming. And so the trick is, how do you get people to get up off their couch and go to a theater? Well, James Cameron is one of those ways.
Well, and to make it even further different is like, not only are the general audience going to go, yeah, I'll go see that. It'll be a case where like it won't even be like front of mind for months, and then at some point when that first trailer drops, like in I don't know October, or it will probably get sooner than October.
Avatar?
Yeah, we'll probably get the first trailer sooner
next week.
Oh, next week,
and at the same time.
Okay.
Teaser.
Oh yeah,
before
Doctor Strange.
Oh, right.
That's what I was gonna say. That I forgot about that. Is that I'm gonna see Doctor Strange, and I've been relatively excited about it because of Sam Raimi and stuff. But I didn't pre-order tickets, and it wasn't really front of mind until I saw Avatar. I didn't even know it was next week for sure. I just knew it was coming up. And then I saw Avatar trailer before Doctor Strange 2, and now I know exactly when the Doctor Strange 2 release date is, and it's been like front of mind as, oh, I want to see that opening night now because I want to see that Avatar trailer.
Right.
Yeah. Not even because I'm an Avatar super fan, but I just want to know what he's doing. The dude locked himself away in the underneath the ocean for a decade, and then he comes up and he's like, "I made a movie," and you're like, "What is it? What is it? Did you take pictures of your dick in a submarine for 10 years, or is there like I want to know?"
Right.
Like I'm really
and like you said, 10 years, which is why Which is why I hope he shot all 4 of these at the same time, because we can't wait another 20 fucking years for the rest of these, for him to do the rest of these movies. But no, right. And see, that's the beginning of the marketing machine, right? That's the beginning of what Disney's going to do. Because they're not idiots. What are they going to do? They know it. They've got 42 million pre-sales for Doctor Strange, right? And they're like, okay, cool. Here's where we hit him with our December. Right. Boom, here it is. And
remember, like Avatar. I guess I had that up a second ago. Avatar didn't even open that high. Its domestic opening was 77 million. This is pre-pandemic. This is like
right.
It's 2008.
We're talking this grossed higher than a movie that opened at like 300 million domestically or whatever fucking insanity Endgame was.
Right, because it was word of mouth and it was legs. Like we're talking
and premium ticket prices.
Yeah.
IMAX.
Well, and you know what they're doing now?
They've got like 100 different formats of this movie.
Because they just started doing this with the Batman. They're all doing a bunch of them now are doing the variable ticket pricing, which they're going to do for this. There's no question about that. So like that's a new thing, and that'll play into it for sure. So yeah, no, I'm not betting against it, Steven. I just have doubts as to whether or not it will be the record.
Yeah, and that's
going to be $2 billion.
A tough spot to reach. Like
it is. It's a very tough spot.
But he's done it twice with movies that nobody would ever predict would be there.
You're right. You're right. He has done
ship.
You're absolutely right. He has done it twice. I just think that yes, you do fucking still need to see Abyss. In fact, I demand you see that before you watch Avatar.
And I know we're like always talking about seeing Abyss, and like it just probably makes you like not want to see it even more. I'm telling you, like when you see the Abyss, you're gonna be like, "Holy fuck!"
Yeah, that's why I'm holding out for a proper transfer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know why you are.
Well, see, I kind of want him to.
You're gonna be so impressed by that movie. You're gonna be like, "This movie was made in the fucking 80s."
I kind of want you to see it before. I kind of want you to see it before Avatar, though, because it's like
I do too. But my big thing is that I'm predicting that if I watch the bad transfer that's out there now, the odds of me actually revisiting it to watch the updated one, even if I absolutely love it, the odds of me watching the new one pretty significantly decrease, and I don't want to have that be like I'm gonna make a point of like seeing it right away when it's available and that instead of like seeing it now and being like, oh, I wish that it had a better transfer. And then
that was in heavy rotation when I was a kid. Like I don't know how many times I've actually seen that movie. I can quote it so many
on cable. It was on HBO. Showed it so many times.
The fact that you haven't seen that, I was like, wow.
And I totally hear you on waiting for a new transfer. It's just that we don't fucking know when that's going to happen. It could be years before you can see this fucking movie.
Even David F. Sandberg posted that when he said when he moved the release date, he's all, take that, Cameron, and he goes, no, but seriously, I'm just kidding, and then he goes, I'll take the fucking 4K version of Abyss, and it's like that's how good that fucking movie is. It's like and why hasn't that been 4K yet? And like, how has that not been released in full glory? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't even make sense to me
to figure that shit out.
Because that movie's iconic. That movie fucking moved cinema as James Cameron does.
I would say that if you take box office component out of the picture and just look at it subjectively, it's his most iconic movie.
Dude, it really is. It set up Terminator 2. It did.
Oh yeah,
It set up
Terminator 2 does not look the way that it does without
any bits.
Yeah,
it
no
doesn't.
question about it. And you'll understand why when you see it, Stephen.
Oh, I know,
sure.
I know about the thing.
Yeah,
but,
he's seen clips and shit like that. I'm sure.
But look at this real quick. So you've got, of the top like 6 domestic earners of all time, you've got Avengers: Infinity War in 2018 opened to, I don't know if this is any particular order, but Infinity War in 2018 opened to 257 million. Black Panther in 2018 opened to 202 million.
Yep.
Spider-Man: No Way Home in 2021 opened to 260 million.
Mm-hmm.
Avengers: Endgame in 2019 opened to 357 million domestically.
Wow.
Yes.
And The Force Awakens in 2015 opened to 247 million. So that is one movie is less than a year old. The other ones are all within 5 years, except for Star Wars is the oldest at 7 years old. Okay, versus over a decade.
Right.
For almost 15 years for Avatar, I believe, right? 2018. 20. No, not quite a decade. So a little over 13 years there. So.
Right. Yeah.
And this is also not adjusted for inflation, which is a big point about the fact that there's so much time separation there, that this is going to be significantly more value in today's dollars. Its opening was 77 million
for Avatar.
And yet none of those other movies have surpassed its total gross.
Yeah, crazy.
Right. Which that's crazy. International versus domestic, but still. Well, the fact is that shows you the staying that the fact that a movie opens that much lower than all of these ones, and then not adjusted for inflation, and then has enough staying power to not only make up the difference in the opening, but also the difference in the subsequent weeks. To end up, I mean, it's that speaks volumes to not the quality of the movie. I mean, like fuck the blue aliens with the weird head tails or whatever, but to people and it wasn't just premium ticket. People wanted to see it in IMAX, so more expensive ticket prices. They wanted to go back. They'd see it in IMAX. They'd go get their friends, and they'd take their friends back and they would say this. Like, when have you ever heard like your aunt who sees one movie in the theaters every decade say, "Make sure you see it in IMAX"? Like, and like, that is the kind of stuff that would happen with Avatar.
Right.
Like, Sons of Land is like the general audience give a shit about that, but like, does he have to see it in IMAX? Like,
this is a movie that you have to see.
And I can't necessarily explain it other than the fact that it happened. So all I'm defending here is the fact that is a reality of a thing that happened more than one time.
Yes. With
this particular director.
And if he does it in the era of the streaming age, in the era of social media, if he does that, and also not post pandemic, but because that's the biggest thing, right? Is like, how many repeat viewings will it have? How long will it? Because clearly Disney's not going to stick to 45 days. They're going to keep this thing
and once
in
again
theaters as long as they
the special thing about this movie also is name another movie that has come out or is coming out soon where you look at it and think like, I don't know, this is the wrong panel maybe to ask this question, but like where the selling point is literally see this on the big screen. Dune, sure, see it on a big screen, cinematic, whatever, but like it's a day and date release, see it at home. It'll be a lesser experience, but it'll still be good. Like,
but that's the interest. That's what I'm curious about, though, Stephen, with respect to the marketing. I want to know how much is Disney going to ignore the streaming age with respect to marketing for this franchise. I am curious to see how, because you're right, leaning into the see this on the big screen thing would seem is probably the primary thing to do, but they still can't ignore the app, and I just wonder. I'm curious as to what their marketing is going to look like with respect.
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to market. Avatar on the app, and they're going to market.
Oh yeah, they
Avatar. Well, because we're talking about the
banners everywhere when you open that.
The market is not an either or. There is money to be made in theatrical, and there is money to be made in streaming. Some movies are cater more towards one. Some movies cater more towards the other, and it's just every movie. I don't think there's any even specific. Some movies can get away with a 100-day window. Some movies can get away with a 45-day window. Some movies should be same day. Some movies should be only streaming.
Right.
And that's not a commentary on the quality of it. That's just saying, like, do people want to watch this on their couch, or do they want to get up and go to the theater? And Avatar is like the longer theatrical exclusive they have for that, the better, because unless something is broken.
Well, we always talk about
because people are going to want to get to go. Nobody's going to say, like, I can't wait to watch Avatar on streaming. Like that's not going to be a thing. Whereas Spider-Man, people are like, or Batman. The reason the Batman did so well on HBO Max is because of the 45. So it still did well in the theater, but there was enough people saying, I'm waiting for HBO Max because it's close enough to be excited about. So you capitalize, you double dip on both.
I can
ends.
watch a 3-hour movie and I could take a
But
piss.
you can't say like for Avatar, if you said like there's a 45-day window, like no, that doesn't benefit Disney Plus at all. There's nothing to market there. That's not the leverage that this has. The leverage, the most juice they can squeeze from this is on the big screen.
Right. I got it. I got you. So
yeah, there's so many things. There's so many factors, and like, I mean, when it comes to me, what I taken away from CinemaCon this week, I mean, obviously the Top Gun thing is like, all right, verified. Hey, screening. Everybody's raving about it. I'm like, all right, we kind of knew that was going to be the case. It's like, oh, this movie is going to be phenomenal. Most likely, it's going to be better than the original. Cool, fine. I'm like, yeah. That's what I wanted to hear, but of course, just the announcement of the sequel to the Batman, because it was like, why has there not been an announcement yet? But I was like, and then it went, oh, they're gonna announce them at CinemaCon, and it was like, oh shit, and it was kind of funny because there's certain groups out there that were like, oh yeah, it's not getting announced, and all of a sudden it gets out, and I was like, well,
speaking of crying wolf and diminishing your opinion by like overstating your things in bad faith, like just let it. Just let it happen, and don't.
Did you see the double down they did on that though?
What?
Because it went from they're not going to release it to that's a terrible way to release it, or to announce it rather.
It's on a big stage in Vegas, and everybody's talking about it.
They did it that way because Hollywood is giving concessions to theater owners because they just got totally shit on for a couple of years. And so I wouldn't be surprised if ahead of time they even made an agreement that was like, look, we'll give you this one because we owe you one.
Yeah, probably.
And so they're like, we're going to demonstrate our commitment to theatrical by announcing theatrical plans at the theatrical conference.
Right. Because we weren't surprised by the announcement. No. We were just waiting for it to happen.
Yeah.
So that's.
I know it was just so funny, but it was just like kind of great. Like, all right, we finally got it now. It's all gonna happen, and it's so funny because it's like, oh yeah, it's been greenlit and it's in the works. I'm like, yeah, there's already probably a fucking script already. It's like they already been talking about like what's gonna happen. I mean, like, I love the whole question, like who's gonna be the villain, who's gonna show up. I love that, and I'm really hoping that it is going to be like a Dark Knight where it's just like, all right, we established what this world's going to be. Now we're just going to go balls to the wall and we're going to get, I don't want Joker to be the main villain. I want, a Mr. Freeze or a Mad Hatter or
I still think
Hugo Strange or something like that.
I still think Paul Dano, I still think he might have tipped it. I still think he might have tipped the cap. When
he's still going to be in there. He's going to have something.
Well, what I mean is like the when he talked about Court of Owls.
Oh yeah, Court of Owls.
That clip with him and Pattinson, and when they were telling Jeffrey Wright to read it, I think he might have let loose a little, like tip the hand a little bit. I think they've been talking about that.
I think they have something in store that's going to be pretty damn amazing, and it's definitely going to lead into another movie, and then of course
did you see Scott Snyder's tweet about that?
No, I didn't.
It was everyone watching the Batman 2 in theaters, and it was a theater, and I don't know why this was, but it's a picture of everybody in a theater wearing owl masks.
Oh yeah, I did see that actually.
And I was like, hell yes, I will buy a theater out just to make sure that we can do this.
Okay. Like, yeah, I did see your tweet when you said that.
I was because that's still my front runner. I'm hoping.
Just give little hints, start like establishing that, and then the third movie, maybe you could just like totally just take that approach. I don't know. There's so many things that Matt Reeves can do, when it comes to the sequel. I'm just glad that it's finally fully announced. It's finally out there, and we can all just kind of like rest easy, because it was kind of getting a little bit like, hey, when are they going to announce this fucking thing? And then all of a sudden we're like, oh wait, CinemaCon soon. That's when they're going to do it. And then sure enough, they're going to do it. So
and just for cultural purposes, Dave. you don't have issues like you're the El Muerto thing.
El Muerto, yes.
Because that was because it was such a disingenuous thing to see people talk about how no one knows anything about this character, and this is a terrible way for Sony to introduce their first Latino superhero because no one knows who he is. And
not a superhero though.
and I'm just sitting there like, guys, can't you just sack up and admit that you just don't like that Sony's doing that? It's Sony, and that if this had Marvel Studios in front of it, you'd be all about it.
I personally still can't believe that Marvel Studios had one of their first black superheroes was Falcon. Like, Falcon is not an iconic character. How dare they? Like,
right.
Yeah. Right. No, there's all kinds of things, but I mean, at the same time, I'm like, all right, well,
sarcasm.
They're of course. But I mean, Sony is going down the route of like, which Spider-Man villains can we do? I mean, obviously we got Craven coming out, and nobody thought of. I mean, even I was like, El Muerto, what the fuck? And then I like looked it up. I'm like, oh, okay, so he's like a super powered wrestler, dude. How are they going to pull this off? Maybe they could pull it off. I don't know, but it's just
I'd love. I mean, I wish people got more enjoyment out of the chaos. Like, chaos is so much more fun than here is our 13-year plan of movie releases featuring superheroes.
Our summit to plan out the next decade.
Yeah, to go to like a fucking lock ourselves in a bunker and
like that's all like well and good and stuff, but it's not like like. Maybe this was out there too, but it's not like anybody is like, oh no, I need El Muerto in the MCU so that he can cross over with fucking Ant-Man like he's meant to from the con. I don't know who they even like.
Yeah. I mean, the way I look at it is like, all right, not everything's gonna work. I mean, Venom's working for the most part. Maybe I haven't been like as thrilled about it as I probably should be, but at the same time, it's working. Morbius, I feel didn't work. Craven, I'm hoping works, even though people are already fucking slamming it. Like, hey, that's not Craven. He should not be wearing a fucking, dress shirt.
He should be wearing. He should have a giant lion's head split down the middle, draped over his shoulders.
Yeah, I know. Crazy, like and be like half naked and shit like that.
All of them would be silent if this was Marvel Studios. All of them.
So then I'm just kind of
they wouldn't be silent.
No, you're right. They wouldn't be silent. They'd be trumpeting.
The way they made Craven fit in the real world is sending me like.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's like one of those like, all right, I'll make fun of it because I'm like, all right, we're all hoping for Andrew Garfield to be like, hey, Amazing Spider-Man 3, sure, and then they're like, well, what about El Muerto? It's like, yeah, that's weird, but I'm like, all right, I'm curious to see the attempt. Wow me, please, because the track record has been a little iffy when it comes to Sony and the Spider-Verse, but at the same time, it's like, fucking A, Into the Spider-Verse was so phenomenal. Like, my God,
I'm just glad it's coming out after Blue Beetle, because Blue Beetle is still set for August of next year, so that'll be DC's first Latino superhero, like in the DCU. So we'll have that in the so then we can have the Blue Beetle El Muerto comparisons in 2024 when that happens.
Yeah, like I would rather take a swing and result in a crazy, bad, dumb movie about a character I've never heard of before, outside the
Had
MCU,
Andrew Garfield Spider-Man,
than I would to have like a Ant-Man quality movie about a superhero I've never heard of before take place in the MCU. Like we've got like what are you gonna do in the MCU that we haven't seen before? Sure, it'll be fine. Like I'm not saying it would be like terrible there or whatever, but like show me something, try something interesting. Like Morbius,
Right.
no, like it didn't work. I didn't like it, but like you know what? It was not. It's ironically for how much it felt like a throwback, or whatever, to like a '90s movie. It was still something that was like it was its own thing, and I appreciate the fact that like there was something that I was curious about seeing, and I get sick of getting ready to go to a movie and be like, or you're sitting down, you're watching it, and you're like, oh, okay, I've seen this cookie cutter before, and sure, it's fun still, but like the idea of like Venom, the utter chaos of Tom Hardy getting in a lobster tank, or
I love that movie, seriously.
Or Woody Harrelson literally climbing up on a steeple and saying, "Let there be carnage," is like just do that shit. Like, yeah, cool, fine. Like, what?
Lean into it.
It's so much more interesting to me. At like, what are they gonna do this time? Than just like, yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Cool, go ahead,
dude. Like, I always laugh when I see this scene when like when Drake turns into Riot and is like, "Where is he?" And he's like, "Oh my God, where's Venom?" That is the ugliest looking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like just the humor, that Hardy's timing throughout that whole movie was just dynamite. I love it.
Oh yeah,
It's
Hardy. It's Tom Hardy.
It was campy and ridiculous, and it was. But it speaks to what you're saying, Steven. The reason I love that movie is because it was refreshing.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
And it's not even like my particular brand of humor. It's just that like after like an hour and a half or whatever of just like they did it, and by that I don't mean like they like achieved anything. Did it? They just it was. So they sat down and they said, "This is what the Venom movie is going to be," and then they made that Venom movie that was that. It was a vision. Like someone had an idea for this just crazy Tom Hardy's gonna get in a fish tank and take bites out of lobsters movie, and then they went and they made that movie instead of being like, how can we make this the most palatable possible? And that's just infinitely more like exciting and interesting to me than seeing a movie that I know is gonna be good because it
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. And then, of course, one of the other things that excited me about the Sony panel at CinemaCon is, hey, Ghostbusters get another sequel. I'm like,
oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and now that one, okay, thank you for reminding me of that one, Dave, because that was one where it was like, you really weren't sure about that one. Like because Afterlife, like when it came out last year, it was like, we all loved it, but we didn't hear, like, it didn't make noise, right?
It didn't make a lot of noise, but
right. So we're like, we really hope this did well because we want to see it expand.
Yes,
totally. And yeah, like I absolutely in favor of that movie.
So it's just so crowd pleasing. It's just
I watched the end of that movie again the other day, and I was like,
dude,
oh man,
that's just like it's another one of those ending where it just. Both times I watched it, I just fucking teared, my eyes just fucking welled up and just like, oh my God, when the hand just goes on the fucking,
right. Yeah.
Well, and then like Egon's just helping his granddaughter as a ghost, and it's like, God.
And then just the timing of Aykroyd and Murray and Hudson, like it's like they just. Right where they left off.
They didn't miss a beat.
None of them missed a single beat.
And then I love the fact that Winston's like the guy. It's like, hey, I'm bringing this shit back because it's just like, there's just, I mean, the other two is like, yeah, cool. Like, I'm glad that they're back, but there's something about Winston, like just the fact that he's like the guy. It's like, hey, we're gonna do this, and there was more added to him because I've always there's something about Winston just because he was like the everyday guy when you watch original Ghostbusters. It's like you had these three scientists And then Winston comes in. He's the guy that just comes off the street looking for a job. That's who we relate to. That's who, when I would watch that movie, it's like, yeah, that's who we relate to. It's like the guy who's just looking for a job. And he literally says, it's like, if there's a steady paycheck in it, I'll believe anything
you say.
You know, and it's just, like, it's just one of those things. So it's like, we always related to Winston. And the fact that he's like the guy that's like going to bring it back, there's just something that I just fucking love about that. And Ernie Hudson is just so goddamn.
Oh, well, and just the fact, I mean, that last scene, right? Like it's him talking to Janine,
yeah.
Like they just hit all the damn buttons.
They everything.
The only thing they didn't necessarily do is like bring back Dana, but it's like you could still do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she was in the post credit with Bill Murray, but
oh no, yes, you're right. She was, but like in the
I wish it was more involved with the
like in the but no, you're right. I don't know how I fucking forgot that post credit scene. Because that scene was hilarious. It was a great scene.
Like it was a great little callback to the Zap thing.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
So that was you know, when it comes to like the top 5 CinemaCon things, Batman sequel, Ghostbusters sequel, and you know, just hearing stuff from, you know, what's happening in the DC world and everything, you know, Top Gun, Mission Impossible, hearing stuff with that was all what I was, you know, took from when it came to CinemaCon. But all right, well, Jesus Christ, we're almost getting to 6 hours on this fucking one. Oh my God, well, at least for me. But good thing I had a nice little stiff cup of coffee before this. But all right, guys, let's go. You know, thank you to everybody who showed up. You know, thank you to Jordan, Mr. Chainsaw Reacts, right? I was like, great. I'm trying to remember his name. To his YouTube. Thank you for joining. Of course, thank you to Scott for you know, coming in while he was in the movie theater that he was in. I love that. I always love Scott for trying to, you know, at least make an appearance at the Vox stream. But go ahead, Ray, promote.
I am on Twitter at the Flightcast. You can find my twice a week podcast and my blog at theflightcast.com. You can also find the Flightcast on YouTube. This week, I pretty much covered all the crazy CinemaCon stuff on Wednesday, but I'll talk about some more of the stuff as well on tomorrow's show.
Did you cover the Olivia Wilde thing?
Oh no, not
that. That was a weird occurrence.
It's still weird. Yeah, but no, that was no.
That was something that's not really movie related. So
no, not really. And no, I am not covering the damn trial. I'm not even watching the damn trial, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But no, we'll talk about the rest of that. Plus, I've been getting a lot of listener feedback lately, which is really awesome. So people asking like really great ball busting geeky questions that I love answering for like an hour. So that's a cool part of the show now. And of course I still do DC TV Squadcast over at Squadcast Media. That'll be on Monday. And I will basically be talking about, I don't know, the potential death of the DC CW now that Legends of Tomorrow and Batwoman have gone into that gentle good night. And what it means, and you know where the hell we're at now with respect to the future of DC and the CW, because it's just Superman and Lois, The Flash, and Stargirl now. So we'll see what happens, you know, and what might happen with the new shows that, you know, that I don't think any of them have been picked up to series yet. I think they've all just been ordered pilots at this point. So we'll see. But yeah, that's what I got going on.
All right, Steven?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at smcolbert, and you can find my podcast with Andrew Dice, BVS by the Minute, and our other podcast at snyderminute.com. Keep your eye on your feeds for that this week. And also, if you were not bored to death with me talking about streaming, I've got a piece on Netflix up now, and I've got some more about HBO Max and some other streaming specific stuff on the way. And I know last week I teased my big Lois and Bruce piece.
Yes.
And then it's done. It's waiting for scheduling because it ended up.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that.
I got to fit it into our publishing schedule, but
I can't wait to read that.
Yeah, it ended up being even bigger than I anticipated. So I'm a big fan of kind of how it turned out. So, but yeah, hopefully that if not this weekend, I'm probably next week, early next week for that one.
Cool.
Yep. And that's all at screenrant.com.
Yeah, it's not one of those that's like time sensitive. It's just like one of those like, hey, here's, and I know you've been kind of talking to me about
rattling around forever, and then we were debating it a few weeks ago, and I was like, all right, I need to explain because people still don't understand why.
Well, it's kind of funny too because like I've talked about how like at first I wasn't a fan of that, then I've kind of flipped a little bit, and I've even said it on Film Junkie Live where I'm like, you know, and I even did like, you know, I clipped it out or like, you know, kind of been like, hey. You know, as much as like, I know some people didn't like that whole thing, but at the same time, how fucking crazy would that have been kind of thing? And, but I know you're going to break it down. I know like you were going to break it down like a mother.
I just want to read his argument. Like, I'm not even necessarily for or against. I just want to read the argument.
I don't even need people to agree with me so much as to realize that there's more there than like, it's a far more complicated and thematically resonant concept than just like, Bruce was cucking Clark. Like, no, like this was like,
it's not like
once you read this, you'll go back and watch BVS and Man of Steel and be like, oh, holy shit, this is like being teased with fucking Jor-El on Krypton. It goes like thematically it ties through all these different stuff. And so so it's not like some like Zack Snyder being like Bruce and Lois, like no, it's like a real.
No, it's not like gonna be like a 2 paragraphs of like, hey, this is why I think. No, it's gonna be broken down to be like, hey, it's look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you can didisagree with me about whether or not you prefer it, but the idea that like. There was thematic emotional resonance in there that has I think a really strong impact on a bunch of different things. I don't want to go into it too much more than that.
Yeah, exactly.
For the piece. But anyway, that's been coming for a long time. But it is done and it's kind of awaiting scheduling.
There you go. Yeah, it's gonna be great. All right, guys. Make sure you smash that like, thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you want to become a member, hit the member button. Of course, the Patreon's all down there. All the links provided down below for everything. If you want to support the channel, support that. Sock meds, everything. And yeah, like I said, thank you to Scott. Thank you to Jordan. Thank you to everybody who has been with us for this whole time. And we will talk to you later.